Textdoor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Other Guy, a Textdoor neighbor romance, by Jennifer Van Wyck, narrated by Alexander Sendies and Lynn Barrington. Chapter 1. Jack. Unknown.
Last night was amazing.
Me. It was. Unknown.
You warned me of your size, but I really had no idea.
Me. Send smirk emoji. Unknown.
When can we do it again?
Me. Anytime, babe. Anytime. I tip the bottle of beer to my lips and take a long swig, relaxing against the back of my plush, chocolate-brown suede couch. Head leaned back, eyes trained on the game that's playing on the TV hanging above my stone fireplace. Legs spread wide, hand resting on the inside of my leg right next to the area that Unknown just mentioned, even if it isn't me she's talking about. And just in case anyone was wondering, I have no doubt that whatever size she's discussing, I'm bigger. Well, unless we're talking one of those freakishly long and misshapen dicks that only belong in pornos. The fact that I'm replying to some random chick simply because I'm bored is pathetic. It's not the first and probably not the last time it'll happen, though. Ever since people started texting, neighbors became a stupid fucking thing. I've been dealing with this shit on a nightly basis, and apparently the dude who is my phone number neighbor is a freak in bed and gets it on with a different chick every fucking night. And then gives these chicks my number. It was right after the text your number neighbor thing was all over social media, so it didn't take me long to figure out that's what was happening. At first, I wasn't really bothered because it was kind of entertaining. Now, though, I'm getting annoyed. Some of the texts reek of desperation. A few call him out on being an asshole, while others must have ended their night a bit more positively and have nothing but praise and accolades. What a jerk he must be. I've considered telling whoever this guy is to stop using my number, but I figure he'll just find another number to use, and who knows if that person will even be remotely kind in letting them know that whoever they had sex with the night before just completely ghosted them. Plus, I don't know exactly which number is his. I tried both neighbors to me, up one and down one, but both people claim not to have a clue what I was talking about. So either one of them is lying, or I'll have to just keep randomly texting until I find him. And that isn't going to happen. My phone chimes again, and I groan. Unknown.
Care for round 2 tomorrow?
Shit. This is the worst part, when I have to keep brushing them off until they get the point. Me. Unfortunately, I have plans for tomorrow. Rain check? Unknown.
Oh, bummer. I was hoping to show you something.
Unknown.
Download attachment.
As soon as I click on the picture, my phone fumbles from my grip. Who the ever-loving fuck is this guy? Freaking Spartacus or something? This definitely isn't the first nude he's been sent. But holy shit, every single one is a 10. No, a 12. The women are Sports Illustrated swimsuit cover material. They're the secrets Victoria's always bragging about. Sure, some of them know exactly how to lay so their breasts are pressed together, showing as much cleavage as possible, stretching their upper bodies so I don't see the inevitable rolls in their stomach. Spoiler alert, everyone has them. I know, I'm the owner of a boxing gym and see incredible bodies every day. I also have plenty of packs in my abs, and my body is fit. Back to these women. Better question is, where is he finding them? If he has a number similar to mine, I would think that means he lives in the same area, and nothing against the women here, but they're not this beautiful. Fuck, that makes me sound like an asshole, but it's really not the way I meant it. Regardless, this woman is gorgeous, but now I've spoken to or seen, I counted in my head, 15, that's right. Let this settle a bit. 15 women he slept with and have texted me. This doesn't count the women who chose not to contact him. Which, I hate to break it to the guy, but I'm sure it's happened. Probably. Maybe. And how many days? 22. The guy's obviously a master at picking up women and has great fucking stamina. I should probably contact him and see if he belongs to a gym. He'd probably be great in the boxing ring. After I recover and adjust my already hardening dick, I grab my phone, take another look because I'm not dead, and reply, Me. You have my attention. I should probably stop it now, but I can't help myself. I haven't been with a woman in a while. mainly because I'm too focused on building my business to care enough about building a relationship. That, and I grew up in a small town not far from here, and everyone within 30 square miles knows my life story already, and I already know theirs. There's no mystery. No one new to discover their pasts. It's impossible to walk into a store or restaurant without knowing and being greeted by several people, and I love it. Unknown.
Enough to have you change your plans for tomorrow?
I hate being the asshole, but me. Sorry, no can do. Unknown.
Another time, then.
I don't respond. Within the week, I'll have channeled a nicer version of Toolbag and broken up with her just as I've done with the last 14 because something about his magic dick has them begging for more. And in the meantime, I'll probably have received at least 3 or 4 more texts from his latest conquests. Asshole. I might be a little jealous, not for the treating women like shit or sleeping with a new one every single night, but that he's putting himself out there, something I haven't made an effort to do in so long. Tossing my phone aside, I lift the bottle to my lips and drain the last of my piss-warm beer and wince. The game isn't holding my attention, so I turn it off, make my way to the kitchen, and dump my bottle in the recycling bin. Leaning over the counter, I look out the window that sits above my kitchen sink that looks out at my snow-covered backyard. The stillness of the night is peaceful, but still makes me pause and think about what else could be out there for me. I'm content with my life the way it is, but there's something niggling in the back of my mind that tells me I'm settling. I spin away from the window and grunt at the thought. I'm happy and plenty satisfied, though possibly a bit lonely, even though I have a large family that lives close and gets together often. I turn off all the lights, plug in my phone to charge it in the living room rather than on my nightstand, something I had to start doing after Toolbag began using my phone number and I was being woken up from receiving texts all hours of the night, and get ready for bed. Toolbag's life is clearly far more interesting than mine. Stripping down to nothing, I climb between the stark white sheets and stare at the ceiling. I don't worry about an alarm. I'm up by 5 a.m. every single day regardless, my internal clock working overtime. From the living room, I hear my phone chime with a text, and I roll over, bringing a pillow along with me to cover my head. Oh, fuck me, I snort, thinking those are probably the same words Toolbag's girl of the moment said to him earlier tonight. Lucky bastard. Chapter 2. Jack. Unknown.
Tonight was great.
Me. It was. I finally respond to the girl who texted Toolbag last night while I was trying to fall asleep and roll my eyes at how predictable my evenings have become. The longer I let this go on, the more disgusting I feel about it. Sure, my intentions are good. I don't want these women to feel like shit just because they slept with a guy who doesn't care about them. But to not immediately let them know that they have the wrong number is a total dick move. Yet I can't stop myself. Call it boredom or being a douche or just a guy, whatever it is, I try not to think too much into it. Because when I do, I realize that it really is a dick move to not immediately tell them. Unknown.
About time you replied.
I almost rub my hands together in excitement. The first woman to call me out has me sitting up a little straighter and looking forward to spending my Friday night hopefully chatting it up with unknown 16. Me. I know. I'm such a dick. I grin at my phone because if I were talking about Toolbag, I'd say I'm a dick. The 3 little bubbles pop up, letting me know she's about to reply, and I set down my phone, go to the kitchen and fill up my glass with water and ice, and open the fridge to see what I have to make for dinner. Grilled chicken, boneless, skinless, breast. My usual. I don't know why I expected to find a big ribeye there marinating and ready to be grilled with some golden potatoes. Or maybe some leftover spaghetti or a creamy chowder of some kind. Groaning in annoyance, I grab the container, start heating it up along with some frozen broccoli that I'll dress with a little bit of lemon juice, lemon pepper, and a tiny bit of salt. Even my meals are boring. I once wanted to be a chef like my dad, James. Even went to culinary school. Then the gym that I once boxed in with my mom came up for sale, and something told me I needed to buy it, leaving behind my dream of becoming a chef. After all, boxing is what gave my mom her confidence back after my sperm donor, Vince, became a complete dick and put his hands on her in a way that wasn't remotely okay for a husband to do. Mom and I left him, came to Liberty, Michigan, and never looked back. Mom met James a few years later, and even though I was almost 18, he still adopted me. I wanted nothing to associate me with Vince, and if James asked my mom and I if he could adopt me, neither of us hesitated. I don't have any regrets for changing up my career path, but I do miss cooking for the joy of it. That's how I am, though. I never do anything halfway. When I became a gym owner, I shifted my focus and admittedly became obsessed with training and setting an example for my members. Somewhere along the way, I forgot that eating healthy doesn't have to be boring. The meal itself isn't boring, it's the repetition of it that is. Tomorrow, I'm going to the grocery store and spicing things up because this is getting ridiculous. I gather my plate and bring it into the living room, setting it down on the coffee table my dad built out of pallets, and snatch my phone back up. Scrolling through some of the other texts, I ignore the pictures because I'm not in the mood to torture myself. The first one is still one of my favorites. Unknown one.
I think you broke my vagina last night.
I stared at my phone for at least 30 minutes wondering if I read the text right. I finally replied, letting her know she'd sent the text to the wrong person, and she replied with how mortified she was. I laughed it off, telling her it wasn't a problem, and didn't think much of it until Unknown 2.
Had a great time. I didn't know I could orgasm on the bottom.
After this one, I just left it unread, not knowing even how to respond. But when the next text came through, I absolutely knew something was up. I couldn't help but laugh and thought maybe a friend was just messing with me. Unknown 3.
I'm curious about something. Are you always such a generous lover?
Unknown 4.
I have a funny feeling this isn't your real number. If I'm wrong and it is your number, I had a great time. If it isn't, well, I'm glad I was drunk off my ass, so I don't remember much about you.
This was the text I received when it finally clicked with me that some guy was giving my number to people. I had asked my friends and family if they had a hand in it, and none of them admitted to it. Unknown 10.
Thanks for giving me your number. Last night it was really amazing. We had a real connection, you know? I'm sure you felt it too. I can't wait to see you again.
That was a tough one. I didn't pretend to be toolbag for a second. Just let her know that she had the wrong number and never heard from her again. I hated that she was hurt and couldn't let it continue. Not that I let others continue for long, but I knew in my gut that she deserved to know immediately. My phone reminds me that I was actively texting someone, and I'm pulled back into my current conversation. Unknown.
Well, I wasn't gonna say, but yeah, you kind of are.
Her response makes me grin. Me, sincerest apologies. I start eating and curl my lip at my meal. I may have planned on changing things up, but I didn't take the time to do it. My parents would smack me on the back of my head for not using the cooking skills they so diligently taught me. Hell, one of the reasons my dad and I connected so well was our love of cooking. My mouth waters thinking about the shrimp and grits Dad used to make every Sunday. Cheesy, creamy grits covered in spicy sautéed shrimp and sauce. Damn, I haven't had his home cooking in so long. There's nothing he can't master in the kitchen. Whether it's something as simple as meatloaf or something complicated like beef Wellington, his food is always delicious. Maybe I need to go see them. It's not that they even live far away. I flip to the Notes app in my phone and go to my grocery list, adding the ingredients and promising myself that I'll make shrimp and grits soon. I work out almost every day. I can eat comfort food once in a while. Then I add several more ingredients so I can stop this cycle of tasteless food. Unknown.
Do I detect a hint of smartass in that text tone?
Me? No, never. Unknown.
You know, you weren't a smartass last night.
Me? No? How would you describe me then? Before I can stop myself, I plug her phone number into my contacts and label her 16. I have a feeling that even though we'll never meet and she'll likely never see Toolbag again, she could be entertaining to text with once in a while. Plus, she hasn't sent me a nude, so I don't feel so gross chatting with her. 16.
Honestly?
Me. No, lie to me. That's my favorite. 16.
Kind of a tool bag.
I choke on my chicken, a hunk flying out of my mouth as I cough and pound on my chest, then start laughing at the fact that I choked the chicken and shake my head at my immaturity. I'm 33 years old, for fuck's sake. Me. Well, don't sugarcoat it or anything. 16.
You were the one who said not to lie.
Me. I did say that. Me. So tell me how I came out like a tool bag. 16.
You really want to know? Really?
Me. Of course. You first said that last night was great, then you follow it up with calling me a tool bag? 16.
Well, tool bag or not, the 4 orgasms you gave me were fantastic. I'll deal with your less than stellar personality to get the good orgasms.
4? Seriously? I need to recruit this fucker to join my gym and start boxing in our league. Me. Good? I thought you said fantastic. 16.
Geesh, I didn't realize you needed your ego stroked so much.
16.
Scratch that. I remember how much you like the stroking of things.
I laugh out loud at her quick wit. Me. You have a good memory. 16.
Certain things you don't want to forget.
Me. I aim to please. 16.
You aimed well. Hit the target every time.
I have no idea if she's trying to make a little bit of sexual innuendo here. Either way, it causes me to grin. Again, I feel like an idiot, staring at my phone with a broad smile on my face. Thank goodness I live alone and no one's here to witness this. Me. Why, thank you. Or maybe your welcome is more appropriate? 16.
Probably both, LOL.
I remove my cap, run a hand through my hair, and replace it. Bill curved, pulled down low. I've worn this cap for over a decade, and it's perfect. Frayed at the bill, the once black, now faded to a dark gray cap, probably needs to be thrown away, but that'll never happen. Me. Well then, glad I could be of service. 16.
Maybe I'll see you around?
Me. Yeah, maybe. 16.
Have a good weekend.
What? That's it? I have to admit I'm a little disappointed that she didn't continue texting with me. Me. You too. I wait for those 3 bubbles to pop up again, but they never do. I eat the last of my boring dinner and turn on Netflix. Sighing, I know I need to do something with my life that includes more than eating on my couch while I binge-watch shows or play video games. And that is when I'm not at the gym. The problem, though, is that I'm at a weird stage. Most of my friends have families. Well, that's not right. Not most. All of them. I'm the only single guy in my group of friends as well as my family, and I feel like a dipshit begging them to hang out with me. There are members of the gym who are single, but most are quite a bit younger than me, or the only thing we have in common is boxing. Fuck it. I'm better than this. I turn off the TV, take a quick shower, and throw on a pair of faded jeans and a dark green plaid flannel. After lacing up my dark brown boots and throwing on my ball cap, I tuck my phone into my front pocket and head out. There's one bar in our town, and even if none of my close friends are hanging out there, I have no doubt that I'll know at least a few people. Benefits of small-town life. It takes me only 10 minutes to drive from my house across town to The Landing. I back my raised-up 4-door Jeep Wrangler into a parking spot so it's easier when I leave, which will probably be after only a single drink, and head inside. The music is loud, but not obnoxiously so. The crowd is heavy, but not so much that one can't move around. And best of all, everyone seems to be happy. The Landing is actually one of my favorite places in town. When I go out, I mean. Lately, I've fallen in love with my couch. Not in the lazy way, but in a comfortable being with myself way. It's not a bad thing. I love being home. I'm content there. But is just being content enough? I'm starting to think it isn't. I slide onto a stool at the bar and tip my head up to the owner, motioning toward my favorite beer that he has on tap. With a quick nod, he finishes whatever order he's working on and flips an empty glass under the tap and pours me a beer. Kyle has been around since I was a kid. He was the first person to kick me out of a bar when I was underage, and the first one to serve me a beer when I was finally legal. I don't think he ever takes a day off or goes on a vacation. He'll probably die here. In his early 60s, he still bartends most nights and serves customers regularly. He never married, never had kids. He's been married to his job his entire life. I stare at him, wondering if that's me in the next 30 years. He doesn't seem unhappy or lonely, though that could be because he's always surrounded by a crowd of people. Here you go. Thanks, Kyle. What you doing in here tonight, Jack? I shrug, take a long drink of the ice-cold honey brew he slides my way, and set the beer back down on the bar. Kyle's leaning over, hands spread wide. For a man in his 60s, he's in pretty good shape. Comes to the gym once in a while and spars with a few of the guys. They take it easy on him for the most part, which always fuels him up, not wanting to be treated differently just because he's older. But I've seen him lay out a kid or two by knowing just the right time and place to lay a punch. Bored at home. Figured I'd get my ass off the couch for a night and be in the land of the living. Glad you joined us. Us? Like you and the entire room full of customers? I smirk, but he's not watching me. He's looking across the room. My niece, Sierra, is here visiting. With a jerk of his head, he motions to a woman standing by one of the pool tables. Her back is to me, long dark hair pulled into a ponytail that still damn near reaches her ass, which even from where I'm sitting looks full and round and perfect. I turn back to Kyle and raise an eyebrow. I didn't know you had a niece.
Only niece, to be exact. She's my brother's daughter. Only family I'd claim is my own.
Wow, who knew you had a family? I joke, taking another long drink. What's she doing here? He looks over at her, leaning harder onto the bar as he says quietly,
She needed a place to stay for a while. Got here about a week ago.
I study Kyle, noticing that he seems protective over his niece, and I'm not sure if it's because of her being family or something else entirely. Either way, I let it go. I'm not the bartender here to listen. That's his job. Having fun with her? The corner of his mouth ticks up and he crosses his thick tattooed arms over his chest, resting them on the little bit of extra weight he carries around his gut.
She's a handful.
I laugh as an eruption of cheers sounds behind me from the direction where Sierra is playing pool. I have no doubt that Kyle, having a younger woman, or anyone for that matter, live with him for any amount of time would be different for him.
She's hustling, those dumbasses, and they don't even care because they keep staring at her ass and tits. Stupid fuckers.
His voice holds both irritation and pride. Now I really laugh. Ha! Uncle Papa is a little protective, huh?
If I'm not, who would be?
Before I have the chance to ask where her dad is, he's called away by another customer. My phone buzzes with a text and I pull it out of my pocket, feeling like a giant loser for sitting in a bar by myself and focusing on my phone. 16.
I'm going to sound clingy, and I swear that's not me. However, I'm hanging out with friends tonight, and we were wondering if you were up for a little, well, use your imagination.
Holy shit. Is she asking for him to be in a threesome or foursome or however many people she's hanging out with? This guy, I can't decide if I hate him or am jealous of him. Maybe a little of both. Most definitely, actually. I don't know what to do here. Usually the women ask for a repeat a few times, I turn them down, and eventually explain that I'm not interested in a relationship. However, I have a feeling that if I don't reply, she's going to keep texting and wondering what kind of guy turns down sex with a room full of women. At least that's where my imagination is heading, because I can't help myself and my curiosity wins. I type out, me. Just how many friends are we talking? 16.
Have I piqued your curiosity?
Me, obviously, temptress. 16.
Temptress? Moi? Cheeky grin.
Me, yes, you. 16.
So, what's the answer?
I'm not a prude, but I've never been with more than one woman at a time. Even if the other was being extended to me and not tool bag, I'd likely be turning her down. Or at the very least, admittedly a little nervous and about to jizz in my pants with excitement. Well, that'd be embarrassing. Me. Wish I could, but I've got an early morning, so I'm in for the night. 16.
Funny.
Me. What is? 16.
I'm staring at you right now and you're chatting it up with a redhead and not texting me.
Fuck. I scrub a hand down my face and can't help the chuckle that escapes. I knew this would probably happen eventually, or at least some version of it. I just didn't expect it to happen with 16.
What's got you laughing?
Kyle asks, sliding a beer to the customer next to me. Nothing, just, you don't even want to know. The shit that happens to me, man. He laughs heartily, throwing his head back.
Well, now you gotta tell me.
All right, fine. You heard anything about number neighbors? He pulls a face that looks like he just ate something sour.
What the fuck is that?
I laugh, shaking my head. Kyle probably doesn't even own a smartphone, much less pay attention to what is happening in the social world.
Uncle Kyle, you are so out of touch, you know that?
Kyle's niece sidles up next to him, kisses his cheek, and helps herself to a draft beer.
Oh, thank God for that, he jokes. Jack, this is Sierra. Sierra, Jack.
I extend a hand across the bar top, and we shake, hers firm and confident, matching my own. Her beauty doesn't go unnoticed, not in any way, but I have enough respect for Kyle to not be a douche and stare at her with my tongue hanging out. My phone buzzes, alerting me of another text, but I ignore it for a few seconds. I have no idea what to say.
Hi, Jack. Nice to meet you.
Same.
So tell me about this number neighbor thing.
She leans a hip against the bar and takes a sip of her beer. Her eyes are twinkling and smile is wide. I glance at Kyle and back to Sierra, hardly able to tear my eyes away from her. Lashes so long and thick they look like they weigh her deep brown eyes down. Her fingernails are cut short and painted a shiny black, and her lips are cherry red. She's wearing a loose-fitting T-shirt that has the words, "Which, please," printed on the front, and if I'm not mistaken, she's not wearing a bra by the way I'm seeing her tits bounce and her nipples poking at the thin fabric. I drag my gaze lower to a pair of black skinny jeans, and when she spins around to grab an orange off the back counter, I get a great view of her tight, firm ass, confirming my earlier suspicions. Fuck. I just did a thorough checking out of her, exactly what I was trying not to do just seconds ago. I risk a glance at Kyle and see he's staring at me with his eyebrows raised and a really fucker expression on his face. I shrug and actually mouth the word sorry to him. He rolls his eyes and moves down the line, helping another customer, leaving me alone with his niece, probably against his instincts. Not that he has anything to worry about with me, but I can't help but look. No harm in that, right?
So,
Sierra's voice pulls me away from my inner thoughts and back on her, which technically is where they were to begin with. What?
What's the deal with the number thing?
She slices into an orange and squeezes the juice of one wedge into her beer, tosses it in the garbage, I assume, or she just chucked it on the floor, then takes a long drink. Then she takes another orange slice and squeezes it into my glass without seeking permission.
Trust me, I keep telling Uncle Kyle that he needs to include an orange wedge with wheat beers, but he's old school and boring,
she shouts the word boring, and he simply shakes his head.
Go on, try it.
I take a sip, not wanting to tell her that I've had orange in my beer plenty of times, and make a big showing of going, and nodding my head in agreement with wide eyes like I've just tasted nirvana. Seriously, she acts like she just invented the wheel. Pretty sure orange in beer has been a thing for decades, but whatever. Let her believe she's discovered it. Who am I to steal her joy?
Right?
She's smiling so wide that I can see a tiny speck of red lipstick on her bright white teeth, which for some reason makes me chuckle. She's a freaking mess, spunky as hell, and even a little funny, even though I'm pretty sure she's not trying to be. Another buzz of my phone pulls both of our attention to my phone. 16.
Going silent now?
I glance up at Sierra, and she raises a single dark eyebrow, but doesn't say anything. She's not close enough to read the text, which is good. Not that I have anything to hide. Me. Nah, just trying to figure out how to explain this without me coming across like the asshole in this scenario. 16.
This ought to be good.
Me. Well, you see. 16.
Pins and needles here.
Me. Patience not your virtue, huh?
Is that your Textdoor neighbor?
Sierra asks, excitement in her voice. I'd just taken a big drink of my beer, which I now choke on. Textdoor neighbor? I ask, sputtering. I grab a napkin and wipe away the beer that's dribbling down my chin. She shrugs, grinning.
Clever, right?
Kyle leans over, wraps his arm around Sierra's shoulder.
Stick around. She'll have you bending over in laughter.
So, is it?
I glance up from my phone. Kind of.
Kind of? What's that supposed to mean? You're killing me here. Is this how you are with everyone? Only giving them a tiny little bit of info?
Sierra leans over and taps the counter, then walks her fingers my way like she's going to grab my phone from me. I tuck it against my chest. She pokes out her bottom lip, pouting.
Oh, you're no fun.
How would you know? You just met me.
Well, you're here drinking, alone, on a Saturday night.
She pauses for dramatic effect, then repeats lowly.
Alone?
I give her a look that she won't understand because we just met, but I hope she sees that I mean to leave me alone. I don't see a gaggle of friends surrounding you. Her eyes flare and she clicks her tongue, pointing at me.
Touché.
There's a loud round of cheers that come from behind me, and I turn to see a crowd gathered around the pool table. It makes me a little jealous that I've become so secluded that I'm not in the mix of friends like they are. I spin back around and watch Kyle mix a drink that looks like it has enough liquor in it to knock a Viking on his ass.
Do I have to beg to know what you're texting about with this whole Textdoor neighbor thing?
You're so nosy. To that, Sierra rolls her eyes. She leans over the bar and looks me in the eye.
Please tell me your story, Jack. I'm begging you.
Even throwing in batting her eyelashes, she smiles innocently. You're relentless, aren't you? Her smile could only be defined as cheeky and full of sass.
I've been accused of that a time or two.
Speaking of relentless, my phone chimes once again. This time I don't try to hide anything from a nosy Sierra. 16.
Still waiting. I like her.
I glance up at Sierra and smirk. Me. Fine, you wore me down. 16.
About freaking time.
Me. Have you heard of Textdoor neighbors?
Hey, you stole my line.
She tries to grab my phone and I slap her hand away. I told you it was funny. What'd you expect?
No, you didn't. You spilled beer down your chest because you were laughing.
Well, that's basically telling you that it was funny. What more do you want?
Say the words.
I ignore her and return to my phone. 16.
Textdoor neighbors. Huh, that's funny.
16.
Yes, I assume you're talking about number neighbors?
16.
Oh, shit. Did I text the wrong number?
Me. Sort of. 16.
How is that a sort of? Either I did or I didn't.
Me. Depends on what you mean about a wrong number. 16.
So now you're talking in riddles. Fun.
16.
Puts on my thinking cap.
Me. I'll just put you out of your misery.
And mine. Mine too. I'm so confused.
Sierra slaps the bar and moves closer so she can see my phone screen better. Me. You texted the right number. You were just given the wrong one. I'm his number neighbor.
Oh, shit. No way. The guy gave this girl your number? Wait, how did you know he's your number neighbor?
Oh, it gets better.
I can't wait.
She's rubbing her hands together in excitement. 16.
He gave me the wrong number? Not that I'm surprised, but what an asshole.
16.
Wait, are you his friend? How else would you know that you're number neighbors?
Me. That's the shitty part. Let's just say this wasn't his first time.
No! This has happened before?
You could say that.
Wait, just a hot freaking second here. 16 is her name in your phone? Is that a clue?
Yes.
Holy shit! What's wrong with this dude? And why do you let it continue?
16.
Well, damn. That is shitty.
Me. Sorry. 16.
Why didn't you just say that from the beginning? Do you realize how many questions I have?
Yeah, I do.
Are you gonna explain?
To you or her?
Me, of course.
Laughing, I type out, me. Probably would have been smarter. 16.
I'm not sure how I feel about this.
Me. If it makes you feel better, I'm sorry. I should have told you right after you first texted.
Damn right you should have.
16.
Yeah, you should have. See, I knew I liked her.
I turned my phone over, not wanting more of the guilt that I'm feeling over letting the charade go on. It didn't bother me at first, but the more time has gone on, the more I felt like a jerk about it. And that's far from who I am. My phone buzzes, and I know 16 is demanding more answers, as is Sierra, if the look on her face is anything to go by. But before Sierra, 16 deserves more answers. Hang on a second, okay? I'll give you the whole story. But first, I point to the phone and she nods, giving me the stink eye first, then moves down the bar to help a customer. 16.
Still waiting for answers.
Me. Here's the deal. After the first person texted me, I told her immediately that she had the wrong number. Then the messages continued, and it pissed me off that this guy wouldn't stop using my number, but I also felt so bad for the women because he totally screwed them over. Me. Pun not intended there. Me. Also, didn't mean to imply anything by saying I felt bad for the women. It's just how I felt. Me. I'm trying not to dig myself into a hole here. 16.
Too late.
I wince and then my phone starts ringing. 16 lighting up on the screen. Shit. I glance over to see Sierra not paying me attention anymore, so I stand up to get her attention, letting her know that I'm taking a phone call outside, but I'll be back. I quickly put my coat on as I walk to the door. Hello? I step outside into the cool night air and blow out a breath, the steam billowing around me.
You were talking in circles, and I'm a little annoyed.
Her voice is light and sweet, and it makes me even more annoyed that whoever this guy is won't stop messing with these women. I wince at the irritation in her voice. Sorry?
You mentioned that. Can you please explain? Only because I'm staring at this jerk right now, and he's schmoozing some girl, and I'm positive he's about to give her your number after he sleeps with her as well.
That's very likely.
So?
I reach into my coat pocket and slip my hands into my gloves. A while ago, I started getting these texts that were clearly from women who'd... I pause, wanting to make sure I use kind wording. Been with someone the night before. Or sometimes the same night. The first time I replied back that it was the wrong number, but the messages wouldn't stop coming. I felt bad, I guess. So I just started to gently let these women know that we wouldn't be continuing.
Why haven't you called the guy?
I tried one number that I thought it could be, but an elderly lady answered, and it freaked her out. Thought I was scamming her and yelled. A lot.
Spitfire,
she murmurs. She was. I kind of wanted to talk to her more, actually.
I still don't understand why you wouldn't just immediately tell me, or us, apparently, that we've been duped.
That's where it's hard to explain without me coming across as completely pathetic. Or lonely or bored. Well, I hedge.
You know what? I don't really care. I'm just glad I know that he's a jerk and you're his accomplice.
No, what? No, I'm not.
What would you call it then, allowing this charade to go on?
Crap, is that what I am? Am I just allowing this guy to continue by talking with the women for a few days before I let them down? I didn't think I was, but maybe she's right.
Yeah, anyway, nice talking to you. Just do me a favor and stop leading us on, okay? There are enough jerks out there, obviously, and we don't need someone who's possibly a nice guy just working the system, too.
Sorry, I don't know what else to say. Until this moment, I didn't really see that much harm in chatting a little bit before telling them it wouldn't work out. But now I see my mistake. I should have put a stop to it immediately. I could have worked harder to get a hold of this guy and tell him to stop using my number, but, you know what? I might have been helping him out, unknowingly. But at least I really am a nice guy. And what if he had used some other phone number and the person on the other end was a complete jerk? At least I was trying to spare y'all's feelings a bit.
Whatever makes you sleep at night.
I know she's pissed by the tone of her voice, but honestly, I'm over it. I wasn't the one who gave her the wrong number. I was just trying to dull the pain a bit of finding out that she'd been duped. It's not as if I set out to be a dick like he did. He knew exactly what he was doing the second he was doing it. So why am I the one in the doghouse? This isn't something I asked for, and if she can't see that I was trying to be decent, whatever. It's not as if I truly do enjoy getting these texts almost nightly. It was nice talking to you, I grit out, mad at myself for being angry when I actually understand why she's upset also.
Wish I could say the same.
And then she's gone. I look at my phone, surprised that she actually just hung up on me. Well, that escalated quickly, I mutter. I take a deep breath out of the night air and wish that tonight never happened. What a mess my life has become. I used to have everything planned. I'd go to culinary school, become a chef, maybe open my own restaurant like my dad did, get married and have a few kids. But life changes, and I've learned it's best to roll with it. So life didn't exactly pan out as I'd hoped. It's not as if I'm miserable. My own business is successful. For most people, that would be enough. Okay, maybe not most, but a lot. I open the door and head back inside, taking a seat at the bar and finish off my now warm beer. I would ask for another, but I'm really not in the mood. The liquid's souring my stomach already.
I can only guess how well that went over,
Sierra says, coming to stand in front of me. Yeah.
Care to share?
She asks, leaning over the bar on her elbows. Not really.
Figured.
I give her the short version anyway, partly because I'm curious if she thinks I'm in the wrong here, too. She hums after I finish the story of how I've been filling my time over the past several weeks and 16's reaction. What?
I see both sides, I guess. I understand why she's mad, of course, but it's also not as if you were trying to be a jerk.
She shrugs one shoulder, then narrows her eyes on a spot over my shoulder.
Though I gotta say, I'd really like to meet this guy.
I glance behind me, but don't see anything other than the wall. Maybe she's just thinking and not actually looking at something, or someone in particular. I spin back around and she turns her head to look at me when I ask, "Oh yeah? Why's that?" She grins a mischievous little grin.
Might be fun to give him a dose of his own medicine.
That makes me laugh. I have to admit, he does deserve it. Well, there you have it. Your task, should you choose to accept, is to find this guy and turn the tables. Though, I'll warn you that I've tried and can't figure out what his number is. Maybe I'm wrong and he just chose some random number and he's not even from around here. She sticks out her hand and gives my hand a hard shake.
Challenge accepted.
We both crack up for a few moments, but are interrupted when my phone buzzes across the bar top. Our eyes both dart to it and see it come up as just a number once again, but this time, unknown. Hey. I look up and Sierra scrunches her nose up.
Is that a girl?
How the hell am I supposed to know?
Well, ask.
Just say, "Are you a boy or girl?" She guffaws.
Yeah.
No thanks. Me. Hey. Unknown. I'm him. My eyes shoot up to Sierra, whose own are almost triple the size they were a second ago.
Holy shit! Give me that phone.
She lunges, trying to get the phone out of my hand, but I pull it away. Settle down, crazy. She gasps and rears back.
You did not just call me crazy.
A spade's a spade.
Jerk.
Unknown. I just got my ass handed to me in the middle of a bar. Any idea why that would be? Is he seriously blaming me for this right now? Like it's my fault he's been using me to play all these women? Me. Huh, not a clue. Unless you mean because you've been handing out my number to every girl you can find and tonight blew up in your face because you got caught? Unknown. We had a good thing going. Me. That's debatable. Unknown. So what do you say about continuing? Me. You mean you giving your one-night stands my number for me to deal with the aftermath? Unknown. Glad we're in agreement. What the? I said nothing of the sort, you dipshit. Unknown. Oh, please. If you didn't enjoy this on some level, you would have put a stop to it long ago.
He's not wrong, you know.
I glare at Sierra, who's shamelessly reading everything between this tool bag and myself. Do you mind?
Not at all.
I roll my eyes and stuff my phone in my pocket, tired of this entire conversation. You're really nosy.
You already said that.
It deserves a second or third mention. She shrugs a shoulder and spins around.
I'm bored. I can't be blamed.
I bark out a laugh, and she looks at me over her shoulder and grins. She's cute, funny, annoying, a bit pushy, but interesting. If I were a smart man, I'd see if she wants to get together for dinner sometime. But for some reason, I'm not interested. I've always been able to read people pretty well, and Sierra screams friend. Possibly taken by another? Something tells me she is, though I can't be sure. You have a boyfriend? I ask rather bluntly.
Now who's the nosy one?
Learn from the best. She glances at her Uncle Kyle and back to me, crossing her arms and leaning onto the bar in front of me.
Yes.
You have a boyfriend?
Mm-hmm. Jealous?
She teases. Nope, I actually was just thinking that you're kind of annoying. I tease right back, leaning against the back of the bar stool I'm sitting on. I drape an arm over the stool next to me and offer up a cheesy smile, finishing it with a wink.
Ah, rude,
she shouts, but she's laughing as she says it. I was just teasing. I pause, then add, not really. I actually was thinking you're a bit annoying and pushy, but you're also funny and kind of interesting. You're like the annoying little sister I never had.
No little sister?
Just one older sister. She got married a few years ago, though, so now I have a big brother, too. He's really perfect for her.
Aw, it sounds like you like him.
I do. He's a great guy. My sister, Lily, she's actually my stepsister, but her dad adopted me, so I guess she's just my sister. Anyway, she's a social worker. He has some experience with that. They're in the process of foster to adopting 2 little boys.
That's amazing,
she says, eyes lighting up. It is, I agree, swallowing hard. She reaches down and grabs a glass and starts wiping it, checking for water spots before placing it aside.
Well, my boyfriend, his name is Jeff, and he's a good guy.
Good is good. I smirk at my little quip.
I think so, too.
How long has he been lucky enough to call you his girlfriend?
I knew you were jealous,
she jokes, drying another glass.
1.5 years. We live together.
I smile at that, the way her eyes both soften and light up when she says it. And where is he right now?
Home. I came for a visit to this guy.
She gestures over to Kyle.
But he's crazy busy at work right now.
What does he do for a living?
He's a math geek, molds young minds all day.
Teacher?
You guessed it.
You have good clues.
Thanks.
Grinning, I shake my head at her. She's kind of a goober, or something, I don't know. I can't say as I can picture her with a stuffy teacher, but then again, maybe this teacher isn't stuffy. I glance at my phone and notice it's getting kind of late. Late for someone who has to be at the gym by 6 a.m. Well, not that you're not a joy to talk to, but I need to get home. Early morning.
Oh, yeah? And what is it you do, Jack?
I run a boxing gym.
No kidding.
Nope, not kidding. Boxing changed my life, which is actually a bit of an understatement. Also part of a long story that I'm not prepared to discuss right now.
Interesting. Maybe I'll have to check it out while I'm still here.
I stand and put my coat back on, then toss a $10 bill on the bar. I only had 1 drink, so it should cover plus the tip. Please do. Something tells me it'd be a very interesting workout. She winks and gives me a little wave as I make my way to the door, shouting a goodbye to Kyle over my shoulder before I push through the door to the cold Michigan night. I take a deep breath, the cold cutting into my lungs and making them burn. Maybe now that this guy got caught tonight, he'll stop with all the madness he has dug both of us into. I can only hope. Just as I'm about to hop in my car to head home, my phone buzzes in my pocket, and all I can think is that's what I get for hoping. And because I'm a glutton for punishment and my curiosity is always getting the best of me, I reach for my phone and immediately wince. Unknown.
So that was a first for me, bathroom sex in a bar. But I'm so glad you gave me your number, so maybe we can do it again. This time in a bed. Call me XX Aubrey.
Shit. I shut my door and groan, quickly adding a number into my contacts. Me. Really, dude? Really? Bathroom sex? Tool bag. What can I say? She didn't want to wait. Me. Sounds like she's perfect for you. Why not give her your number? Tool bag. Clinger. Stage 5. Me. You do realize I could easily give her your number now that I have it, right? Tool bag. Something tells me you won't. Call it a hunch. Me. I hate you. Tool bag. No, you don't. This is filling your life with so much entertainment. I hate so much that he's right. Chapter 3. Jack.
Bet you never thought you'd see me again, did ya?
I laugh as I make my way to the front door of my gym box-up to greet Sierra. She looks ridiculous in an all-gray sweatsuit and black stocking hat like she's taken her fashion advice from one of the Rocky movies. "What's up, Southpaw?" She beams.
I was so hoping you'd get it. Any gym owner worth his weight. Get it? Wait. Should know who I'm channeling right now.
Oh, don't worry. I'm a huge fan of all the Rocky movies. Stallone is one of the greatest actors of all time.
Favorite quote?
I scoff and cross my arms over my chest. Easy. Every champion was once a contender who refused to give up. Then I point across the room to it painted on the gray wall in bright yellow.
Fighters fight, right?
That they do. I grin at her short quote. I take it you're a fan too?
For sure. Absolutely, without a doubt, one of my favorites.
I clutch my heart in mock pain. All the good ones are taken.
Right? I'm a catch.
Then she puts her fists up and bounces around on her toes, jabbing a time or two out in front of her like she has a clue what she's doing, which I can tell she doesn't, no matter how many times she's watched the movie. Okay, let's get you a lot of help before you hurt yourself. She punches the air above her, then follows me like she's giddy. I do a quick intro to a few of my regulars, and we get to work. I show her a few basic moves and let her jump around the ring. She makes a big showing of leaning against the ropes and demanding a drink of water. I was absolutely right last night. You're incredibly annoying.
I am not. I'm a bundle of joy.
I bark out a laugh. Ha! That's debatable. How many Red Bulls did you drink this morning? Or are you this hyper all the time?
I may or may not have had a Monster Energy on the way here.
And coffee before you left home?
Just one very large cup.
We need to check your heart rate to make sure you're not about to collapse from too much caffeine. Sierra rolls her pretty dark eyes.
It's not that bad.
She kind of is, but at the same time, there's an addicting energy to her that I can't deny is sucking me in. I spend the next 30 minutes letting her dance around and throw punches while trying to correct her form. It's exhausting. She has the attention span of a gnat. It's worse than working with a toddler. She listens to instructions for about a minute, then pretends like she knows what she's doing. In the end, I decide just to let her have fun and make her promise that she's never going to step foot in a boxing gym again or get into a bar fight. I try not to focus on how cute she is and the way her body moves, her curves that I noticed last night but are now hidden under her bulky sweatsuit.
No promises on the bar fight thing. I'm feisty.
I sigh, needing caffeine after spending the last hour with her. Are we about done here? She shrugs, looking around the gym.
I don't know. You tell me. You're the one who's supposed to be teaching me how to defend myself in a wicked street battle.
Wicked street battle? Do you run across those often? I help her slip out of her gloves and hold the rope up while she climbs down from the ring, which of course she has to do incredibly dramatically and ends up falling on the floor. Chuckling as I help her up, we go to my office and I grab us each a bottle of water out of my fridge and we both twist the cap and take a large swallow. How was your first time in the ring?
What makes you think that was my first time? I'm an old pro.
I cock an eyebrow at her and she bursts out laughing.
Okay, you're right. It was my first. But it was super fun. I could totally see myself getting into it.
If you focus, yes?
Hey, I can't help it. I have a lot of energy.
I chuckle and shake my head, taking another drink of water. So, what are you up to the rest of the day?
Why? Want me to teach a couple classes?
Hell no, Sierra sighs.
Damn. I really thought I had a new career path going for me.
Right. Well, let's think of other ideas, maybe.
I was kind of hoping to see what you were up to.
I look around the room, spinning my finger around slowly. I kind of thought that was obvious. I'm working?
But you own it. Can't you blow off work for a day and have someone else help people punch each other? I'm bored.
I was right. You're definitely worse than a toddler.
When did you say that?
I thought it.
Oh, yeah, probably.
How old are you anyway?
Why?
Curious. She smiles.
I knew you liked me. I'm 27.
With the mentality of a 17-year-old?
Yup. That's what makes me so fun.
Groaning, I stand up and hope to usher her out of my office so I can get some work done, but she's digging her heels in as I'm trying to move her, which makes me think she wasn't joking when she asked me to blow off work for the day.
Come on, Jack. Let's go do something. Imagine the trouble I can get into if I'm left unsupervised. You wouldn't want to be held responsible for that kind of mayhem, would you?
You aren't going to give up, are you?
Not likely.
I sigh, resigned. Let me check with Neil to make sure he'll be here if I need him.
Who's Neil?
Kind of my manager.
Kind of?
Well, he helps run the place, so yeah.
Wow, you sure know how to brag him up.
Rolling my eyes, I lean my head out of the door. Neil, you here for the day? Yep. Good deal. I'm gonna deal with a pest control problem I have.
Hey!
Sierra shouts but laughs. Sounds good. Have fun. Thanks, I mumble and roll my eyes. Come on, you pain in the ass. Let's go find something that will burn off your energy so you can sleep good tonight.
Yay!
I deserve a medal for this. Somehow I feel like this is Toolbag's fault. If he hadn't been using my number, she never would have been so interested in my life, and I wouldn't have to spend my day babysitting. Though, if I was being entirely honest, I'm not that upset about the change of plans. She's entertaining, if nothing else, and lately I haven't had a lot of entertainment in my life.
Let's go eat some ice cream.
I stop walking. Ice cream? Now? She shrugs but keeps walking.
Why not?
It's 9 a.m. for one thing, and for another, Sierra emits a little growl.
If you say something about working out and ice cream, I'll cut you.
From the sounds of it, you need ice cream. Testy much? She shrugs and skips away, then stops when we get outside and spins around to look at me.
Who's driving? Me? I'll drive.
No way am I risking my life to have her drive us around.
Really, I don't mind.
I have to press my lips together to stop from laughing at her response. I'm sure. Thanks, though. I press the button and unlock the doors. Before I can get around to do it for her, she's already opening the passenger door and climbing inside. Where to?
Ice cream, duh.
Of course. Why wouldn't we eat ice cream when it's barely 30 degrees outside and, again, 9 in the morning?
Exactly.
That was sarcasm.
I know that. I just chose to ignore it. I'm special like that.
I drive in the direction of one of my favorite ice cream shops and look over at Sierra. She looks comfortable. Dark hair flowing over her shoulders from underneath the black beanie she put back on her head. She had shed her hoodie as we were boxing, a term I use very lightly, but put it back on now. The monochromatic look does nothing to diminish her cuteness, or the memory of what she looked like without the bulky sweatshirt covering her torso. The thin black shirt fit her perfectly, not too loose, but tight enough that nothing was hidden. Her insanely sexy curves on display for my eyes to feast on. I had a hard time concentrating when she tore her shirt off over her head, hair flying all around her. Breasts full, hips that flare out slightly with a trim waist. Her stomach isn't completely flat, and it made me have to bite back a moan for some reason. Probably because everyone who I've been seeing in the pictures from Toolbag are perfect by media standards, just not my own. She's a woman, a sexy woman who I told was annoying and like a little sister. One who's taken, but still. If she were anyone else, I'd have stared, have noticed, did stare, did notice. A few freckles dot the bridge of her nose and apples of her cheeks. A little bit of makeup on her eyes, but not overly done. Something on her lips to make them look shiny and a little pink. Last night, they were bright red, but I like this better. More natural. It feels like it's more her. And I don't even know her. I shift in my seat, realizing that I've just spent the last 5 minutes driving in silence as I think about all the things that turn me on about my passenger, who's dating someone seriously enough that she thinks he's the one. Shit! Her scent, like she made pancakes and bacon for breakfast, permeates the air between us. Even spending an hour in a sweaty gym didn't diminish her sweetness. I clear my throat and glance at her again. Sierra reaches over and changes the radio station, like she's done it 1,000,000 times with me, like she doesn't need to ask if it's okay. Adjusts the heater, then when she's satisfied, goes back to looking out the window as the trees and buildings pass by. Soon I realize I'm no longer driving us to the ice cream place, which is good because I doubted it'd be open anyway. In fact, I'm driving to Liberty, my hometown, or what I consider to be my hometown anyway. She wanted ice cream, or maybe just dessert, and no one makes better dessert than my father's pastry chef, Christine, at my dad's restaurant, Balance, or what she makes for her own coffee shop, Dream and Beans, that's right next door. Either way, her sweet tooth will definitely be satisfied. Shit, again! Now I'm driving her 30 minutes out of town to a place where my entire family will be and will ask 1,000,000 questions, and I've known this girl for a hot second? No. I pull over to the side of the road when it's safe. She looks over at me as if she knows exactly what's been going through my head for the past however long I've been driving. A little smirk plays on her pink lips that she's rubbing together.
Engine trouble?
Yep.
Must be serious.
I nod. Probably is.
Seems like it would be.
Yeah.
Better get somewhere to have it looked at, huh?
She makes a big showing of tapping the dash, then falls into a fit of giggles. We probably should. Not safe to be on the road, you know?
Oh, I know. Not safe at all.
Her slow wink and sassy tone tells me she knows absolutely, without a doubt, what I was thinking about. Probably didn't help that I know my eyes strayed to her legs about every 30 seconds, hoping that her baggy joggers would somehow become less baggy. Ugh! I need to get laid, right? That's what this is? I've been put in the middle of the Garden of Eden with all the texts and pictures I've been sent for the last several weeks, and a man can only handle so much before he just needs more. Needs more of... Damn it! Before I can stop myself from looking like an idiot, I push open my driver's door and step outside. Shoving my hands through my hair, I walk around a few seconds, pacing back and forth on the side of the road, taking in a deep breath of brisk air. This is what those GIFs and memes are talking about with the whole "that escalated quickly" comments. It did. Last night I was annoyed by her. Not like in a bad way, I suppose, but still annoyed. Or confused by her, maybe? I don't know what I was, but it wasn't this. Turned on is what I am. Turned on by the woman I met and talked with for just a few minutes and worked out with this morning, even though working out isn't exactly what she did. And because I need another reminder, she's taken. Taken! Permanently, the way it sounds. I'm not a cheater. Not someone who would ever be with someone who is promised to another, which is why I'm able to clear my head and shake off the feeling of being attracted to her. She doesn't even live here anyway. One more deep breath and my mind is back to normal. Steam billows out from the muffler of my idling Jeep, and I can hear the music Sierra is listening to while I freak out. As soon as I'm back inside, I look behind me, check the mirrors for good measure, and do a U-turn in the highway and head back the way we came. Sierra doesn't ask questions, doesn't smirk or make a single comment, just hums along to Kane Brown singing about what ifs. What if? Yeah, that sounds about right. My phone buzzes in the cup holder and both our attention flies to it.
My gosh, please let me look.
What if it's personal? The look she gives me makes me chuckle. What? I could have a personal life.
You could, but you don't.
How do you know?
We established this already last night, Jack. Anyway, let me look. Please, oh please. I've been sitting here so good and quiet and never said a single thing while you were freaking out over there after realizing that you think I'm hot stuff and are bummed that I have a boyfriend.
You just did.
I know, but seriously, how was I expected to hold all that in? I mean, come on. That took like all of my willpower. Do you realize that? All of it was used up on biting my tongue. Literally biting it.
She sticks it out and then slurs.
See? It swollen because of you.
You could have put your tongue back in your mouth to tell me that. She does, and then says,
It wouldn't have been nearly as effective, though. Now would it?
Probably not.
So do I get a gold star for holding all my words in?
Sure. I'll even take you for breakfast. She's shaking her head rapidly, then pins me with those green eyes that are so damn intriguing.
I don't want breakfast. I had pancakes and bacon this morning with Uncle Kyle.
Called it.
And now I'm hungry for ice cream. You promised. Don't be a liar, Jack. No one likes a liar.
Fine, you relentless goober. She shimmies a little in her seat, pleased that she's getting her own way. Of course she is. She demands it, but in the least obnoxious way. Doesn't even react to me calling her relentless or a goober. Just smiles that smile that shows her teeth and makes her nose crinkle.
Thank you.
There's this great place that you can get almost anything mixed into the ice cream. I'm not sure it will be open yet, but it's the best in town.
Perfect. They'll be open.
She nods her head once, resolutely, like if she wills it into the universe, it will happen. I lean an elbow against the door, my left hand holding the steering wheel with only 2 fingers. Relaxed, casual. That's how I feel around her. More so than I have in a long time, actually. How are you so sure?
Because why wouldn't they be?
Why wouldn't they be indeed? She sounds genuinely confused by my question, as if my suggesting any other possibility than the ice cream shop being open first thing in the morning is blasphemy. This girl, she's something else. It doesn't take much longer before we're pulling into the parking lot of the Mixing Stone and see that it is, in fact, open. She gives me a grin and says,
Told you so.
You know, most people don't actually come out and say that. They just think it.
I'm not most people.
She definitely isn't. But she's taken, I remind myself for what feels like the 100th time. here visiting for only a short time, and she's currently bouncing in her seat with excitement over ice cream. Kid in a candy store, that's what she looks like. Been here before?
Uncle Kyle took me once, then said we'd never be back again after I embarrassed him by trying to lick the glass. Well, trying to might not be the correct wording there. I couldn't help it, though. Everything looked so delicious, and I'm very serious about my ice cream.
My jaw drops, mouth opens, stomach churns. I wonder if I put the Jeep in reverse right now, if she'll try to jump out while the vehicle is moving, or if I can get us out of here first. Damn, I knew she was a bit zany, but that seems a little extreme. Her hysterical laughter has me sitting back in my seat and removing my hand from the gear shift. I shoot her a worried glance, wondering if she's losing her mind. You all right over there? I ask, a little amused but nervous too. She continues laughing, doubling over in her seat and wheezing as she tries to catch her breath.
Fine. It wasn't even that funny. It's just you're so serious and I couldn't resist. You seem to think I'm this immature little shit that you need to corral or something, but I'm not. I just have a lot of energy and enjoy life.
I still don't understand, I admit.
I didn't lick the glass, you dork. I wouldn't do something like that. I'm not a complete lunatic.
Only part lunatic?
Yeah, see? You get it. Now let's go eat some ice cream.
Against my better judgment, I follow her as we get out of the Jeep and head toward the door, stupidly excited for the best ice cream in the world, or at least 3 counties. Sierra stops just inside the door and takes a deep breath.
Okay, that was kind of anticlimactic. It just smells like a building in here. But look, yum.
Chuckling, I follow her to the counter and we both order. Her, salted caramel double scoop in a waffle cone with extra caramel sauce and Twix candy bar pieces mixed in.
Whatever you get, I'm trying it, so it's your one warning. Or maybe I should order for you so I can get my second choice.
I look at her like she's out of her mind. You're not taking away my choice of ice cream, Sierra. She shrugs, watching carefully as the lady behind the counter mixes her ice cream and scoops it into her cone.
And for you?
She asks me. I don't even look at Sierra when I order. 1 scoop of the triple chocolate and 1 of the peanut butter fudge ripple with brownies and Reese's peanut butter cups mixed in.
Oh my gosh, I approve. I so approve.
You're not getting any, I remind her. She gives me the side eye and takes the first lick of her ice cream.
We'll see. Cone or dish?
Waffle cone. I tell her like she's crazy. Is there any other option? Sierra moans next to me and I glance at her just in time to see her eyes roll into the back of her head.
It makes that intense workout this morning worth the calories I'm about to digest. So good.
Intense workout? I chide, handing over my card to pay for our ice cream. Sierra is too busy eating to even realize that it was time to pay. Not that I'd have let her pay for her own anyway. Her eyes light up in agreement.
It was, wasn't it?
I swear she doesn't hear sarcasm in any of our conversations. Chuckling, I take my ice cream and we have a seat. Neither of us speak for a few minutes as we're devouring the sweet and creamy goodness.
Hand it over,
Sierra suddenly blurts out, reaching for my ice cream while holding hers hostage. No way! I won't share if you don't.
You don't even like the kind I ordered.
How the hell do you know that?
I just do.
You mean you want it all to yourself and mine too?
Exactly. Gimme.
She holds her hand out while continuing to lick her own. I grin and keep taking large bites of my ice cream. If I'm going to cheat this big on my healthy lifestyle, there's no way that I'll give up any. Nope.
You're rude.
That makes me laugh, especially with the way she's eyeing my cone like she's genuinely confused as to why I won't let her have any.
Fine. What else do you want to do today?
I'm entertaining you the rest of the day? I thought we were just getting ice cream.
That's just the start of our sack fun day.
Sack? She winks as she's crunching a bit on her cone.
Sierra and Jack, get it?
I groan. She didn't just say that, did she? No. Sierra turns her head to the side and scrunches her eyebrows.
You don't get it?
No, I do. I'm saying no. We aren't calling us sack. First of all, we aren't a couple. You have a boyfriend, remember?
And if I didn't, you'd be trying to get into my pants.
She interrupts, nodding her head like she knows everything. She catches a little bit of caramel with her tongue that's about to drip down the side of her cone, and I can't stop staring. Second of all, I continue because if I don't keep talking, I'll want to do something else with my mouth. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Only nerds do the whole combining of the names thing. Her expression tells me she's amused but horrified. Her dark hair swishes around her when she shakes her head, disagreeing with me while smiling wide.
Not true.
It is too. And third, we're barely friends. Even if it wasn't ridiculous to combine names, we aren't in a place where we do it yet.
Also not true. We're practically best friends.
I can't help but tease her. You don't have many friends, do you?
Actually, no.
Her face falls, and I feel like shit for joking around with her. I wipe my mouth with a paper napkin and crumble it before keeping it in my fist. Oh, shit, sorry, I didn't mean... As quickly as the pain was there, it's wiped away, replaced with,
Relax, Jack. I can honestly say I don't have a lot of friends, but that's because I have major trust issues. I am very selective with who I spend my time with. So yeah, you should consider yourself very fortunate that I'm picking you.
I finish up the last of my ice cream, and she pouts when she realizes she's definitely not going to get her way and have some of mine as well. I give her a wide grin, and she rolls her eyes.
Jerk.
No apologies when it comes to any kind of dessert.
Hardcore.
I stand up and throw away my napkins and walk over to the area where they have paper cups next to a water jug and fill one up for each of us, setting one down in front of her before sitting back down.
Thank you.
She takes a drink. Welcome. It doesn't take her long to finish up the last of her treat before sitting back in her seat and groaning like she's full.
Ooh, damn, that was good. It's a good thing I don't live here. I could easily and happily gain 100 pounds just eating this every day.
The corner of my mouth ticks up. Well, I do actually have a lot to do today, like go back to work.
Boring.
And I have some errands I should probably run.
Errands?
She perks up and sits up taller in her seat.
I like errands.
No one likes errands. She actually points to her chest when she exclaims,
I do, seriously.
I chuckle, shaking my head, and give her a look. You're the strangest woman I've ever met.
Probably. It's kind of intriguing, right?
She agrees by giving me an exaggerated wink. In an annoying way, yes. Those beautiful dark eyes roll again.
That's what they all say. But honestly, Jack, life is way too short to spend it being bored. It's way more fun to spice things up a bit and enjoy the ride. Come on, let me go on errands with you, Jackie Poo.
Nope.
I can't come?
No, against my better judgment, you can come along, but the nope is for the nickname. Hell no to Jackie Poo.
But it got you to agree to me tagging along now, didn't it?
Check and mate. She's really something else. She grins, knowing she just won, like the cat that just got her cream.
Where to first?
Chapter 4. Jack. Unknown.
So last night was...
I groan, hardly believing this is happening. Again, or rather continuing to happen. I'd hoped after this guy realized I knew what he was up to that he'd stop the insanity. Me. Was? I prompt the question, not knowing whether or not I really want to see the response, but old habits die hard. Unknown.
You were there. Don't you remember what you said? It was incredible. Now that I think of it, life-altering? Is that possible?
Unknown.
Oh, darn, I sound really crazy. I promise I wasn't sitting there memorizing everything.
Me. I assure you, you don't sound crazy. Unknown.
Phew! Wipes brow.
I bark out a laugh and toss my phone on my desk. I wasn't lying when I said she didn't sound crazy. If she only knew how many others have sounded, or looked, crazier, she'd likely feel relief. I'm gonna have to change my number if he doesn't stop giving it out to every woman he spends time with. Scrubbing a hand down my face, I sigh and think back to yesterday. Sierra is a force to be reckoned with, and the only fault I can find in her is that she's taken. Her uncle said she was here for a reason, alluding to the fact that she's going through something, but for the life of me, I can't think of what it could be. She seems genuinely happy, and never once through the entire day that we spent together did I get the impression that she was battling anything other than a bit of sanity. I can't help but smile at the last thought. She's not insane, but she is, in the endearing way. Is there a way to be endearingly insane? Apparently so, because she is. In the way that makes people want to be around her, want to be a little crazy as well. She brings a certain something to life that only people truly confident in themselves can bring, and unless you're lucky enough to be around her, spend time with her, you'll never realize it. She was missing in your own life. Sierra stood in line with me at the post office as I waited to send my boxes of gifts for my cousin's kids for their birthdays that are only a few weeks apart. Joined me when I walked into the local auto parts store to get oil in a filter so I can change the oil in my Jeep, which she demanded to watch me do tonight. begged for burgers and fries for lunch, and poked me in the stomach to remind me that I could afford to have a day of crappy eating. Followed me around the large home improvement store 3 towns over while I priced flooring and showers for my bathroom remodel. Not once did she complain that it was taking forever or that it was boring, even though I was only taking down prices and options so I could compare to other stores. In fact, it seemed like she was enjoying herself, walking ahead of me most of the time, offering up her completely unsolicited opinion on everything I looked at.
Well, if it were me...
Well, it isn't so. She rolls her eyes, not caring that I'm not asking her opinion.
Oh, this would be perfect.
She coos in front of a shower before climbing inside and spinning around.
Wouldn't it? Seriously, it's the perfect shower. And with one of those shower heads that rains down from above, I can practically feel how relaxing it would be. You have to get it, Jack. You have to.
I shake my head at her theatrics, but grin just the same. You have no idea what my house looks like, I remind her. She shrugs and bites her lip, looking around the small space of the tiled shower.
I have a good imagination. Just look. Room for more.
She yanks me into the shower with her, but I quickly make my escape. No way I need to be thinking of showering with her. She pouts and tells me I'm no fun, but I don't respond. She's taken. She's taken. She's taken. I repeat it to myself as much as I need to because she's getting under my skin, and quickly. After 2 hours of going through the entire store 3 times, I had all my prices written down and she was ready to pull the trigger on about $3,000 worth of home improvement items, very few of which were needed for my bathroom remodel. Sierra pouted playfully as we drove away, whimpering and placing a hand on her window. I laughed at her and told her she was ridiculous. She laughed right along with me and agreed, making sure I knew she was joking, as if I couldn't tell. I rolled my eyes. Then she said she was hungry and wanted pasta for dinner. I have no idea where she put all the food she ate throughout the day. I think her plan was to make me eat every kind of junk food I'd been depriving myself of for the past 2 years, not even knowing that I'd been doing it. Today, I keep waiting for my stomach to revolt against the drastic change in my diet. Before I dropped her off at her car, she followed me around the grocery store at the end of the day, throwing stuff into my cart that I haven't purchased in longer than I can remember, but somehow knew I wanted. She's quickly reminding me that life is way too short to be so concerned with counting calories, and spending a day running errands that I'd been putting off for too long can actually be fun, if you change your mindset. Yet I need the reminder that she's in a relationship, and she doesn't live around here. In fact, I don't even know where she lives. We have talked very little about her, only getting to know each other on the surface level. But what I see on the surface makes me jealous of whoever it is who gets to claim her as his. Phone buzzing again, I groan and pray it's not another text from this guy's latest. Unknown.
So, I have a weird question.
Me. Wow, that's never a good way to start a conversation. Unknown.
I know, but indulge me.
Me. I thought I did last night. Unknown.
Ha ha ha.
The corner of my mouth ticks up, enjoying this a little too much. I should learn my lesson. Let her know, but I can't help myself. It's fun chatting it up with these women and hearing what their reactions are the morning after. Me. What's the question? Unknown.
There's been talk.
Me. Talk? Unknown.
Talk that you're not really you.
I wince, type away my response, and wait for the shit to inevitably hit the fan. Me. Oh yeah? Where'd you hear that? Unknown.
Around.
Wow, that's telling. Me. And what did you hear from around? Unknown.
That you're actually someone else entirely, not the guy I spent last night with.
Me. Really? That's weird. Unknown.
Is it true?
Me. I'm not sure. Unknown.
LOL, I take it, yes, it's true.
Me. Affirmative. Unknown.
I can't believe this. What an ass.
I'm nodding as I type out my reply. Me. Yeah, he kind of is. Unknown.
I meant you. You ass.
Me. Me? What the hell did I do? Unknown.
You let me believe you were him.
Me. Hey, I was just trying to be nice. Do you realize how many of these texts I've received? Unknown.
Ouch. Clearly, we're no longer trying to be nice.
Me. Sorry, truth hurts. Unknown.
Kind of does, actually. I thought he and I had a good time. I mean, it wasn't life-altering. That was me testing you.
Me. Sure. Whatever you need to say to make yourself feel better. Unknown.
You don't know me. LOL.
Me. Haha, true. Sorry? Unknown.
Right. Somehow I don't think you're all that sorry.
I blow out a frustrated breath. How do I get myself out of this situation? The one I never asked to be in the first place. Me. You know what? I'm not. I've been getting these messages for weeks now, and I'm trying my best to be the nice guy. To be the opposite of the guy you slept with last night. Unknown.
Hey!
Me. Like I said, the truth hurts. I'm sorry that I didn't immediately tell you that you had the wrong number, or that the guy you were with last night, who you had life-altering sex with, did to you the exact same thing he's done to 20 other women. Unknown.
Whoa, please tell me you're joking.
Me. Nope. I'm his number neighbor. Lucky me. Unknown.
Number neighbor? That crap is still going on?
Me. Apparently. Unknown.
Well, this has been fun.
Me. Yep. I'm skipping from all the excitement. Unknown.
You're funny.
Me. That I am. Unknown.
And humble.
Me. That too. Unknown.
And a man of many words.
Unknown.
Wait, you are a guy, right?
Me. Would it matter if I wasn't? Unknown.
Guess not.
Me. Well, as you mentioned above, this has been fun, but I gotta get back to work. Unknown.
Sorry.
Me. Why are you apologizing? Unknown.
Bad habit.
Me. It's okay. Have a good day, 20. Unknown.
Groans. I don't even want to know why you just called me 20.
Me. Probably not. I drop my phone again and debate whether or not to text the guy responsible for my current hell or just let it continue. Whoa, what's wrong with you? My head jerks up at the sound of my dad's voice, and despite my irritation, I smile. Dad strides into my office, black ball cap pulled low on his head, black puffy vest over a dark gray long-sleeve Henley that covers his tattoo-covered arms, worn jeans, and work boots. I round the corner of my desk, and he pulls me in for a hug. It's been almost a month since we've seen each other, which is weird for us because we usually spend a lot of time together. What are you doing here? I ask him. I need an excuse to see my favorite son. I'm telling Lily's husband you said that, I tease, slapping him on the back as I pull out of his arms. His daughter Lily got married to a great guy, and my parents took Drew in like he was their own, just like he did with me. Drew grew up in foster homes and has no family of his own, which meant that when he and my stepsister got together, my parents only stepped up their pushiness into his life. In the nicest possible way, of course. They made sure he knew how welcome he was in our family. Dad takes a seat across from my desk, and I walk over to my mini-fridge, pull out 2 bottles of water, and hand him one before sitting down. Thanks, he says, taking a drink. So, you threw your phone down like it was offending you. What's up? I groan and drop my head, not wanting to get into it, or rather not wanting to hear a lecture from him about how I should have put a stop to this a long time ago, or the fact that I should have never talked to these women the way I did. That bad, huh? Probably worse, I admit. I managed to somehow get myself mixed up in a problem that I don't know how to get out of. His eyes widen. Am I going to be a grandpa? My lips split into a small grin. Nope. Damn. Dad, I'm not even seeing anyone. I chuckle. He shrugs. Hey, can you blame me? Yeah. We both laugh this time because I know he's kidding. Not that he doesn't want to be a grandpa at some point in his life. So tell me what your phone did to you. It's not my phone. It's my number neighbor. I've heard the term, he says, nodding knowingly. Some ass has been using my number to hand out to all of his one-night stands. He pulls a face and curls his lip. Well, that's, gross. Gross, that's one way of putting it. So how many texts and calls have you been receiving? Calls? None. Texts? Enough to consider changing my number. He hisses, sucking in air through his teeth and settling deeper into the chair, lifting a booted foot to settle across his knee. Sounds like fun. I take it the messages you've been receiving haven't been pleasant? I feel my cheeks heat like I just got caught making out in my bedroom with my girlfriend in high school. Dad notices, of course, and settles in like he's about to be told a story. I have a feeling this is going to be good. Let's just say I've seen some things I can't unsee. Oh boy, that's not good. And by the face he's pulling, I know he means it. He isn't the kind of man who would ever reach over and hope to get a glimpse at whatever I can't unsee. He's a man of integrity, and one who would sooner cut off an arm than disrespect my mother in any way. It's one of the reasons I was proud and honored to take his last name at 17 years old. My biological father certainly didn't deserve it. Yeah, it's been a little obnoxious. By your reaction, I'd say it's more than a little. It is, but things are complicated. Wincing, I admit. Well, word is getting out. About? The fact that I'm not who these women think they're messaging. That doesn't sound like a bad thing. I blow out a breath and look at him, look away, look back to Dad, who raises an eyebrow at my clear avoidance. What's wrong? I've been talking to some of them rather than telling them up front that they have the wrong number. Talking? I felt bad, I explain, hoping that will be enough. But he simply raises an eyebrow and crosses his arms across his chest. Fine, I was bored, really, and didn't see any harm. Rather than being honest with them, I would talk to them a day or two and let them down later. Jack, he warns, and I raise a hand to stop him from saying anything further. I know, Dad, but some of these women seemed so hopeful when they texted him, and I didn't have the heart to tell them what a jerk they'd spent the night with. I drop my face into my hands and groan when my phone buzzes again. Another? He chuckles. I don't want to know. That makes him laugh harder. My phone buzzes again, reminding me that I just received a text. Listen, I get what you were trying to do. You weren't setting out to deceive anyone. At least I don't think you were. When I shake my head to let him know he was correct, he continues on. But you need to put a stop to it. How? I actually texted with this guy the other day, and he doesn't seem willing to stop giving out my number. His eyes widen. You talked to him? Yeah, it was... Well, let's just say that he got caught red-handed. Ha! I bet that didn't go over well. No, it didn't. I chuckle because it is kind of funny. Not for what I'm going through, but that this guy thinks he has everyone fooled. And apparently he does, at least for now. A girl he'd been with had texted me. I didn't tell her she had the wrong guy. Then she saw him somewhere, but he apparently didn't see her. She texted me. She noticed that he wasn't the one texting back. I felt terrible. He had no remorse. That's all you have to say? The only way to stop it is to let these women know from the beginning that they have the wrong number and hope he stops. Text him again and let him know you're done with this and move on. I don't know that he'll care what I want. Maybe, maybe not. But you won't know unless you try. True. So what else is new? Not much. I'm getting ready to remodel the master bath. Got some ideas yesterday. I gaze at the door, thinking back to yesterday's adventures with Sierra and all the ideas she had for me. I have plenty of space to include a huge tub, even though I'd originally not planned on it. But the way Sierra kept hopping into them and pretending to relax with a glass of wine makes me want to rethink my plans. Maybe someday there will be a woman living there who would appreciate it. What's that? Dad asks, pointing at my face and bringing me back to the present. What? I ask, wiping at my face. Not going to be able to wipe that look off your face, son. What look? He stares at me so long I begin to squirm, then nods once. You tell me when there's more to tell. I chuckle and look away, pick up a pen and fiddle with it, then shake my head, laughing. How do you do it? You came to me before your first kiss. I know you better than you know yourself, Jack. Some people might not like that, to be so transparent to a parent, but that's not me. I consider my dad one of my best friends, and I'm proud of it. Anyway, what's up with you? He lets it go, not pushing me and sticking true to his earlier comment about knowing that I'd tell him when there's more to tell. Only thing is, there won't be more to tell. Sierra didn't tell me much about her guy, but her face lit up when she mentioned him, so my guess is she's not thinking about me the way I'm thinking about her. It's been a month between visits, and I missed your face. Thought maybe I could get a few rounds in this afternoon, and maybe we can grab dinner. I nod in agreement. Sounds good to me. Dad and I have boxed together since we met. Boxing was always something Mom and I did together. Then he walked into our gym, and slowly he joined me in my workouts as well. I started boxing with my mom after we left my biological father. He was always hot and cold with her, but the older I got, the more I noticed his temper affecting the way he acted toward her. The night that he took his temper too far and it became physical, she and I left. For months, she was scared out of her mind that he'd find us, so to help her realize how strong she was, I started boxing with her. She learned self-defense techniques, but it was more than that. She learned what she was worth. That's part of the reason why my boxing gym is so important to me. It's not just about working out and staying fit or beating people up, as I've heard mentioned a few times. It's about discovering how both physically and mentally strong you are. Ready to see if your old man's still got it? Always. 20 minutes later, we're standing in the ring, sweaty and a lot out of breath, continuing to spar with one another. Dad is still in excellent shape, so much so that we often draw a crowd when we get into the ring together. He's quick on his feet, has a pretty damn powerful punch, and enough energy that it makes me think he downed a few Red Bulls before he arrived. "You gonna let your dad best you? Watch out, Jackie boy. Your daddy's about to whoop your ass," I hear shouted, and laughter from everyone. "Take him down, James. You got this." "Is no one on my side?" I shout, gasping for breath and jabbing with my right. "Nope, not a chance. Stop fighting like a girl, Jack," comes a chorus of responses. Dad grins at me through his mouthpiece, and I throw a jab that he dodges like the expert he is. Then he lifts his hands and taunts me a little, encouraging me to continue. "You really are cocky." I mumble as best I can through my own mouthpiece. "Awesome, you mean?" At least I think that's what he just said. "Sure." We spar for a little bit longer while the members of my gym make fun of me and tease me that I'm getting beat up by a man over twice my age, which isn't technically true, but I don't correct them because I'm currently trying to maintain my ability to breathe. I hold up my hand and spit out my mouthpiece into my hand and say, "Damn, old man, you're in good shape yet." Dad smiles, but then pulls a funny face. I wrinkle my brow as we both climb out of the ring and suck back some water, stumbling into the locker room. "Holy shit, I'm gonna die," he groans, throwing himself to the floor. I do a double take down to where he's lying on the floor, moaning and holding a hand over his heart. "Dad?" "Dad can't talk right now. Please call back when he's not having a heart attack." "What the hell?" I want to laugh, but I'm also a little scared that he's in actual pain or trouble. "Are you okay?" "I may or may not have allowed my pride to get in the way of my abilities." Now I do laugh. "Ha! Stubborn," I mumble, shaking my head. I extend my hand down to him and help him stand. "Maybe next time go easy on me, yeah?" "I'll do my best," he jokes, using a towel off the bench to wipe the sweat from his forehead. "Damn. Getting old sucks." "You're not old." "Tell that to my body. I won't be able to move the rest of the week." More groaning and whimpering can be heard before he stands up straight and shoots me a cocky grin. "Ha! Gotcha, didn't I?" "What the hell?" "I'm not sure your father is in perfect condition. Better than you, it seems. Ha!" He does a few stretches, arms above his head, then lifts his shirt and pats his flat stomach. "See? I'm practically a 30-year-old with how good a shape I'm in. Just ask your mother." "Gross." He laughs, and I narrow my eyes and see his nose twitch. A sure sign that he's lying. With a loud laugh, I throw my head back. "Ha! I don't even know how to deal with you anymore." He moves to sit down, then seems to think better of it and leans against the lockers. "I like to keep things interesting." "That you do. Don't you want to sit down?" "I won't get back up." "Come on, let's go get you a protein shake." He points a finger at me and mock gasps. "Don't curse in front of your father." I press my lips together to keep from giving him the satisfaction of making me laugh. "Sorry to offend you." "You should be," he teases, and changes his clothes back into what he was wearing when he arrived. He'd put on a pair of basketball shorts, and it didn't escape my notice that a few of the women in the gym did a double take when they saw him without his shirt on. "Real food, son. Where should we go?" "What are you hungry for?" "Doesn't matter as long as I don't have to drink the meal." So picky. He shrugs his shoulder and checks his phone before sliding it into his front pocket. "My cross to bear." I sigh and breathe out a laugh. He's something else. "Need to stop at my office first, then we'll head out." "Gotcha." I grab my coat and phone from my office, Dad leaning against the door checking his phone again. "What's up with the phone?" "Huh?" he asks, not looking up, fingers flying across the screen. I step closer to him and he still doesn't take his eyes off. "The phone, Dad. What's up? You're never glued to it like this." "Nothing." "Nothing?" He looks up at me and quickly puts his phone away. "Nothing. Let's go." I cross my arms over my chest and plant my feet. "You come here, surprise me, pull me into the ring, and almost kill both of us because you need to blow off some steam," I tell him with a raised eyebrow, daring him to argue with me, which he doesn't, so I continue. "And now you want me to go eat something, and you won't stop staring at your damn phone, so tell me what the hell is going on." Your cousin Harper is frustrated and has been texting me about it for some reason." "What's going on?" "She's been with her boyfriend for a while now, and she wants him to put a ring on it," her words. "She thinks he's taking too long. One of her friends told her to give him an ultimatum, so she did, and it didn't settle well. Now they're fighting." Harper is the baby of the family, and to say everyone is a little protective over her is an understatement. And she's talking to you because going to her big brothers or me wouldn't result in anything pleasant?
He shrugs. Probably. She asked for my opinion, and I let her know that guys don't do ultimatums. So now she's upset that she listened to bad advice. And I feel bad for her because she's hurting. I don't like seeing her upset ever, but especially over this. And I really don't like lying to her. Or her dad. What are you lying about? Grayson has been planning to propose for a few months, but, he's terrified to ask Barrett for her hand in marriage because Harper's also pregnant. He came to me at Balance and hoped to talk it out. His Uncle Walker was with him and couldn't stop laughing. I bark out a laugh as we move toward the door to head out for lunch. Ha! Barrett's gonna flip when he finds out everyone's been hiding this from him, right? I can't wait to see his face, and Grayson is scared shitless. Does he know that Barrett wouldn't harm a fly? Of course he doesn't. So you going crazy in the ring earlier was more about being scared of Barrett's reaction when he finds out you knew all along? Of course it was. I say goodbye to the few people in the gym, and Dad and I walk out to the parking lot. I climb into his passenger seat, still laughing over the fact that Harper is trying to hide something from her dad. Then, wait, does Aunt Tess know? Nope, he says, grinning, and puts the pickup in drive. Burgers? Sure, sounds good. And your sister's gonna kick your ass, you know that, right? It's going to be awesome. It doesn't take long to get to the small restaurant that's a local favorite for burgers and fries. After taking our seats, we each place our order quickly. The waitress has barely turned her back when he has his hand out, making a give-it-to-me motion. What? The phone. I want to see this. No, you don't. Some of the women have sent pictures. He sits back. And you didn't delete them? Crap, I probably should have. Well, it's not like I go back and look. He gives me a look. The dad look. The one that has me shrinking in my seat and feeling like a teenager again. Okay, I get it. Time to put a stop to it. Damn right it is. Conversation moves to a discussion about my remodel and new recipes he's trying out at his restaurant Balance. Our burgers come, and we dig in.
Well. Eating junk food again, Jack?
I turn at the sound of Sierra's voice and can't stop the smile that takes over my face as she pushes me over and slides in next to me in the booth. Dad, Sierra, this is my dad, James. Sierra reaches over the table and shakes my dad's hand.
Nice to meet you.
They exchange. After she pulls her hand back, she turns to me with wide eyes and not so quietly whispers incredulously,
"This is your dad?"
I lean back in my seat and take a deep breath. I'm used to this reaction when people meet him. According to my mother, he looks like he belongs on the cover of GQ rather than Small Town Michigan. And based on the way women of all ages stare at him, I assume there's some truth to it. In the flesh. And how do you know my son?
Wow, good genes,
Sierra murmurs. I don't explain that I don't carry any of his genes in my blood. She steals one of my fries without asking, then takes a sip of my Coke. Dad watches on in amusement when I tell her, help yourself.
Thanks. So what are you two up to? Just having lunch?
Dad came to the gym this morning because he missed me so much he couldn't stand it any longer.
Aw.
I'm sweet like that. Dad grins like a dork. All right, enough of that. What are you doing here? She points to my food and reaches out to take a bite of my burger, the one I'm holding in my hand.
Eating, duh.
She mumbles around a mouthful of food. My food. I like this one, Dad says, continuing to eat. Sierra looks at me with a wide smile, practically preening as she shimmies in her seat, and I roll my eyes, scoffing. Great, I mumble. So, what are you really doing here, besides eating my food?
Well, I did come here to eat. It was just a bonus that I found you.
Missed me already, huh? Admit it, you followed me. It's her turn to scoff. I grin and shove my plate closer to her so she can continue to munch away on my fries. She doesn't shy away for a second. So, Sierra, tell me about yourself, my dad requests gently. She pauses with the fries suspended in air and her mouth hanging open.
Well, I live about an hour from here, but have been visiting my Uncle Kyle for a week.
And what is it you do when you're not visiting your uncle? I sit quietly, waiting to know as well. Sierra and I haven't talked much about her, and I'm curious. She blushes and pulls a face, wrinkling her little nose that says she's delaying saying anything more.
Oh, you'll think it's dumb.
Try me, Dad says, not hiding his amusement.
I make things and sell them online.
Things? Sierra sighs.
Don't make fun, but I make special outfits for pets and sell them online. Some I do custom for special requests.
Let me see, I ask, nudging her with my elbow. Another sigh.
Oh, fine.
She grits out playfully and hands me her phone after swiping to open a folder in her Photos app. I look through picture after picture of dogs and cats dressed up in outfits that range from wedding dresses to Superman costumes. I must admit, as over-the-top as these pets look, they're not only hilarious, but also cute as hell. A Wonder Woman bulldog might just be the most amazing thing I've ever seen. I turn the phone so Dad can see, and he laughs heartily. Ha! That's great. Damn, I love the world we live in. That you can make a living making animals look like humans.
Right? I love it. It's so much fun and allows me to be creative. It suits me. It might sound silly to some,
she says with a sadness in her voice that makes me swallow hard. Some isn't just a blanket term. It's someone in particular. I just know it.
But to me, it's perfect. And it makes people happy too.
What more could you want? My dad smiles at her, and we continue to chat and eat. Our waitress comes over and asks if Sierra would like anything, and she orders a plate of fries before promising me that she won't share hers. Sierra explains how she got into making clothes for pets, that she was messing around one day, dressing up her boyfriend's dog. We won't talk about how much I hate being reminded that she has a boyfriend for Halloween. And after posting pictures on Instagram, she started getting requests. Within a few months, her little side project had become a business. The more she talks about it, the more animated she becomes, and it's impossible to miss the passion she feels. Her hands are waving in the air, and her voice has gone up a few octaves. Dad and I can't get a word in edgewise, can't even ask her questions because she's talking so fast. I'm leaning an elbow on the table with my body angled toward hers, listening intently as she goes on and on about a poodle she dressed up in black leather, and the owner was some badass Harley rider. She could hardly get the words out when she was explaining how shocked she was when the owner sent her pictures of the two of them together. Her melodic laughter was contagious. The fact that I just called her laughter melodic sends a flood of worry through my veins. I like Sierra far too much for a girl who's made it clear she has a boyfriend, for a girl who doesn't live around here, and rather with someone.
So tell me about Jack as a young boy.
My dad adopted me when I was 17.
Huh? Oh, I just thought...
It's a long story, but Dad and Mom met when I was 16. She doesn't push for details, rather asks,
Okay then, Jack as a teenager, was he a pain in the ass?
Only once in a while. Hey, Dad laughs. Just kidding. He really was a good kid, still is. And he always was. Hard-working, loved cooking with me and experimenting in the kitchen.
For real?
Oh, yeah. He once planned to become a chef, but had the nerve to change his interests. He winks at me, and I shake my head.
No way! You plan to feed people for a living, and now you just torture them?
She asks incredulously, those dark eyes twinkling. That's right. I just love making people miserable and healthy.
What else?
Hated school. What teenager enjoys it? I challenge with a raised eyebrow. Your sister. Yes, well, she's weird. Dad snorts. Huh. Anyway, he went to school, succeeded in graduating, shared his first kiss with his cousin.
What?
Sierra asks, practically exploding from her seat. Calm down, I tease. Her jaw drops.
You did not just tell me to calm down.
She's my cousin now. When I kissed her, she wasn't. She's my niece. They had a very brief love affair. Dad jokes. Gross, Dad. High school romance for a few weeks. Then they realized they would end up being family from my marriage to his mom and decided it was disgusting.
I'm so confused.
Maggie and I went to high school together. I had a crush on her, then Dad started dating my mom. We quickly shut it down. We're friends, cousins, nothing more. I just like to give Jack shit about it.
He is awful fun to tease.
With plates empty but the conversation still flowing, Sierra asks more questions about my teenage years and taking in every detail he gives her. He tells her what sports I played and how I'd zone out while playing Xbox, how I was always a morning person, waking practically with the sun. He told her that I went to live in Illinois, breaking his heart, to go to culinary school and had offers from 5-star restaurants, but turned them down because I wanted to repair his broken heart by returning to Michigan. That made Sierra and I laugh. The waitress returns to see if we would like a slice of pie, and none of us hesitate to order. My dad suggesting we each order a different kind and share because there would be no way he could decide what he wanted. You're as much of a bad influence on my eating habits as she is. All the more reason to like her. Our waitress returns with 4 slices rather than the 3 we ordered, saying we just had to try the new mixed berry as well. Lemon meringue, Dutch apple, chocolate peanut butter, and mixed berry.
Oh my gosh,
Sierra moans next to me.
Gimme.
She rubs her hands together excitedly before diving in with gusto.
There is nothing better than warm pie, is there?
I suppose not, I murmur, wondering if I'll survive sitting next to her alluring sweet scent while she practically orgasms while eating. Her bright smile so damn tempting, her bottom lip fuller than her top, and I imagine kissing her and biting it. Those deep brown eyes so dark they're almost black with thick, dark lashes. A few freckles that dot the apple of her cheeks bring out a playfulness that she doesn't bother to hide or bury. I glance up to see my dad staring at me with a knowing grin, and I clear my throat, readjusting in my seat so I'm facing forward rather than angled toward her. Every bite is as good as the last, and we struggle to decide which we like best.
I need another bite of the mixed berry. That will help me decide, I'm sure of it.
No, it won't. She's already polished off most of each of the slices, practically slapping our forks away when we try to get a bite. I push the plate in front of her and watch as she slides the fork between her lips, her eyes rolling back in her head as she sits back against the seat, chewing and moaning and driving me crazy.
That's the winner.
Winner of what? I chuckle.
My heart.
She sighs dramatically, placing a hand on her chest. Of course, I mutter. All too soon, we're finished with our meal and parting ways. Dad shakes Sierra's hand and tells her he hopes it's not the last time they share a meal together. She smiles brightly before spinning on her heel and waves as she climbs into her car. Dad drives us back to my pickup at the gym, but not without grilling me about Sierra. Dad, she has a boyfriend. She didn't look at you like she had a boyfriend. She was also quite curious about who Jack Cole is. I have no answer for that, so I simply ignore him, letting my own thoughts about Sierra consume me. Let me know how things go with Harper and Grayson. Dismissing your father so soon, huh? Never, just let it go, Dad. What go? Sierra, she's living with her boyfriend. That's more than just a relationship. He places a hand on my arm and I turn to look at him. Fine, I'll drop it. Just saying, though. Yeah, he doesn't need to say anything more. I don't feel for others easily, and he sees it. That I feel for Sierra. Damn it.
Chapter 5. Sierra. Home. I look around the small ranch-style house that I share with Jeff as I play with Toby, Jeff's pit bull rescue. Funny how it sure doesn't feel like home. Aside from Toby, that is. He I missed. Jeff? Not at all. Not even a second. We didn't even check in with each other while I was away. That should probably be fairly telling. I'm not even sure he'll be happy that I'm home. Home. Such a laughable concept as I look around this cold house. One I don't have a single touch or influence in because Jeff owns the house, and he likes things the way he likes things. His house. His decisions. It never bothered me for some reason. Maybe I always knew it was a temporary situation. A part of me knew that we weren't meant for more. I felt more at home staying with my Uncle Kyle than I have in years. I went to see Kyle to clear my head, to try and shake the feeling that something wasn't right between Jeff and myself. Our relationship had gone off course, and I needed time to figure out if it was something that could be fixed, or if what I feared was true. That we were done. Just like the last 4 relationships I'd been in. Do I run scared? Yeah, I do. But not without cause. The minute we start to argue, even if it's just over what to eat for dinner or how to load the dishwasher, I start plotting my escape. I don't try to. In fact, I try to stop the urge and convince myself that I'm overreacting. I didn't have a terrible upbringing. It just wasn't ideal. My parents loved me, but their marriage wasn't even close to normal. Dad would leave for weeks only to return, begging forgiveness. Then it would be our version of normal for a few months before it was Mom's turn to leave for weeks. It was a sick pattern they repeated again and again. Unhealthy. Hate turned to love, which turned right back to hate. They loved deeply but hated just as much. I never understood my family was different. I thought it was how marriages worked. Until I began going to friends' houses and saw what parents and family life was really like. Until I got to high school and started dating, and every relationship I was in would end before it had the chance to really begin. Until I kept running from boyfriends because I thought it was normal to be with someone you despised one second and liked or loved the next, and they didn't agree. Shocking as that may seem. That was sarcasm, in case you weren't aware. I fall in lust, but never true love. Never. Love isn't warm and fuzzy. It's screaming and hate-filled sadness. When I met Jeff, I was content being alone, but he made me laugh, and we agreed that marriage was something neither of us wanted. What I told Jack when I met him is true. He's a cool guy. We never argue, though part of that could be because I easily settle. Not because I'm weak and have no opinions of my own, but because I've learned that there are only a few things that I need to concern myself with. How a home is decorated or what we fill our bellies with are not important. At least, not enough to fight over. I still believe that, but I'm starting to wonder if there is a possibility that I've replaced passion for contentment. Maybe my parents' marriage was unconventional, but they definitely had passion. I heard that passion. While it was quite gross to hear, it reminded me that there was love beneath the surface of their tumultuous relationship. Passion. Another laughable concept. I've never had it. Never felt it. Well, not never. I have felt the stirrings of it. A stranger turned friend in a matter of minutes who got under my skin and made me feel alive, who didn't judge me for my choice of how I make a living, who let go of a few of his inhibitions when I tagged along on his errands, but not once made me feel like I was in the way or a nuisance. Jack Cole, with his sexy hair, kept short on the sides and longer on top, and attentive gazes. His physique, even covered by his clothing, does nothing to hide the fact that he works hard in the gym to keep it, well, sexy as hell. Even his hands are sexy. How is that possible? I can't even describe how a hand could be sexy, but his are. Jack's smile that's wide and teeth bright white and draws me in, wanting to keep it as a permanent fixture on his beautiful face. The way he listens, truly listens. Jack got under my skin in the too few moments we had together. It was fun. And I can't remember the last time I had fun with anyone, let alone a man who isn't my Uncle Kyle. I like Jack Cole. I like the way he is with his father, like who I was when I was around him. I like the fact that he has a few tattoos but isn't covered by them. I like the fact that everything he does seems intentional, from what he fuels his body with to how he cares so deeply for the gym he owns. Teaching and coaching, supporting his members. He's a man who gives his all in everything he does. It's clear as day to me, though I have no actual proof of that. One thing my mother did teach me was that you should trust your gut instinct about a man. My gut tells me Jack Cole is a good man. A man who I want to know more. Which is very unfortunate because of where I currently live. Who I live with. Toby barks in my face, reminding me that I have been neglecting him as I think through my relationship. Sorry, boy. I missed you too. His tongue hangs out of his mouth as he pants, hot, stinky breath blowing across my face. Go get your tennis ball. He takes off running like the clumsy oaf he is and returns with a slobbery yellow ball in his mouth, dropping it onto my lap unceremoniously. I toss it and he fetches. His favorite game. Luckily, he gets bored after 15 minutes and chooses instead to cuddle with me on the couch, laying his head on my legs and snoring within minutes. I relax with Toby, sketching ideas for my online store. I have several notebooks filled already, something that Jeff often teases me about. It doesn't matter that I love what I do and make a pretty good living at it as well. He thinks it's ridiculous and stupid and isn't afraid to remind me that I make clothes for pets. Something most people don't purchase out of necessity. My job isn't a career, according to Jeff. I don't disagree with him, but my job is fun. It makes people happy, and there's not a lot more I could hope for to fill my days. Life is too short to fill the minutes being bored. The sound of the garage door opening alerts Toby that Jeff is home, and he lifts his head, waiting for him to walk through the door. Toby might be Jeff's dog, but the second I came into Jeff's life, I became his favorite. I feed him and take him for walks. He sleeps by me at night and listens to my commands far more than Jeff's. Jeff comes inside, calling out a greeting. "Hey, babe, you're home?" He walks around the corner, handsome in his light blue dress shirt and gray pressed pants, always so put together. Such a contradiction to Jack, who lived in casual clothes, or workout clothes when at the gym. And black. Everything he wore was black. It was sexy. "Yup," I answer simply. He kisses me on the cheek. No passion, no love. We're roommates who feel more than friendship, but less than anything romantic. Ugh, how do I get myself into these situations? "How was your trip?" He sits down next to me, throwing an arm over the back of the couch and crossing one leg over the other. He reaches over and scratches the top of Toby's head before rubbing my shoulder. "Great. And your Uncle Kyle?" I look up at him. "He's well. I missed him, and it was good to spend time with him." "I'm glad. From what you say, he's quite the man." And shouldn't that be another sign? I've been with Jeff for almost 2 years, and I've never introduced him to my family. I've never met his. Glorified roommates. I shift out of his hold and stand. "Want to go to dinner? I haven't gone to the store in a while, and we don't have much to make. Maybe Murphy's Bar?" Of course he didn't. He would wait for me to go for us, just like I'm sure he didn't do any of his own laundry while I was away. After all, I only sew for a living. I have time, whereas he doesn't. Damn, how could I be such an idiot? I let him practically control our lives because I didn't want to fight and argue. "Sure, sounds good." "Great, just let me change clothes." I nod and look down at the adorable pup as he stands and moves to our bedroom. Toby nestles in closer, throwing a long leg over my lap, reminding me why I've stayed and dealt with this crappy relationship. Because of a dog. My gosh, I'm a moron, but seriously, Toby is the perfect companion. He is more than just a pet. He's my buddy, practically my kid. Oh, Toby, what will I do without you? "Ready?" Jeff asks, coming back into the living room. He's dressed in light wash jeans and a 3/4 zip navy blue sweatshirt with the yellow emblem over his heart that boasts his alma mater, and sneakers. Every time we go to eat at Murphy's, a sports bar and grill, he dresses more casually so he doesn't feel out of place. He'll cheer and boo at the appropriate times, but in reality, he's a nerd. He's all about the academics, which is totally fine. I just wish he wouldn't try to be someone he's not. I swallow hard, bend down and kiss Toby on the top of the head. "Yeah, I'm ready." It usually doesn't take us long to get to Murphy's, just a 15-minute drive from our house. But this ride seems to be going on forever. It's pretty quiet aside from the music playing through the speakers of his practical sedan. "This was a good idea," I tell him, hoping to break the silence. "I'm starving." "You usually are," he jokes, reaching over to nudge me with his elbow. He's always teased me about my ability to put down my weight in food. At first, I was offended, thinking he was making fun of me. Then I realized he couldn't have cared less. That's the thing with Jeff. For all his annoying qualities, he's not a bad guy. He might have old-fashioned ideals, thinking the woman only belongs in the home barefoot and pregnant, and often worries too much about others' opinions of himself, but otherwise, he doesn't have glaring faults. He's neat and tidy, keeps himself in relatively good shape, though nothing like what I saw of Jack Cole's body, and he's a decent man. Nice enough. Boring as heck, but, well, nice. Never talks of marriage or having kids, which is always fine with me. Rarely tells me about his day or the kids he's teaching. Doesn't really expand on much of himself. Aside from the fact that he's a teacher, I don't know a lot about Jeff, even after all this time. Shit. We are roommates. And now that I think of it, I honestly can't recall the last time we had sex. And the realization that that fact just now hit me shocks me. has me sitting in my seat, staring out the window, even though we've arrived at the sports bar and he's already walking to the entrance, not waiting for me. What have I been doing? I whisper out loud to myself. The horn honks, and I realize he just locked me into his car, not realizing that I wasn't following him. How does a man, the boyfriend of the woman he's living with, forget his girlfriend so easily? Not even notice she's not walking next to him, or at the very least behind him. When I went anywhere with Jack, he always walked behind me, opened doors for me, showed me that at least he knew I was present, for heaven's sakes. I almost want to wait here in the quiet of the car to see how long it takes Jeff to realize that I wasn't following him into the bar. But my stomach growls, and I don't want to sit here for hours hoping he remembers me. I hit the unlock button and pray the alarm doesn't go off, but I can't be so lucky. The horn starts blaring, and I cover my ears as I open the door and get out into the cold night air. Jeff turns on his heel and looks back at his car in a panic. Not because he was worried about me, of course. "Sierra, what the hell are you doing? I locked the car." "Yeah, with me in it, you jerk." He hits a button on his key fob and the horn goes silent, just like the world around us. He stares and stares and stares at me before shaking his head, like I just told him a lie, and spins back around and storms into the bar. "Well, fuck you too," I mutter and trudge along behind him. The only reason being that I really am hungry, and their boneless wings are calling my name, along with some cheese fries, or an onion blossom, and an entire keg of beer. He's already seated at a high-top table when I get inside. I join him, draping my coat over the back of the chair before sitting down. He doesn't acknowledge me. Rather, he's staring at a TV hanging from the ceiling in the corner, watching a hockey game like he's interested in it and understands the sport. But I know better. A waiter and owner of Murphy's, Nick, comes by to take our order, smiling at me but giving Jeff a weird, almost annoyed look that I can't completely decipher or understand. "You're back." Being regulars at Murphy's means we have come to know a lot of the staff. "Just got back today." "Go anywhere fun?" "Just to see my Uncle Kyle." "Oh yeah? How's he doing?" he asks. Kyle has visited here a few times and loves coming to Murphy's. "I should go down to his place sometime. I hear they have a few new IPAs on tap that sound killer." "He does, and they are. You should go see him. He'd love that." "I just might," he says with a side grin that drops instantly when Jeff clears his throat. "Can we order?" he asks impatiently, and I don't hide my eye roll. "Sure. What can I get you?" We each place an order, and Jeff surprises me when he asks for an order of smothered tater tots. He's the type of guy who orders the same thing every time we go to a certain restaurant, and his go-to at Murphy's has always been the Monte Cristo sandwich with a side of fries. "Trying something new?" I ask after Nick leaves to put our order in. He shrugs. "Sounded good, I guess. Nick sure seems friendly with you tonight." "Huh?" "Nick. He was practically undressing you with his eyes. Wouldn't even do his job because he was more concerned about flirting with you." "What are you talking about?" I look around to make sure no one is listening. He was just saying hello. He wasn't flirting. That's called small talk, Jeff. What is wrong with you tonight? He looks around the bar, settling his eyes on something over my shoulder. "Nothing. Forget it." Nick returns with our beer, and I take a fortifying gulp, practically ripping it out of the poor guy's hand before he has a chance to place it on the table. Nick's eyebrows kiss his hairline. "You good?" After swallowing, I nod. "Yep, great." He chuckles. "All right, then. Let me know if you need anything else. I'll be out with your food shortly." "Thank you." Jeff and I don't look at each other, each focused on a TV opposite us. It's awkward and uncomfortable. It usually isn't this way with us. Sure, we're not the PDA type, but we at least manage to make conversation when we're together. "What's going on?" I ask quietly. "What do you mean?" He doesn't take his eyes off the TV when he responds. "Us? This?" I gesture between us. "You won't even hardly look at me. You forgot I was even in the car with you." "I really don't know what you're talking about. I didn't forget you in the car. I thought you were following me, and I'm just watching the game. What's the big deal?" "The big deal is I haven't seen you in 3 weeks, Jeff, and you're acting like I'm a pain in the ass. Even before I left to go see Kyle, you were distant." I wasn't distant. I was working. Nights. You, a high school teacher, was working nights. Conferences were going on, and then we had a few staff meetings with the new principal that's starting next year. I can't help that. I have a job that demands a lot of attention. I don't get to just sit home all day and play around with fabric. There it is. It's his only go-to shaming when it comes to anything that involves our relationship being anything but perfect and blissful. My career choice. Right. I forgot. How silly of me. I stare at him, or rather glare, and he sighs again. This time he reaches across the table and takes my hand in his. It doesn't do anything to my body. No shivers, no spark, no zing, nothing. Just like the chaste kiss on the cheek he gave me when he got home earlier. I'm sorry, okay? I just have a lot on my mind lately. Well, talk to me about it then. I have no idea why I say that. It's not as if I believe there's anything to salvage when it comes to our relationship. Not that I want to. However, we were once intimate with each other. We were once friends. Right now, whatever's between us feels more like acquaintances than anything. Someone you'd see at Starbucks and give a nod and wave to and ask the polite, "How are you doing?" But in reality, you don't care. Not really, anyway. It's nothing. It isn't nothing. There's something. You know it. I know it. He takes a deep breath and squeezes my hand before letting go and sitting up straighter in his chair. All right. Here's the deal. Here you go. Boneless wings and an onion blossom. Fried chicken club with coleslaw. Can I get you anything else? Another beer? Nick asks as he places our meals in front of us. Yeah, sure, thanks. I tell him and cast a smile his way. Enjoy. I'll be right back with those. Thanks. Jeff picks up his sandwich and takes a bite, and I do the same with one of my wings, both of us content to eat rather than talk. Nick returns with our second round of beers and takes away our empty glasses. But halfway through our meal, we're interrupted once again. This time, it's not Nick, though I'd definitely prefer that interruption over who's standing next to our table now. Hi, Jeff. Jeff, bless his stupid little heart, coughs and pounds on his chest when the feminine voice greets him. Whitney, hi. I look back and forth between them, waiting for Jeff to introduce me, but he doesn't. Instead, he just looks like he wants to be anywhere but here. He starts scratching behind his ear, one of his tells that he's been caught in something bad. I only saw it once before, and it was when he lied to me about his parents being in town. I raise my eyebrows and sit back in my seat, waiting for whatever's about to happen to go down. I should be mad in this moment, but I'm amused more than anything. Maybe it's because I knew before I walked into our home today that we were through. Maybe it's because I never fell in love with Jeff. Whatever it is, I'm glad that I'm not feeling the sting that Whitney is feeling. She looks positively heartbroken as she stares at me and Jeff sitting here together eating dinner. This is your sister? She asks hopefully. I look at Jeff, waiting for his reply. He looks to me, then to Whitney, then to me again. A pleading look on his face that says it all. Aw, schnookums, I croon, reaching over and grabbing hold of Jeff's hand. I do a mock shudder dramatically. Wouldn't that be awful if I was your sister? That would make living together pretty awkward, huh? I give him a broad smile, enjoying the hell out of his face turning a bright red. Living together? Whitney's voice comes out soft. For what, a year now? Is that right? Goodness, it doesn't seem possible, does it, love bug? Yeah, I'm laying it on thick, and I really don't care. Jeff clears his throat and looks down at his plate. Probably. So he was right. What do you mean? I ask her when her voice comes out a little stronger, extracting my hand from Jeff's. The guy, he was right. You gave me the wrong number? What the hell is wrong with you? My blood runs cold and I look to Jeff and back to Whitney. What did you just say? Whitney stands up straight and Jeff looks like he's about to puke. Good. A week ago, she points at Jeff, and I hooked up. Afterward, he told me he'd never had better and that he wanted to see me again. Gave me his number. I texted him the next day, and after this person responded a few times, he eventually said he felt too guilty and had to come clean. That it wasn't him who I spent the night with, but that it was some Textdoor neighbor. Who the fuck does that? I feel all the color drain from my face, and now I'm the one who's about to puke. Textdoor neighbor? Whitney nods her head. Yes, I thought it was funny at first, but then I realized it's a shitty thing to do to someone and really didn't want to believe it. But now, he was right, wasn't he? Who? Jeff finally asks. I don't even know what you're talking about. Sierra, babe, I've never met this person in my life. He points to Whitney, and she looks like she's about to scratch his eyes out. I bark out a hysterical laugh. You fucktard. You called her by her name. He clamps his mouth shut. Whitney's tiny little fists ball. You low-down, dirty little fucker. I can't believe I listened to your lies. You told me you'd never connected with anyone before like we had, that the person you were with before me was like a dead fish in bed. This girl? Sierra? This is who you're with? She points to me with her nose scrunched up like she just smelled something disgusting. Looks at me with repulsion. Look at me and look at her. You're living with this one? As if I'm the reason Jeff is the tool bag that's been using Jack Cole's number. Oh my gosh. This isn't my life. This can't be. Whitney's beautiful, no doubt about it. In fact, she's almost intimidating with her gorgeous face and sparkling blue eyes and bright blonde hair with a few blue streaks. She's the opposite of me in every way, from her height right down to the clothes she wears. I look at myself in my cream-colored baggy shirt that falls off one shoulder and black leggings, little camel-colored ankle boots with barely a heel on my feet. Whitney looks like she's ready for a night on the town, though, which is odd since we're in the middle of a sports bar. But her 4-inch bright red stilettos and tight leather pants work for her. Obviously, they worked for Jeff, too, because despite being caught in the act, he's doing exactly what he said Nick was doing to me earlier, undressing her with his eyes. Right in front of me. What a dick. Once my brain comes full circle, I realize that I am who I am, and I'm happy with that. I don't need to dress to impress. I don't need the approval of everyone or anyone around me to be happy. I love me. I stand from my seat, barely coming up to her augmented boobs that are right in my face, but I don't let the height difference continue to intimidate me. I look up at her, my finger pointing. Listen here, Whitney. I'm a fucking catch. Do not throw that shit down on me just because you got played. And let me tell you something. You're nothing special. Do you know he's been doing this for weeks? Weeks? I've seen some of the messages this Textdoor neighbor guy has received. And for what it's worth, Textdoor neighbor? That's fucking hilarious. Hilarious. Whoever thought of it is a damn genius, I tell you. And you are nothing more than a one-night stand that this tool bag over here decided to have time and time again. And for another thing, Jeff, fucking Jeff, you think he's worth your anger and insults to me? The person who doesn't deserve them? Look at him. He's a nerd. A complete and total nerd. And if he thinks I was a dead fish in bed, it was because he would come in less than a minute, so I didn't even have time to be alive. Foreplay, Jeff. Learn it. Though, by the sounds of it from your other conquests, you took the time to learn for everyone but me. Fuck turd. By the time I'm finished ranting and raving, the entire bar is silent and staring at us. Whitney's mouth is agape. Jeff is standing next to his chair like he's about to tackle me to get me to shut up. Nick is standing next to the table, arms crossed over his chest with an angry scowl aimed right at Jeff. Whitney looks around, seemingly a little embarrassed, but then her eyes land on his plate in front of him. You're eating my sandwich, the one I told you that you had to try sometime. What a jerk. Sounded good, I guess. It's good, he says lamely. Whitney reaches out and snatches his beer off the table, takes a large drink, gags, then dumps the rest of it over Jeff's head. He stands, drenched in beer and looking completely appalled that this just happened. Mad, too, but the confusion is funnier. I cover my mouth, but it doesn't hide the fact that I'm laughing. She eyes my beer, but I'm too quick to take it before she can. No way. I want mine. Nick smirks. You're a dick. Whitney stomps away on her heels, ones I would break an ankle on, but she does it with grace. And even though she was rude to me, I can't help but admire her for it.
Time for you to go, Nick says to Jeff. Your fun has ended. Officially. Don't come back here, you got me? You can't kick me out. I own this place. I can, and I am. You've been coming in here for weeks, leaving with a different girl every night, and I told you to cut that shit out because I thought you had this one waiting for you at home. You're done causing a scene in my bar. Get out.
Weeks? I ask stupidly, even though I've already put it all together. Nick's gaze softens when he turns to me.
I wanted to tell you, but then you were gone for weeks, and I thought maybe you'd left him. Didn't have your number, or I'd have called to warn you. Told him a few times to stop, but he told me you were gone. Thought it meant gone for good.
It's not your fault.
Can someone please get me a towel?
Jeff shouts, completely ignoring the fact that Nick just threw him under the bus and out of his bar.
Dry yourself off.
Nick escorts him to the door and shoves him through.
When I say don't come back in here, I mean it. You'll hear from my lawyer. For what?
Nick laughs and turns back toward me when he sees that Jeff is gone. The crowd in the bar is happy and lighthearted after being able to witness the spectacle that just went down in front of them. And me? I'm just sitting here chugging the last of my beer.
You okay?
Surprisingly, yes. I knew we were done, just didn't know how done until that happened. I chuckle. Nick takes Jeff's plate and puts it on the bar next to him, asking his bartender to take care of it for him, then takes Jeff's place across from me, helping himself to my food much like I did to Jack's.
Damn, we're good,
he mumbles around a slice of deep-fried onion. Yes, you are.
Seriously, Sierra, you okay? I promise I would have told you, but he said you were gone. Thought it meant something different.
It's okay. It's not your job to rat on your customers.
But it is my job to inform my friends if their boyfriends are rats.
I laugh and pop a boneless wing into my mouth, chew and swallow and think. You have nothing to apologize for, especially after kicking him out just now, though I'm in a bit of a pickle because he was my ride and I live with him. He winces.
Yeah, this could get interesting. Don't worry, I can get you home and help you pack if you need. You got a place to stay tonight?
I can go to a hotel or go back to Uncle Kyle.
I'll let you stay at my place, but my wife and I just had a baby.
Wife? When did that happen? He shrugs.
Been married for a few years.
I feel like a piece of crap for never knowing that.
My job is to ask questions and listen. Your job is to come here and eat and drink.
Well, congratulations.
Thanks.
He pulls out his phone and shows me several pictures of an adorable baby boy.
Nick the Third. Family name, obviously.
He's adorable, and your wife is beautiful.
She is. I married way up.
No, he didn't. Nick is an incredibly good-looking guy, and he and his wife make a beautiful couple. But I like the sentiment anyway, so I don't correct him. He's hopelessly in love with his wife and son. It's clear as he stares at their picture on his phone.
Take your time. Finish up. Meal's on the house tonight. When you're ready to leave, come find me and I'll take you home. Won't leave until you're packed up. Jeff's a pussy, but I don't want shit to go down either.
I giggle a little at his use of words and nod, thanking him for his help and support. He also brings me another beer. Usually after 2, I'm done, but the third one tonight goes down incredibly smooth, and I figure I deserve it. The fourth one gives me the courage of 10,000 soldiers, and soon I find myself standing in front of Whitney and her friends. I'm a little surprised she didn't leave, but impressed, nonetheless. She didn't allow Jeff to ruin her good time, and for that, she gets a little gold star. I want to see your phone, I demand. Excuse me? Your phone. I want to see it. The texts with Textdoor neighbor. Are you sure? Yup, I say, letting the P pop at the end. Positive, though that word comes out a little slurred, sounding more like positive. She hands me her phone after showing me the text. Her. Hi, it's me. So much fun last night. Him. Sure was. Her. Want to do it again? Maybe tonight? Him.
Not sure yet. I might have a meeting to go to.
Her. Sad. You know what they say, all work and no play makes. Him.
Maybe you should tell me.
Him.
Wait, scratch that. Don't tell me.
Her. Why? Not up for sexting? I thought after the wild night we shared you'd be open to that. Kind of like how open I was.
Him. I'm not him. I'm him, but not him. I'm his Textdoor neighbor, and he used my number to give to you.
That's the last of the texts. She must have stopped responding, and Jack never reached out to see if she understood or if she was okay. I quickly looked up his number on her phone and committed it to memory before handing it back to her. Hopefully, even in my drunken state, I'll remember it. You said you'd seen the messages? How? It's a crazy long story and one you'd probably not believe. I'm sorry Jeff did that to you. I titter on my feet, feeling a little woozy, but Nick is there in a flash, holding me up.
Shouldn't have given you that last beer. They were tall ones, too.
I smile at him and pat his cheek. It's okay. Not your fault. I needed this tonight. Nick calls out to get someone's attention, and after I say my goodbyes to Whitney and her friends, who look eager to watch me leave, Nick puts me in his car and asks for my address. I give it to him and sit quietly as the beer and fried food settle in my stomach, souring as I think over the past few hours of my life. The second he pulls up to our driveway, I bail out of the seat, emptying my stomach right on the concrete. Nick's by my side, holding back my hair and rubbing my back, not bothered at all by the fact that I'm vomiting up my dinner. When I'm finished, he helps me stand without a word and walks me to the door. I hand him my keys, and he unlocks it, letting us both in. Toby greets me with a pathetic bark before sniffing at Nick and returning to me with kisses. The house is dark, and a quick look into the attached garage shows me that Jeff isn't here. I look at my phone to see a single text waiting for me. Jeff.
I won't be home tonight.
That's it. No explanation for where he will be. Not sure even why he's telling me, since the last several weeks I haven't crossed his mind. He's not coming home tonight, so you don't have to stay to protect me.
How about I help you get some shit packed first? You can't drive tonight anyway, but we can get it loaded up so you can as soon as you're sober.
You don't have to do that.
Wouldn't have offered if I didn't want to. 2 sets of hands will make it go quicker.
I just have my personal stuff anyway. The furniture and everything is his.
Sounds good. We'll get it done. Coffee?
Water. I need to sober up like you said, and water usually helps. He marches to the fridge and pulls out a few bottles, uncapping one and bringing it to me. I drink it down quickly, then refill it out of the spigot in front of the fridge. I find all the boxes and my suitcases and laundry baskets I can to start loading everything up, and within an hour, my life is boxed up and placed into my car. Pathetic, really. Saying goodbye to Nick, he promises to come visit me at the landing as soon as the baby is a little older. He listened while I talked with Kyle on the phone and made arrangements for me to move back home. When I told Kyle I'd explain everything when I got there, he said, "No, you'll explain it when you get home. You're coming home, sweet girl." I almost started crying right then and there, but held the tears back. Jeff wouldn't get my tears. He doesn't deserve them. Thanks for everything, Nick. I don't know if I would have had the energy to take care of all this tonight if you hadn't been here.
Consider it my payment for not working harder to stop him from cheating on you.
I laugh at that. I told you it wasn't your fault, but I'll take it.
Take care of yourself, Sierra.
Take care of that beautiful family of yours, Nick.
Plan to. See ya,
he says as he leaves and makes his way to his car. I go to the bathroom and wash my face with hand soap and brush my teeth with a spare toothbrush I found, because all my toiletries have been packed away, and lie down on the couch, not wanting to get into the bed I once shared with Jeff. Toby jumps up, nestling into a nook he creates by my legs, and falls asleep within minutes. I, however, can't seem to rest my brain enough to join him. I lift my phone and find the contact that I added for Jack before I forget the number. Me. So tonight was fun. I wait to see if he'll reply, wondering what he'll say if and when he does. I can just picture his face right now, annoyed that this is still happening. The 3 little dots appear and disappear, letting me know that he's typing, then thinking, typing, then thinking. Eventually, they disappear completely with no text reply, and I wonder if he's done with the entire business of making these women think Jeff is actually a decent guy. Which, clearly, he is not. I was so wrong about him. He's a teacher. He's neat and tidy. He doesn't deserve even a second of my thoughts, and yet I can't help but wonder how I could be so wrong about a guy. How could I have missed the signs that he was just a cheating asshole? My parents might not have had a conventional relationship, but they never cheated. I know this to be true because we've actually talked about it. Once I was old enough to recognize the dysfunction as what it is, I sat my parents down and asked how they lived in a marriage full of such turmoil. Their response was smiling at each other and simply shrugging. It shouldn't work, but it does. At the end of the day, there was no one they'd rather fight with, and make up later, than each other. Their eyes never strayed to others. They never felt tempted to step out on their marriage vows. They just argued. To each their own, I guess. It still confuses me. My thoughts go back to Jack, wondering what it would be like to be with a man like him. Is he as honorable as he seems? Would the butterflies his grin gives me ever stop? Would his touch always be gentle, or would it become something else entirely if we were between the sheets? Or on the kitchen counter? Or in his gym? Damn, I really need sex. Good, hard sex. It's been ages. I wonder what he'll be like when I return to town. If he'll be happy to see me, or if it was all in my head, and I just imagined the way he would stare a beat or two too long in my direction, because I felt a little desperate for that sort of attention from a man. I fall asleep that night with Toby snoring and dreams of a happily ever after I never envisioned for myself. A happily ever after. With Jack Cole by my side. Chapter 6. Sierra. I know, boy, I don't want to leave you either. I kiss and hug and cuddle with Toby, feeling like my heart is breaking in two. Fat tears drip from my eyes as Toby guards the door to the garage so I can't leave without him. He's not stupid. He saw me packing all my belongings last night and knows what that means. Angry at Jeff that I have to leave. Not that I'll miss Jeff, but Toby? Toby's my baby. You know what? Fuck it. You're coming with me. My rash decision to steal Jeff's dog doesn't bother me in the least. I quickly gather all of Toby's things, his doggy bed that he rarely uses, his toy box, his food and water dish, and the large bag of kibble, and shove it into my car. I lay a towel on my front seat, and before I can think twice, Toby and I make a break for it. This is what my life has become. Living with the tool bag. Stealing pets. On the run. And I don't even care. As I drive away, I laugh hysterically, knowing how pissed Jeff is going to be when he gets home later to discover not only are all my things missing, but so is his dog. Will he even be mad that I left without a goodbye? Will he even care that I took his dog? Probably only because his pride will be wounded. Otherwise, I doubt it will faze him. In fact, he'll likely be grateful that I am no longer a burden for him to worry over. He can now have one-night stand after one-night stand without a second thought. No concerns over if his live-in girlfriend will discover his lies. He can screw anything he wants. Good for him. Getting all the sex while I'm like a dried-up sack of beans. I'm glad I purchased that new vibrator a few months ago. Maybe being away from Jeff will let me relax enough to actually have an orgasm. Lord knows I could use one. The last time Jeff and I had sex, it was done and over with in 92 seconds. That's right. I counted. Because it was so lackluster that I could lay there and count the seconds he was jackhammering into me before he collapsed on my chest, breathing heavily like he'd just finished running a marathon, rather than a 90-second romp in the sack. I'll ask one more time, then I'm done. Over the wallowing. Done. How was that my life? How? Okay, I guess it was twice, but seriously, how did I allow myself to live that way? I glance over at Toby, who's sleeping peacefully curled up on my front seat, his back paws sticking out over the edge. I reach over and scratch behind his ear, and he lets out a contented sigh. If nothing else, I got Toby out of the relationship, albeit by way of thievery, but still. He's mine, and I'll train him to bark and growl at Jeff if he ever tries to steal him back. Soon enough, I'm pulling into Kyle's driveway. He comes out of the front door and marches over to see me as soon as I'm out of my car.
Good to have you back.
Good to be back. I let Toby out of the car after putting on his leash and look up at Kyle sheepishly. I couldn't leave him. I'm sorry. I know you're not a dog person, but he's mine.
Thought he was Jeff's,
he says with a single eyebrow raised. I shrug and give him my best puppy dog eyes. But...
Don't give me that look. You stole this dog. Are we going to have trouble?
No, I shake my head adamantly because I truly doubt Jeff will come looking for him. He might text or call me, but I can't see him getting angry enough to come here for him.
Okay, then. You can keep him.
I really wasn't going to give him a choice, but I show him my gratitude anyway, as does Toby, like he understood what we were saying. Toby licks his hand, and I laugh at the grossed-out expression on Uncle Kyle's face. I promise I'll clean up after him and do all the work.
You sound like an 8-year-old begging for a pet. I trust you. Now come on, let's get your stuff inside.
It takes us several trips to get my car unloaded and my stuff placed into the spare bedroom I only vacated yesterday morning. I don't have the energy to put it all away right now, so I'll take care of it later. Right now, I just want to curl up on the couch with a large fountain soda, an extra cheesy pizza, and a good movie. Or a good book. I really don't care as long as it takes me away from my current life situation. 27. Homeless. Well, living with my uncle. Single. Thank goodness for that one. Petty thief. Let's see, what else? Oh, I have a crush on a guy who's been receiving my ex-boyfriend's one-night stand texts. Great. It's not so much that I don't like my life, really. I just saw something bigger for myself at this point. But maybe I'm focusing on all the negative rather than seeing the positive. I'm healthy. Great hair and skin. I love what I do for a living. I have a dog. That one makes me giggle to myself. Living with my uncle isn't bad. He's awesome, and I love him dearly. Friends? Well, I don't really have many of those, but I won't add it to the negative or positive category just yet. Sometimes friends are a blessing. Sometimes they're overrated. Right now, I'm just fortunate that I have a few in the online community that I've met through the website I sell my products through. Who says friends only happen in real life? These ladies understand my business and my passion for it. They support me and help me through the struggles. If that's not a friend, I don't know what is. It's just that I don't see them. Sure, they could be total and complete whack jobs, and I don't know it, but my gut doesn't lie. Aside from the whole Jeff thing, so we'll just call that one a learning experience. They're my friends. I settled that one for myself. Kyle? I shout through the house because in Jeff's house I wasn't allowed to, but Kyle doesn't care.
Yes?
Pizza, please?
Sure thing, honey. Let's order in tonight. Extra cheese?
I come into the living room where he's resting in his oversized brown lazy boy, sweatpants and hoodie on with slippers on his feet. He looks cozy and comfortable, and I can't wait to dress exactly the same. You know me well. What else?
Sausage and green peppers?
Yum, let's do it. Can we have them bring drinks too? I am so in the mood for a bucket of cola. He laughs and lifts the remote to pause whatever he's watching on the TV.
Sounds good to me. How about we have them bring dessert too? Wings?
I shake my head at the mention of wings. Too soon. Damn you, Jeff, for ruining my favorite food. Though, if I'm being honest with myself, I know I'll be back to eating them in 2 days. I just need a day of mourning. Not the relationship, of course. Well, I don't know. I just know that I am not in the mood to eat wings again today. No wings, just
Brownies? Do they have those? I'll ask. Otherwise, I think I've got a box of brownie mix in the cupboard. We could whip up a batch quick if you want. Oh, let's do that while we wait for the pizza. He stands up and moves in front of me, placing his hands on my shoulders and bending down a little so we're eye to eye. Sure thing, honey. You gonna be okay? I nod and offer up a smile before giving him a tight hug. Uncle Kyle gives the best hugs ever. None of that limp noodle arms banded around me. Better then. I'll tell you the story, but first I want to change clothes and take a quick shower. I've been wearing this since last night. Go right ahead. You know where everything is. This is your home now, for however long you need it to be. Thanks. Love you. Love you too. I head upstairs, stopping briefly in my new bedroom to grab some clothes and my toiletry bag, then go across the hallway to take a shower. Clean, lotioned up, hair washed, and towel dried, I get into some of the comfiest clothes I own. Bulky hoodie, sweats that have definitely seen their better days, fuzzy socks, and, best part, no bra. I make a quick stop back in my bedroom to look around. I have boxes and suitcases all over the plush tan carpeting. The full-size bed is simple, no headboard, white and tan comforter and sheet set. A plain dresser sits across from it. A mirror hangs from the wall. It's not fancy. Then again, neither is Kyle, and I'm not either. It suits me fine. It's not permanent, but it's warm and inviting and exactly what I need. Tomorrow I'll tackle getting settled in. Tonight I plan to get a stomachache eating my weight in pizza and brownies. Say what now? You heard me right. The texts that Jack has been receiving were because of my cheating ex-boyfriend Jeff. No. Oh yeah, I say, laughing lowly as I mix the brownie batter. I find Kyle's secret, well, he thought it was, stash of candy, and chop up some M&Ms, Reese's peanut butter cups, and extra chocolate chips, before spooning the batter into the baking dish he set out for me. That's not right. I know. It was crazy. This Whitney girl was about to go crazy, but when she dumped a full glass of beer on Jeff's head, I kind of wanted to bow to her. It was great. He watches me as I slide the pan into the oven, shaking his head. Fuck, I wish I could have seen that. Tisk tisk, Uncle Kyle, you with your naughty words. Are we gonna need a swear jar? That thing would be filled by Monday, and not just from me. Touché. I set the timer on the oven so I don't forget to get the brownies out, and move the bowl and spoon to the sink to give them a quick wash. And does Jack know this? I look over my shoulder at him with a sly grin. Not yet. You little shit. What did you do? I texted him. After Jeff was kicked out of the bar, I stayed and finished my meal because, duh, I'm not an idiot. Of course not. And then I had a few more beers, and they flowed pretty well through me. So I marched over to Whitney Big Boobs and asked for her phone. Then I memorized the number and texted him to let him know what a good time I had that night. You were drunk? Mm-hmm. You really think you memorized the right number? My body goes solid, and I turn to face him fully after turning the now clean brownie bowl upside down in the dish drainer. I think so. He laughs so hard he starts wheezing. Oh, child, only you. Did he respond? Not yet. He hoots and then slaps the table. I bet you anything you have the wrong number. No, I don't. I remembered it. After 4 tall beers? Right. He shakes his head and stands up, gets his phone off the charger on the counter, and scrolls through, rattles off a number. That sound right? I don't remember. Well, look. I pull out my phone, grumbling about the old man not always having to be right. Fine. Okay, what was his number again? He says it, and I know. I just know my face has to betray me. Shit. It was the wrong flipping number. Kyle? Yes, he asks, humor lacing his tone. I may or may not have gotten a little cocky and not remembered it entirely correctly. I tell him the number I have in my phone, and he laughs even harder when there are only 2 correct. 2,
Boy, drunken memory isn't great.
You thought you were so clever.
I did. I was. It's all the beer's fault, you know.
Sure.
He nods a few times and gives me a placating look. He should just pat me on the head for good measure. Well, give me his number then. I'm completely sober now, but I still want to screw with him a bit.
You're gonna be the death of me.
What a way to go out.
Chapter 7. Jack. It's been a week of quiet, and what I once loved and almost craved, and now I feel like I'm coming out of my skin. I'm going through the motions, eating my boring meals and running my gym, but everything feels a little empty. I haven't even had any texts from Toolbag's latest string of girls. Maybe he finally found his conscience and decided he'd stop using me as part of his plan. I don't miss the texts so much as the entertainment. Not the right word for it, but it's the only term I can come up with. I didn't enjoy it, but it at least brought some level of excitement to my dull life. Why do I miss getting those texts? How pathetic am I say to myself. And even though I try not to, I miss Sierra. Now her type of entertainment is actually wanted. I still want. In the few days she was here, she brought a certain light that I already feel like is absent from my life. Maybe has been for a long time. I put my now empty cup of coffee down on the end table and stretch out my legs on the leather ottoman in front of me. It's Sunday, and normally I love Sundays. I lounge and relax, and it's typically my cheat day for food. I rarely leave the house. A movie plays on the TV, one that I've seen more times than I can remember and can practically recite it from memory. But it's hilarious and it truly never gets old. This group of 3 guys who all hate their bosses for different reasons and get into trouble more than any of them anticipate. After it's over, I cue up the sequel but pause it to make myself a giant plate of nachos with some shredded buffalo chicken, pour a glass of soda, and settle back onto the couch with my meal. Halfway through the movie, my phone buzzes and I pull it out of the pocket of my gray sweatpants and groan when I read the text that greets me. Unknown.
Last night was amazing.
Shit! I shouldn't have spoken my happiness over not receiving more texts into the world. I ignore the text until my movie is over, clean up my dishes in the kitchen a little bit, mess around on social media for a few minutes before I get another text alert. Unknown.
Now you're quiet? You had a lot to say last night.
Giving in to the temptation, I text back. Me. You like a guy who talks, huh? Unknown.
Well, dirty talk, yeah. It was sexy.
Me. Glad you enjoyed yourself. Unknown.
Oh, I did, for sure. You? Want to do it again?
I think for a few moments and decide to listen to my dad's advice and shut it down before it gets out of hand once again. Me. I'm just gonna come out and tell you this isn't the guy you were with last night. Unknown.
Huh?
Me. I'm his Textdoor neighbor, and he's using my number to give to the women he's been with. Unknown.
Textdoor neighbor, huh? That's funny, I've never heard that term before.
Me. It's hilarious, right? A friend of mine made it up. I can't claim it either. Me. So anyway, sorry, but I'm not him. Unknown.
I guess I still don't really understand. You texted me back like you knew what we'd done last night.
Me. Yeah, well, this isn't the first time I've received one of these texts, and I sometimes just talk to the women because I felt bad, but I've recently had a change of heart. Unknown.
Change of heart, huh? What brought that on?
No way do I want to say that not only did I meet a girl who reminded me that I should put a stop to it, but my daddy told me to as well. Me. I just did. Sorry that I misled you at the beginning, but I wanted to be honest. Unknown.
Well, thanks, I guess.
Me. No problem. Have a good day. Unknown.
Oh, I'm sure I will.
I set my phone down and release a sigh of relief, then decide to take things one step further and search through my text to where I was talking with the guy who's at fault in the first place. Me. I see you're still using my number. Within minutes, he's replying. Him. What are you talking about? Me. I just got another text from whoever you spent your evening with. Him. Hate to tell you, but whoever was texting you definitely wasn't with me. I spent the night alone, thanks to you. Me. Me? How do you figure? Him. All hell broke loose last week for me. My girlfriend found out. I had a full glass of beer dumped on my head and kicked out of my favorite bar. Me. And this is my fault how? And girlfriend? You had a girlfriend this entire time? Him. I did, but I'll get her back. She threw a fit and left, but I know her. She'll be back.
She took my fucking dog with her too, probably so I'd chase her. So if she doesn't come back on her own, I'll be able to go after her to get my dog back. Me. Wow, you really know how to pick them. Him. Well, now that I know you're still cool with me using your number, I'll get back on track. Me. I didn't say that. I actually was going to tell you to stop. Him. Oh, come on now. You can't tell me this hasn't been fun. Me. Doesn't matter. I've had enough and really don't like having to change my number. So stop using mine. I set my phone aside and flip it over. Not that I won't hear the alert if I get a notification or call, but it makes me feel better to have it out of sight. The rest of the day is blissfully quiet. I feel a little better about the silence now that I've stood up to this guy, whoever he is, and it might make me sound like a petty person, but I kind of like the fact that he got dumped, both by his girlfriend and a glass of beer on his head. He deserved it. And then the quiet vanishes with the sound of my doorbell. It's a little unnerving that I'm shocked someone could be stopping over on a Sunday night because I have no life. And when I open the door, I'm even more shocked. Sierra?
Hi.
And friend. I glance down at the dog panting happily at her feet, long leather leash dangling between them.
This is Toby.
Hi, Toby. His tail wags, and he struggles against the leash to come inside my house, jerking on Sierra's arm until he's pushing his way inside, but not before giving me a good sniff to which I have to bend over so his nose doesn't do some damage. Sierra laughs as she walks in after her little friend. Do come in.
Why, thank you. Such a nice offer.
I chuckle as she breezes past me and I shut the door behind her. So. She walks around, Toby still on his leash as they both take in my home. She doesn't shy away from being nosy, and neither does her dog. Bending over, she unhooks him and he walks around for a few seconds before climbing up on my sofa. I raise my eyebrows. Oh yeah, make yourself comfortable, Toby. He sighs as he nestles in where I was just sitting. I look at Sierra, back to Toby, back to Sierra, who has an amused look on her face. What's happening here?
Toby wanted to meet you.
He did he? Well, he certainly knows how to make himself feel welcome.
He does, doesn't he?
She plops down next to him, removes her coat, and scratches him behind his ear. She leans over to kiss him, and I can't help but notice the cleavage she's showing me. Not me. Not on purpose. At least I don't think. Her cream-colored sweater is baggy, hanging a little off one shoulder, gaping enticingly, and my eyes won't move. They're stuck on the curve of her breasts. She removes her shoes, tucking her legs under her butt. Legs that I want wrapped around my waist, especially since I can see them so clearly in her leggings. Runs in the family, I see, I say, grinning as I take her in. It shouldn't make me think of anything other than Sierra hanging out on my couch, but unfortunately, it brings up an immediate sense of longing for what could be if she wasn't with someone else, if she lived around here. I like seeing her in my space, making herself comfortable with her dog that didn't even question whether or not he was allowed on my furniture. She looks cozy and right. I clear my throat to push away the thoughts that don't belong in my head. What brings you by? I thought you'd returned home.
I did.
And now you're back?
Home.
What? Her single-word answer doesn't make any sense to me. I lean over to grab the remote and turn off the TV. Enough with the riddles. What's going on? Why are you here? How did you even know where I live?
Kyle.
Kyle is why you're here, or Kyle told you where I live?
He told me where you live.
I nod like I understand what she's saying, but I'm still stuck on how freaking beautiful she is. Her chocolate brown hair looks silky and soft, and my fingers itch to run through it. Her makeup is subtle, highlighting her features, shiny peach lips, a little bit of a rosy tinge to her cheeks that I suppose could also be from the cold, eyelashes long and dark as coal. Never have I examined a woman so closely in my entire life. It's a bit unnerving how strong of a pull she has on me. I can barely focus on anything else. I see. I don't see it all because I'm currently struck stupid, especially when she bites her bottom lip and looks up at me from under her lashes. Is she trying to look seductive? To kill me? I damn near groan. It's been just a few days since she and I shared a meal with my dad at the diner, and I hate to admit how much I missed her. She's not just a pretty face, though pretty is hardly the word I'd use to describe her. Unforgettably gorgeous, but she's also intriguing, funny, and quick-witted, smart and creative and fun to be around. And why is it that you're here?
Wanted to come see my buddy. Is that so wrong?
Buddy, right, because she lives with her super cool boyfriend.
And what does your boyfriend think of you being back here and coming to see your buddy? She shrugs.
Not sure.
Because? She rolls her eyes like I'm the one causing this confusion.
I'm not sure, all right?
Trying not to sound too annoyed, I rest my elbows on my knees and get her attention. Her beautiful, dark, twinkling eyes are on me. Cut the shit, Sierra. I don't do riddles, and I've had a really relaxing day until now. What's going on here?
Fine, so I did go back, but now I'm here.
Again, and your boyfriend?
Isn't my boyfriend anymore.
It's a struggle not to smile, but I manage it. She was living with the guy. That had to mean something, right? I'm sorry to hear that.
Are you?
I don't want you to be hurting, so yes, I'm sorry. She watches me for a few beats. Toby moves his head so it's resting on her lap. Lucky dog.
I'm okay.
Are you?
I am. He wasn't who I thought he was.
I'm sorry to hear that as well. She shrugs one shoulder. The one that's bare. Her skin looks smooth, and I have no doubt that it smells delectable.
Well, let's just say that I'm much better off now. I can't be with someone I can't trust.
And you couldn't trust him? She scoffs, then finishes with a laugh.
No, I can't.
I thought he was such a cool guy.
Turns out I was trying to convince myself of that. Apparently I can't trust myself either.
I don't know about that. You recognize what an awesome guy I am. She gives me a look I can't quite decipher, but it's gone in a flash, replaced with a smile and shake of her head.
Right. How could I forget?
When you said that you're home, I hedged, letting her finish for me.
Home. With Kyle. For the time being, anyway. I need to decide where I want to land.
Not here? Please say here. Please say here.
Didn't say that. I like it here, but I can't live with my uncle forever. I need to be on my own.
Makes sense. Well, if you decide you want help finding a place, let me know.
I might just take you up on that.
Good. You hungry? Did you eat?
Uncle Kyle and I made broccoli soup today, but I didn't have dessert.
I mentally calculate what I have for dessert and stand to go to the kitchen, remembering I have a chocolate chip cheesecake in my freezer. I'll have to talk to Kyle about his hosting skills. Come on, let's go find something sweet. Toby groans when Sierra moves him so she can stand up.
Oh, shush, you big baby.
He cracks one eye open and blows out an annoyed breath, his lips flapping. I chuckle at his theatrics. Ha! He's something else.
I know, he's so dramatic.
You like cheesecake?
Am I breathing?
Now who's dramatic? She giggles and follows me to the kitchen, looking around the space. My dad helped me refinish my kitchen, and since he's a chef, everything is top of the line. Well, top of the line that was within my budget anyway.
Wow! You waste this kitchen on making plain old chicken breasts and steamed veggies?
I stop in my tracks. What?
Isn't that what you eat all the time?
Who told you that? She grins.
Your dad, when you went to the bathroom at the diner. He said I was a good influence on you because normally you only eat chicken and veggies.
I'm healthy. She does a slow perusal of my body, and I don't miss the flare of heat in her eyes.
Mm-hmm.
I raise my eyebrows and resist shoving my hands in my pockets of my gray sweats when her eyes stay trained on my crotch for a few seconds longer than appropriate. Instead, I cross my arms over my chest and flex my biceps a little. Her cheeks go pink, and she matches my stance. Is she making her breasts pop out of her sweater on purpose? Maybe earlier when she was giving me a good look, it wasn't an accident after all. Somehow we're standing only a foot apart, both of us with our arms crossed over our chests to show off, our eyes taking the other in, breath coming in heavier. I inch closer, and she does the same, electricity zinging between us without even touching. I would bet my gym that if we came together, it would be far more than electricity. Fireworks, explosions. It takes every ounce of self-control I possess to not take her in my arms and slam my mouth to hers in a kiss neither of us will forget, a kiss that would make all other kisses be long forgotten. She licks her lips and my eyes zero in on the little pink tip of her tongue. Just as I'm about to take another step closer, to test my theory about how strong our connection really is, Toby interrupts us with a growl, then half-assed bark. He whimpers a little, then lets out another little yip bark. Sierra blows out a breath, taking a step back, and I do the same.
He's dreaming. He does it often.
I nod and swallow. A cheesecake?
Maybe another time. I was taking Toby for a walk and decided to say hi. I didn't plan on staying.
No?
No, There are some things I need to figure out, and walks always clear my head.
And those thoughts led you to my doorstep. It's not a question. First of all, she can't deny it because of where she's currently standing. Second, I already know the answer. She feels something between us as well. However, she was living with her boyfriend, and now she's back here, living with her uncle. Whatever happened in the few days she was gone changed things, and she deserves time to digest that.
Yes,
she eventually admits. I'm glad they did, I tell her truthfully. Whenever you're ready for that cheesecake, you let me know?
You'll be the first.
Good.
I'd better go,
she says, though it sounds like that's the opposite of what she'd like to do. Want me to drive you? A quick look out the window tells me that the snowstorm they'd predicted to come tonight has arrived. Unfortunately, it's warm enough that it hasn't quite turned to snow yet. Ice pelts the window and I hear thunder. Thunder snow means we're not just going to get a few inches, but rather a dumping of snow. She follows my gaze and winces.
Oh, do you mind? I'm sorry to take you out of the house, especially in this.
That's fine. I really don't want you walking in this anyway. Nor do I like the idea of you out in the dark.
Well, Toby's here to keep me safe. He wouldn't hurt a fly, but people don't know that.
Good. Let me just grab my coat and keys.
Thank you.
Her phone rings and she walks to her coat, pulling it out.
Hello?
She mouths Kyle to me and I nod.
Yeah, I'm at Jack's. He said he'd bring me home.
She's silent for a few minutes while she listens to whatever it is he's saying. Her eyes close, and when they open, they're trained on me.
What am I supposed to do?
She asks quietly. I move closer.
I don't know.
What? What's going on? I ask, but she holds up a finger, telling me to have patience. Wait my turn.
I understand. Okay, hang on.
She lowers the phone from her ear and looks nervous.
So, apparently it's been raining for a little bit now, and, well, Kyle lives at the bottom of that steep hill, you know?
Yeah?
Well, you can't get out of it.
Out of what?
The road. I guess 3 people just got into an accident because of the ice, and their vehicles are basically blocking his road. They slid down. Bam, bam, bam. But it's fine. It's fine. You can just drop me off at the top of the hill and I can...
Slide down in the rain and sleet?
Yes?
Sierra, just stay here. I don't have dog food, but I'm sure we can find something for Toby. I have a spare bedroom you can stay in. I'm sure they'll be able to get the cars cleaned up tomorrow.
Are you sure?
Wouldn't have offered if I wasn't.
What about work?
If the storm is as bad as they're predicting, I won't be opening the gym tomorrow. I keep my clients updated through text and my Facebook page.
Oh.
I motion to her phone and then take it from her hand. Kyle. Yeah, it's Jack. Sierra can just spend the night here in my guest room. I promise I'll be on my best behavior. I add on and wink at her. She still looks a little nervous at the prospect of staying at my house.
I know you will, Kyle says. Thanks for keeping us safe. She's, been through a lot this week.
I heard.
You did?
She mentioned that she and her boyfriend broke up. He's silent on the other end for just a few seconds, then...
Yeah, she's better off without him. Anyway, we'll talk in the morning. Hopefully the roads will get cleared up and I can come get her.
No worries. I can bring her home otherwise.
I'm right here, you know,
she says jokingly.
Oh, I'll always worry, but thank you, Jack. I trust you.
He shouldn't. Just the thought of having her in my home all night, sleeping under the same roof, both of us naked. Wait, no, not naked. Unless... Nope, can't go there. Thank you. Here's Sierra. I hand the phone back to her and note that she looks at me out of the corner of her eye before turning her back to me and saying something I can't hear. Then she ends the call and turns around to look at me.
You're sure?
Of course. It's not a big deal, Sierra.
I know. I just feel bad. It's like I'm in high school all over again, and my parents are trying to figure out how to get me home.
Nothing to feel bad about. I didn't think this storm was supposed to hit us until later in the night.
Yeah, me either,
she murmurs. So, cheesecake? Her smile is wide when she looks up, nodding.
Yeah, sounds delicious.
I pull it out of the freezer and put it on the counter to thaw. Gotta let it set out for a bit before we can cut into it. Movie? Netflix? Prime?
Mm-hmm.
She hops up and takes a seat on the kitchen counter, and if I thought she looked like she was comfortable in my house earlier, curled up on the couch, I was wrong. Because right now, with her propped on the counter and one leg crossed over the other and her hair tumbling over her shoulders, she doesn't just appear relaxed and comfortable, she belongs. Shit, I'm barreling way too fast right now and need to calm the fuck down. Need a drink? I know I do. A lot of them, actually. I grab a glass out of the cupboard and set it on the counter next to her before opening the fridge. Unfortunately for me, the proximity to her leg is way too close when the back of my hand grazes her thigh. She tenses and sucks in a breath. Shit. I really need to get laid. And I also really need to stop thinking about getting laid when Sierra's around because I haven't been attracted to a woman like this in, well, ever. Thinking with my dick definitely isn't going to help any. Water, soda, beer, coffee, hot chocolate, tea, lemonade. I might have a dusty old bottle of wine here somewhere that my sister left once upon a time. Whiskey? Maybe we need shots. I press my lips together to stop myself from rambling.
Wow, what choices?
Shut up, I murmur.
In shots, really? Is the prospect of spending the night with me so awful that you need to get drunk?
She pulls a face that looks sad, but I see the sparkle in her eye. She's full of shit. Obviously, the idea of spending an entire evening with you requires a great deal of alcohol.
Ditto,
she grins.
And for the record, Netflix and whiskey. It's totally a Netflix and chill kind of night.
I groan and drop my gaze to the floor. Oh my damn, you didn't just say that.
I can't help it. You got all nervous after you touched my leg and started rambling and listing off every drink you could think of.
Well, excuse me, but it's been a while since I've had a female in my house. That's what I was about to say, but I stopped myself, thankfully.
Since?
Nothing. So, shots? Sierra's eyes widen and she twirls a finger in the air.
I do believe we need something.
Yes, definitely something. I give her a single nod. Agree. I grab the bottle of whiskey from the cupboard above the fridge and blow the dust off it, making Sierra laugh. She hops down and gets another glass from the cupboard and places it next to the other.
These are much larger than shot glasses.
Thank goodness, I joke as I take a hefty drink from the bottle.
Right.
Her fingers graze mine when she reaches for the bottle, confirming my earlier suspicions about electricity when we touch. It zips up my arm and straight through my body, landing solidly in my crotch. Her eyes widen, and I know she feels it too. Thank goodness I don't speak that out loud because I would feel like a complete wuss. She tips it back and takes a large drink herself. Her tongue and lips right where mine just were. My pants are tight, and I'm a teenager apparently, not being able to control myself because a girl just drank from the same bottle as me. What the actual hell is wrong with me? Her body gives a little shudder, and her tongue sticks out like she just tasted something disgusting.
Blah!
I chuckle. Delicious, huh?
So delicious.
She moans and licks her lips, making me think all sorts of things. I pour a couple fingers into each glass and lift mine up. Should we do a toast? She shakes her head rapidly.
No, just no.
Want to take a moment to think about that?
Is it possible for you to act like Jack?
What are you talking about?
Jack! You're all stiff and weird. What's up?
She takes a sip and pulls a face as she swallows hard. Stiff? If only she knew. I am not.
R2. You're all jacked up because I'm here, buddy. And I have you all out of sorts about that. Why is that,
She pokes me in the chest and I grab her finger. I don't even answer her question. Instead, I just get stuck on her calling me a buddy for the second time tonight. Very interesting. Buddy, huh? I ask her, pulling her a few steps closer, my mouth now a breath from hers.
My buddy Jack.
Is that what helps? To think of me as a buddy? My voice is low and husky, and I look down at her lips when I notice her staring at mine. If she can, I can, right? Fair is fair.
No? Yes? Maybe?
Which one is it? I ask, finally gaining my footing around this striking woman I've been fumbling my way in front of thus far. I place a hand on her bare shoulder and run my palm down her arm. She shivers under my touch, and I smile.
Maybe?
Are you asking me?
What?
She asks breathlessly. Toby makes himself known, nosing between us and interrupting the moment. I'm not sure if I'm grateful or want to put him outside in the freezing rain.
Hey there, boy.
Sierra stutters, then slowly lowers herself so she's face to face with him.
You need attention too, huh?
She looks up at me and I don't miss the desire in her eyes. It's there, unmistakable, because I have no doubt mine look the same. Now, what do I do about it?
Chapter 8. Sierra. Bad whiskey. Bad. Why did I think it was smart to drink so much last night? I groan and place a hand on my forehead to stop my brain from exploding through my skull. I'm not so far gone that I don't know where I'm at. Jack's guest bedroom. Dark red sheets that smell clean and fresh. Toby nowhere to be found. I gingerly shift my feet onto the floor, then unceremoniously slide off the bed, landing on my butt, crawl across the floor, through the open door, down the short hallway to the bathroom.
How you feeling?
Dandy, I grumble as I push my way into the bathroom. Jack laughs lowly.
Coffee is ready. Bacon, too.
Toby?
I got him.
I don't respond as I shove the door shut behind me. The last time I drank as much as I did last night was when I turned 21 and thought I'd die the next day. I do my business and wash my hands, then my face and brush my teeth. Gag a little bit, but manage to hold back the vomit. I stare at myself in the mirror, at the dark smudges of mascara under my eyes, and decide a second wash might do me some good. I splash cool water onto my face and shiver but feel a little better. I lift the collar of Jack's t-shirt he let me wear to bed last night, bend my head low and sniff. Sigh when I'm blessed with him. Allow myself one more deep inhale, closing my eyes to get the full effect of the spicy, musky, natural manly scent. What is wrong with me? I whisper, irritated with myself. Straightening, I tug down the hem of his t-shirt. Last night, I fought every instinct I have not to climb him like a damn tree, especially when my inhibitions were lowered because of alcohol. A lot of alcohol. After the almost kiss that Toby interrupted, I had equally hoped the moment wasn't lost and prayed it was. Okay, maybe not equally because I really wanted him to kiss me. The sexual energy was zipping and zagging between us so strongly that it was almost impossible to ignore. In all my 27 years, I've never once felt this way about someone. This pull. I want to fall into his arms, curl up into his side on the couch, stretch out on his bed with my head resting on his chest, cook meals together and... Nope, I can't think that way. That's wanting something more from Jack Cole than I can give him, and that's not fair to him. Jack doesn't scream one-night stand, or even the stay together but never marry type. He wants it all. The house, wife, 2.5 kids... And that's just not me. Sure, I want love, but that passionate, crazy love that my parents had isn't for me. I can't allow that. It's easier to have lukewarm feelings for someone because that's safer, easier. Might be a little more boring, but that's okay. At least my life wouldn't be filled with highs and lows and screaming matches because our tempers are flaring. And those screaming matches turning into screaming of a different kind. It's too much. No. I rest my hands on the sink and suck in air. I won't allow something like that to happen. And Jack? Well, I don't really see the screaming fights happening between us. I do see the other side of it. The side where we make up in grand fashion, where we can't keep our hands to ourselves. I felt it last night, and I never feel it. I avoid the spark and go for safe and mild. Raising my eyes to look in the mirror, I narrow them at the reflection. I'm a freaking liar if I think I can avoid something between Jack and me, or that I want to. I'm also guilty for keeping a giant secret from him. I just don't know how to tell him that I was living with the guy who was giving over a dozen women his number, cheating on me with every single one of them. It's embarrassing and, well, mostly just that. He deserves to know, but I can't seem to find the right words. When I showed up here last night, I fully intended on telling him. That was the entire reason I came over. But then Toby made himself at home, and Jack was looking like Jack, sweet and sexy, and then we had whiskey. One would think that once the liquor started flowing, I would have told him. But it had the opposite effect. Fear rules my heart and my mouth, apparently. Fear that falling for a guy that I can't stay away from will turn into something I can't control. Damn you, I say quietly, but I'm not sure if I'm saying it to myself or Jack or to my parents for raising me in such a fucked up marriage. I push off the sink and throw my shoulders back, resolved that I can handle this. Whatever this is between Jack and me, I can handle it. I've got it. I walk around the corner and follow the scent of coffee and bacon into the kitchen and stop in my tracks. Jack is in the same pair of gray sweatpants he was wearing last night. Bare feet. But this time he's not wearing a shirt. And, holy shit, boxing does a body good. My mouth goes dry as my eyes feast on every inch of bare skin he's blessing me with. Abs made of ripples and biceps that are bulging, but not so much that they look like he's been on steroids. And his back? Why is a man's back so sexy? Muscles. That's why. His hair is damp, combed away from his face. A smattering of dark facial hair covers his jaw, and I have the absolutely insane desire to feel the scratchiness against my most tender places. Toby is sitting perfectly still in front of him, staring up at Jack and paying close attention. I don't blame him. If I was in Toby's place, I don't think I could take my eyes off him either.
Shake?
Toby immediately lifts a paw and drops it into Jack's hand. Toby is rewarded with a small piece of bacon. My jaw drops. I've been trying to teach him commands since I moved in with Jeff, but he wouldn't listen to anything I told him. Sit, he'd just cock his head to the side and stare at me like I was speaking a foreign language. What sorcery is this? At my voice, Toby and Jack both turned to face me. Toby with his tongue hanging out of his mouth, but I'm pretty sure it's because of his new favorite person rather than me. I don't blame him. I wish I'd have checked to make sure I wasn't suddenly drooling before I brought attention to me. Jack smiles and gestures to Toby.
He's a quick learner.
I scoff. No, he's not. I've been working with him and he stares at me like I'm stupid.
Maybe you're just not doing it right. Come here.
Probably not a good idea for me to be listening to his commands, but apparently I'm a slut just like Toby is. My feet carry me quickly over to the duo and Jack pulls me in front of him. Oh, this isn't good. My entire body tingles, and I really wish I was wearing pants. I feel his chest brush up against my back as he reaches around me for another small piece of bacon and hands it to me.
Now, you need to speak firmly. If you're weak, he knows he's the master. And don't give in quickly and give him a treat for a good try.
I would never, I say, turning my head to look at him. He just gives me a knowing grin and placates me with a,
Sure, whatever you say.
I roll my eyes and turn to face Toby.
Lift the treat, show him what he could get out of the deal.
I do as I'm told, and Toby's tail starts wagging.
Now give him the command.
Shake. Swear, Toby, the little traitor, looks at Jack first, either for permission or to make sure that the command is coming from someone he respects. Then he lifts his paw and places it in my hand. Then I give him a little shake before giving him his reward. Good boy, Toby, good boy. He excitedly kisses my cheek before ignoring me once again and moving to Jack to make sure that Jack saw his job well done.
Good boy,
he croons, and they place their foreheads together. What the hell is all this? I ask, jealously. Toby only likes me.
Not anymore,
Jack says cockily, then winks at me before turning his attention back to Toby.
We men gotta stick together, right, buddy?
Then Jack lifts his fist, and not even lying when I say that Toby lifts his paw and gives him a fist bump. Did I wake up in an alternate universe?
No, but you did wake up to a massive snowpocalypse.
He points to the window in his dining room, and I gasp. I go to stand next to the window that I can barely see out of because the snow is so deep. He stands next to me, and now that I'm not distracted by Toby, all I smell is him, and the big old inhales I was taking of his shirt earlier don't do it justice. He smells divine. That same spicy scent, but now it's mixed with coffee and bacon and the clean scent of his soap. I almost groan.
That was my reaction, too.
Crap, did I just groan? When did this happen?
Apparently while we were sleeping, or maybe when we were polishing off that bottle of whiskey.
Shit. Jack, what are we gonna do? He shrugs as if it's no big deal.
We're stuck inside for the day. Maybe tomorrow because more snow is coming and the plows can't really keep up.
I can't be stuck here.
Why is that?
he asks, crossing his sexy arms over his sexy chest and giving me a sexy look. I narrow my eyes in response. Don't do that.
Do what?
Oh, he's so innocent. Right. It's not like I can really do the same thing to him aside from pull up the hem of his t-shirt. I'm not wearing a bra, so I don't really want to bring attention to my nipples that would betray me through the thin fabric of his t-shirt. Why didn't I think about putting my clothes back on? Or, at the very least, a bra? Do that. I do a figure eight with my finger in front of him. Look all sexy before I've even had coffee.
But I can look sexy after I've plied you with coffee? Good to know.
He smacks me on the ass and walks away chuckling when I let out a little growl. You're the worst.
Keep telling yourself that, sweetheart,
he hollers back. I follow him to the kitchen where he has a steaming cup of coffee waiting for me on the counter.
Creamer? Milk? Sugar?
Creamer if you have it, but I can just drink it black too. Don't go to any trouble.
Wouldn't have offered it if I didn't.
Right, duh. He pulls out 2 different kinds of creamer, a French vanilla and hazelnut, and places them in front of me.
Help yourself. Sorry if you don't like those flavors.
I chose the hazelnut and pour a little into my coffee before stirring it with the spoon he hands over and take a fortifying sip. This is great. Thank you.
You're welcome. Want some eggs, too?
Don't go to any trouble.
That's the second time you've said that now. It's not trouble, Sierra, especially if I'm offering something. Besides, like I said, we're stuck here today anyway. What else are we going to do to fill our time?
He's looking at me suggestively over the rim of his own cup. What else indeed? I murmur and slide onto a bar stool.
How do you like your eggs?
I don't care. Whichever is fine with me.
After we eat, would you like to shower? I obviously don't have clean underwear for you to wear, but you can wear some of my boxers while we wash yours.
I blush at the thought of wearing more of his clothes, but shrug my indifference. That's fine. I can always wait until I go home, too. If the snow lets up, I'm sure Toby and I can manage to walk back home.
Walk?
Right. Well, I wouldn't want you to have to drive in this weather. That's a lot of he grunts, interrupting me.
Trouble. Right.
Right, it is. It's a pain in the ass.
And if you can't walk home, what would you like to do today?
I shrug again. Whatever. I'm kind of in your way here, so if you had plans, I don't want to be the one who stops you from doing them. He looks at me for a long beat before leaning his butt against the counter, hands resting on it, too. Jack sighs heavily and scrubs a hand down his face.
Don't do that.
Do what?
Be compliant.
I'm not. He sighs again and drops his head, his chin resting against his chest while his shoulders move up and down. Then he walks a few steps and leans over the counter so he's facing me, his hands just inches from mine.
Sierra, listen to me. If you want something, ask for it. I'm not a troll, and I won't get upset if you want scrambled eggs and I was planning to make fried. If you need to shower, that's fine. I'm not an idiot, Sierra, and believe me, I can read between the lines better than anyone. I've had years of experience with it that I'll explain to you another time. But I don't like to see you just letting someone else make the decisions. That's not who I am. I'm your buddy, remember? And buddies are there for each other. So, tell me, what kind of eggs would you like?
I blew out a breath and look away. I'm not doing that.
You are, and we're going to get to the bottom of it eventually. Even your dog realized that you weren't the one making decisions.
Rude.
Truthful. There's a difference. Now, let me ask one more time. What kind of eggs are you in the mood for? I can do omelets, scrambled, fried, poached, boiled.
Rambling again? I tease. His head gives a shake and a lock of hair falls out of place. I want to push it away so it doesn't cover his face, but he does it for me, his muscles flexing as he raises a hand and slides his fingers through his chocolate brown hair to push it back. The move shouldn't turn me on, but it does. Just about everything he does turns me on, it seems.
Simply giving you options, so you can make a choice that you want.
We stare at each other. him daring me to argue with him, but I can't. He barely knows me, but yet he knows me. Somehow. What do you have to go in the omelets?
Atta girl.
He taps the counter twice with the palm of his hand and stands straight, moving to the fridge and pulling out ingredients.
Mushrooms, green pepper, onion, a few different kinds of cheese, asparagus, spinach, tomatoes, ham.
Maybe it would be easier if you told me what you don't have, I joke.
My other meals might be boring as fuck, but I like options for breakfast. And always plenty of veggies, too.
Of course, can't forget those.
Never. So what'll it be?
Can I help? I love to chop stuff.
Sous Chef Sierra has a nice ring to it.
He pulls ingredients out of the fridge, then retrieves a couple of knives and sets them on the large wooden cutting board that I imagine doesn't get moved often. Pulls out 2 small sauté pans and places them on the gas burners. I've never cooked on a gas stove before.
Really? You won't want to go back, trust me.
Strange thing is, I do trust him. With more than just cooking breakfast together. I trust that what he was saying earlier was the truth. That he cares about what I want, not just someone who will agree with everything he says. Looking forward to you changing my world and having to buy a new appliance then. He chuckles.
There's my smart-ass girl.
His smart-ass girl. I shouldn't like that, but I do. A little too much. Damn it. I also like the way the two of us work side by side, standing at the counter and chopping vegetables and whisking eggs, eating bacon and drinking coffee. He starts sautéing the vegetables, jerking his wrist to move the pan. You've done that a time or two, I acknowledge.
Yes, I have. Dad's a chef, remember?
Oh, I remember your dad. I can't imagine anyone not remembering meeting him. Jack pulls a disgusted face.
Gross.
I smile, liking that I irritated him a little bit. I mean, he's definitely a silver fox. He pours the eggs into the pans. I bet that he would be a great wingman, though I bet that he would provide a lot of competition for you. I'm not sure if you've noticed, but your dad is, super hot. I saw little hints of tattoos and totally wouldn't mind seeing more of those. He curls a lip at me when I waggle my eyebrows.
Okay, enough of that.
He finishes up our omelets and plates them, sliding my plate in front of me. I hold my hair back as I lean over. Oh my gosh. This smells so good. I'm starving. And then I make embarrassing noises while I shovel eggs into my mouth as if I haven't eaten for years.
Now, see, aren't you glad you chose what you wanted to eat? I hate to imagine you'd miss this meal you are so clearly enjoying.
No one likes a know-it-all, Jack. I mumble around a mouthful of delicious eggs. Seriously, what in the heck did he do to these things? I have never had such an amazing omelet in my life. I can't stop eating. Did he put some sort of drug in these? Seriously, this is too good. I can't even stop. So good. I look up to see Jack's just watching me rather than enjoying his own incredible meal. What's wrong? You aren't hungry? He shakes his head with tight lips like he's trying not to laugh.
No, just waiting to see if you're going to dive into mine as well. Don't want to lose a finger.
I can't help it. I tend to be hungry after I drink too much alcohol.
Really? I never would have guessed.
No one likes a smartass, Jack.
I'm a know-it-all smartass. I sound like a treat.
I polish off the last of my omelet and my eyes land on his. I walk my fingers across the counter to Jack's plate, but he pulls it away and starts eating.
Suddenly, I'm really hungry.
I narrow one eye. Share? He uses the side of his fork to cut off a large section, then forks it into his mouth, moaning with his eyes closed.
I don't think I can. It's just too good.
Jerk. He winks, then pushes the rest of his omelet over to me. If I had an ounce of self-respect, I would have at least waited to dive in. However, I polish it off. No regrets. Maybe the rest of the day I'll practice that whole no regrets thing as well.
Chapter 9. Jack.
I think I need to do some jumping jacks.
She can jump on this jack all she wants. Why is that?
because I ate my weight in omelets and bacon since you kept forcing your food on me.
She groans while holding her stomach stretched out on my couch with Toby by her feet. Oh, it's my fault you're feeling like a stuffed pig, huh? She lifts her head and glares at me.
What a lovely compliment.
You're welcome. She groans again, and I chuckle.
I'm serious, Jack. I need to do something active. I may or may not have eaten a little too much, and I need to burn it off.
Well, that's not helping my current state of mind. Lots of activities that I can think of to burn off our breakfast.
I just feel, blah, you know? Like my stomach is kind of revolting against me right now.
Sierra stands up, albeit quite slowly, and stretches her arms above her head. Then a noise emits from her that I'm absolutely positive she didn't want me to hear. She freezes aside from covering her face. I stare at her and try not to laugh, but the effort is completely lost because she apparently wasn't done. This time, after the sound I'll never forget, though, she squeals, holds her stomach, then bolts for the bathroom. As soon as I hear the door slam shut, I burst into full-blown laughter.
Not nice,
she shouts. Minutes pass, and I hear the toilet flush. Then flush again, and some more incredibly unpleasant noises. I look around the room and slowly make my way toward the bathroom hallway. Farting is one thing, which obviously didn't bother me because I'm a guy and farts happen. But whatever is going on in the bathroom right now is far beyond that. Sierra?
Mm-hmm.
You okay in there?
Mm-hmm.
Something tells me she's not being entirely truthful. Could be the fact that the second was said in a high-pitched squeaky voice. Could be the fact that I just heard the unmistakable sounds of bodily fluids rapidly emitting from her butt. You sure?
Jack, the polite thing to do would be to leave me alone for a few minutes of private time.
Private time, huh? Is it because I still haven't put on a shirt? I can't help but tease her.
Jackson!
I grin. Ooh, full naming me, huh?
Kindly move away from the door.
She no doubt grits out, by the way it sounds. Okay, I'm sorry. Can I get you anything? More eggs? I try not to laugh, but it doesn't work. I think I hear her gag and then, vomit while... Maybe I pushed her too far. Now I feel bad. Is it? Coming out both ends? Sierra? The toilet flushes and she groans.
Okay, do you know what it means to give someone privacy?
Right. Moving away from the door now. Just holler if you need anything.
You won't hear from me. Thank you.
If only I wasn't capable of hearing right now. I take a seat on the chair again and turn up the volume on the TV, hoping to make her and me a little more comfortable. I finish watching a full episode of Schitt's Creek, and she still hasn't emerged from whatever war zone she has entered into, so I press pause and decide to risk her wrath and knock on the bathroom door lightly. Sierra, you okay?
Not really.
What can I do? I'm a little afraid of what she's going to ask me, especially when I hear her throw up again. Having had enough, though, I knock once more, announce that I'm coming in, and slowly open the door. The smell is impossible to miss. I mean, it was coming through the door, but without the barrier, it's unpleasant. I cover my nose and try not to make a disgusted sound. Her tiny body is sitting on the toilet, head hanging into the trash can she's holding. Oh, girl. I move to her side and gingerly place a hand on her back. She looks so sad and a little on the pathetic side, in a cute way, of course, when she looks up at me. Face a complete mess, vomit and tears and snot smeared on her face.
I don't feel so good.
You don't say. I'm so sorry. Was it the eggs? She gags, body retching and hunching over as she throws up a little more. But at this point it appears her stomach is mostly empty. She wipes her mouth with the back of her hand.
Let's not discuss food. No, it wasn't the eggs or you'd be sick too. I think it's a touch of the stomach flu.
Given the fact that I feel perfectly fine, I'm inclined to believe her. I grab a washcloth out of the linen closet and run it under the faucet, careful with the water temperature so it's lukewarm. Then I wring it out so it's not dripping and crouch down in front of Sierra, wiping her face before folding it and repeating once more. I rinse out the cloth and then lift her hair and place the washcloth on the back of her neck.
Thank you,
she says quietly. I nod. You're welcome.
I might be done.
She reaches behind her and flushes the toilet. I think I've just propelled past the buddy status, don't you? She laughs, then groans.
Oh, I'm so embarrassed.
No need to be. She gives me a look.
Really? Because I just flushed my poop but need to wipe because I do have my limitations. and I'm still holding my puke bucket.
I shrug. Honest, this stuff doesn't bother me. You could wipe in front of me even. She gives me a disbelieving look and wrinkles her nose.
Never. That's just, ugh. I can't even imagine that.
I assure her. Promise, it's not as if I've never had to wipe my own ass.
Oh my gosh, Jack, do you have no filter?
Not really. Do you want to lie down in bed or maybe on the couch? I can lay a sheet on it if you'd like. That way you can watch TV.
Sure. Couch would be great if you don't mind me being out there.
Not at all. I take the trash can from her so I can dispose of it and replace the bag. Let you finish up in here while I get an area ready for you. She nods again and I leave her be. I hear the shower turn on and am glad she's feeling well enough to do that, but listen carefully in case she needs me. Once I hear the curtain slide, I figure she's good on her own. Quickly getting rid of the contents of the trash can, I pull a clean sheet out of the hall closet and lay it on the couch, along with the pillow from the room she slept in last night. Then I place the trash can on the floor, just in case, and pour a glass of water for her to sip on. I grab a pair of my boxers and a different t-shirt and knock lightly, letting her know I'm placing them inside and behave like a gentleman by turning my head so I don't accidentally see anything. Not that there are many secrets between us anymore. She comes out of the bathroom, hair wet and hanging down over my t-shirt. Face fresh and clean, she looks young and vulnerable. Toby greets her, and the two settle on the couch again.
I'm sorry.
For what? She raises her eyebrows, and I shake my head. Sierra, there's nothing to be sorry for, or embarrassed about. We just know each other a little better now, is all.
Maybe we shouldn't talk about it, like ever again.
But it's my fondest memory of you. She rolls her eyes and lays her head down on the pillow, curling her legs up. The hem of the t-shirt rides up, and I have a view of her perfect thighs and curse myself for noticing when she's sick. I'm a terrible person. I grab her a blanket and drape it over her, grateful to have her covered up a little bit.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Need anything else?
I'm okay right now. Pretty sure I got rid of stuff I ate in the 90s.
I wince. Yeah, it sounded like it. As soon as I take a seat and pick up the remote, she speaks up again.
You cheated.
Huh? She points a finger at the TV where Schitt's Creek is paused. Oh, I'll go back. I wasn't really paying attention anyway. I get the previous episode running and we settle in. It's still snowing outside, and I started a fire this morning, creating a glow and warmth that if Sierra wasn't currently feeling like death, it would almost be romantic. If I wasn't just her buddy, that is. We continue watching a few more episodes, but my attention continues to be drawn to Sierra. She's curled up on her side, with Toby snoring at her feet. I like her here, sick or not.
You're staring. Afraid I'm going to throw up in your living room?
Her eyes are on the TV while she talks to me, letting me know that I'm far from sneaky.
And you still haven't put a shirt on.
Does it bother you? She scrunches up her nose.
Little.
I'm sorry, I say, feeling like a jerk. It's not that I didn't want to put a shirt on because I wanted her to stare at me, though it's been an added benefit. I just hadn't really thought about it. I get hot easily, and with the fire going, I was sweating. I move to stand, but she stops me.
It only bothers me because I'm lying here feeling like crap and you look like, well, that.
I shake my head. You're beautiful. She scoffs.
Ha! Right. Was I beautiful when you were wiping the vomit from my mouth, too?
No, that wasn't your best look, I tell her honestly, and chuckle when she tosses a throw pillow at me.
Jerk.
As the snow continues to fall heavily, we binge-watch Schitt's Creek. I get her a little bowl of crackers and a glass of 7-Up to ease her stomach. She munches away for a few minutes before her stomach revolts once again, and she runs to the bathroom. I call her Uncle Kyle to explain the situation and let him know that she won't be home for another night. Not only is the snow preventing us from leaving, so is her stomach. When she returns to the living room this time, she doesn't look fresh or feeling remotely better. In fact, she looks a little gray. I help her sit down on the couch and take a seat next to her, feeling her forehead even though I know a fever doesn't usually accompany the flu. I think you need to get some more liquid in you. I'm afraid you're going to dehydrate soon. She shakes her head gingerly and slumps over, resting her head on my shoulder.
No, I can't. I can't put anything else in me. It will just come right back up.
Sierra, come on. I'm a little worried.
I'll be fine. I just need some sleep, I think. I'm so tired.
Okay. I start standing up to go back to the chair, but she stops me by placing a hand on my forearm. She doesn't say out loud that she wants me to stay beside her.
I lean back, putting an arm around her shoulders and tucking her in close. She relaxes instantly, and I kick my feet up on the coffee table as she pulls hers up on the cushion.
"Thank you, Jack,"
she whispers as she wraps an arm around my bare stomach. Her fingers sliding over my skin send goosebumps up my spine, and I flex my ab muscles in response. She doesn't seem to notice, however, or maybe she just chooses not to comment. "For what?" I croak, then clear my throat.
"Not making me feel like I'm in the way or that you're annoyed that I'm here sick?"
"You're not in the way at all. In case you haven't noticed, the weather isn't exactly conducive to leaving the house anyway. And besides, I have no doubt that even if I had a million plans for me today, you'd just join me rather than being in the way."
"True, but still, you also haven't made me feel weird that I have extracted so many bodily fluids in front of you. So for that, thanks."
I chuckle and lean down to kiss the top of her head, then realize what we're doing, and the position we're in is far more intimate than what two buddies would behave like. But neither of us move. If anything, we cuddle closer. And even when she drifts off to sleep, I make no effort to move. I turn off the TV and pick up the book I have sitting on the end table. I'm not a huge reader, but every once in a while my dad will recommend something to me that I end up really enjoying. For a few hours, the only sound is the light snoring from Sierra and the pages turning of my paperback. The fire has died down, but the snow is still falling. In all the years I've been on this earth, I'm not sure that I've ever been as comfortable and content than I am in this moment. Nowhere I need to be, nothing that has to be done. Sierra tucked in close as she sleeps, and Toby on the chair snoozing away. Even with Sierra's drool dripping onto my skin, I have no desire to move. I lay my head on the back of the couch and close my eyes and feel. For the first time in ever, I let myself truly take it in. Could this be something more? Could I be her rebound? It's not just a physical connection I feel to Sierra. She's under my skin, in my thoughts even before she moved back here. There's something deeper that I want to explore and can't shake the sense that it would be worth it. I've always been so focused on building the gym or finishing culinary school that I put my personal life on the back burner. Maybe the timing is perfect. Maybe it's not. But I don't think I could live with myself if I didn't try. Until my mother left my biological father, I saw marriage as something I never wanted to be a part of. Vince, the guy who I share blood with, was not a good person, though I didn't really know that until I got a little older. I just knew that he'd leave my mom and I for long work trips and rarely call to check in, and when he'd return home, he would control my mom as best he could. From what she would wear to what meals she would cook for the family, and he never complimented her. Or, when he would, they would be backhanded, like, "Your hair looks better than it did yesterday," or, "It's nice to see you dressed up once in a while. It actually shows that you're a woman who cares about herself." I'll never forget the way he'd yell at her if things weren't done his way, or the fact that he'd put her down for having a crappy job. She was a teacher. Apparently, molding young minds isn't an important career. And it just got worse and worse until the day he came home and decided that words weren't harsh enough. He wanted to prove his manhood by showing her how strong he was. After he threw her across the room, she and I left and never looked back. A few years later, we met James, and it took her a long time to have the courage to become something more with him than just friends. Actually, it took us both time to understand what a good, solid, loving relationship looked like, but James was patient with us. He was good for us. Showed me, and Mom too, how a real man behaves. The memory of my childhood seems so distant now, and for that I'm glad. I don't think about Vince or the way he treated my mom very often for a reason, because it makes my blood boil when I do. My mom once asked me if I was scared of commitment, because I was afraid that I'd be like Vince. The thought had never occurred to me. I may share the same blood as the man, but I know I'm nothing like him, never have been, and I'm not really scared of commitment. I've just never found the one person I want to spend time with. Until Sierra. She squirms next to me and I shift so she has more room. I had already moved us so she was lying down rather than sitting up. Unfortunately, I fumble around when I have to catch my glass from crashing to the floor, and she somehow ends up with her head in my lap, right next to an area that would be very awkward if she woke up lying so closely to. And then her arm moves and she slides it up to rest on my lower stomach. So close. Too close. A quick glance down tells me she's still asleep, but I can't allow myself to continue staring like I really would like to do. Shit, I whisper when she nestles in more. Her face is right there, and I'm enjoying it far too much, growing harder by the second at the sight of her pouty lips so close to me. Her hair drapes over my legs in cascades of shiny, long, dark silkiness, and I can't stop myself from running my fingers through it. She moans quietly as I let my fingers trail down her spine and up again, slipping over her shoulder and down her slender arm. I have no idea how she manages, but she snuggles in closer yet, and I pray she doesn't wake up anytime soon. At least not until I can get my growing erection under control, and I've had my fill of her, which could be never. Her eyelids flutter open and she looks up at me.
I slept on you.
I didn't mind, I tell her, letting my fingers move to her cheek. How are you feeling?
Well, my stomach doesn't feel like someone just kicked it anymore.
That's good. Want to try sitting up?
Not really.
We stare into each other's eyes, and I wonder if she's thinking the same thing I am. Actually, I wonder what she'd do if I bent down and kissed her. With her hands so close to my dick, though, I'm not sure I want to take the chance, just in case she isn't feeling what I am. She licks her lips and looks away.
How long was I asleep?
Couple hours.
Is it still snowing?
It is. Hasn't let up yet.
Yikes.
I nod and help her sit up. Toby lifts his head off the chair and slowly slides himself down to the floor when he notices Sierra's awake. He'd been sleeping the entire time, and I pretty much forgot he was even there. Sierra stretches and moves her neck back and forth while petting Toby.
Has he been out lately?
He's just as lazy as you are, she giggles.
This is true. He's usually all or nothing. He runs hard, then crashes.
I stand up and move to the sliding door at the back of my house and open it up. Toby stands next to me, staring at the snow, then up at me. If a dog could speak English, he'd be asking if there was another option. Can you maybe let me pee in your house instead? I shut the door again. Hang tight, bud. I'll put some more clothes on and my boots and go out with you.
He's a wuss in the snow and won't last long.
Even if it's just a little, the fresh air is good. Want to join us?
Maybe in a bit. I need to see how a trip to the restroom goes.
Sounds good. Take your time. I have plenty of clothes you can wear if you decide to venture out. Actually, the thought of her wearing more of my clothes isn't an awful one. I love seeing her in my t-shirt and boxers as it is. Even smelling like me from her using my shampoo and body wash in the shower is doing all sorts of things to me.
Thank you. Hopefully the worst is behind me.
I nod and move to my bedroom and throw on a hoodie and some tall socks before going to the utility room and slipping my feet into a pair of boots. I grab my gloves and a stocking hat and step outside with Toby, not worrying about his leash. The snow is so deep he can barely move the way it is. I open the side garage door and get the shovel so I can scoop a path for him in the yard. He waits patiently like he's used to this kind of treatment. Anything else, Your Majesty? He cocks his head to the side and walks onto the path. After finding the perfect spot to do his business, he gets a little frisky, jumping around in the snow and catching snowballs in his mouth as I throw them. We play for a while until he seems to either get cold or bored, or maybe both, and we go back inside. I wipe his feet so he doesn't track snow everywhere and refill his water dish, and wow, suddenly I'm a dog dad and don't even own a dog. You're probably hungry, huh? He barks once, so I assume that means yes. Finding a couple packages of ground beef in my freezer, I get to work thawing and browning it so he at least has something to eat. I'm sure it's not the ideal meal for him, but I don't have many other options right now. It's not as if I keep actual dog food in the house for random pet drop-ins. And I'm pretty sure that Toby's happy with his current situation. I drop about half a pound of cooked and cooled meat into a bowl, and he has it gone before I blink, looking up at me for more. Sierra, I call out, wondering where she is. Before I give him more, I want to ask her.
I'm in here.
I follow the sound of her voice to the bedroom and open the door without knocking. And there she stands, eyes like a deer in headlights, arms at her sides, breasts swaying freely, and only wearing my boxers. Oh shit! I spin around and slam the door shut behind me, but the image is already seared in my brain. I know I won't be able to get to sleep tonight without seeing her bare breasts flash before my eyes. It was only a split second, but it didn't take long for the vision to settle in. Sorry! I shout just as the door flies open. She's holding a shirt up to her chest to cover herself from my wandering eyes again. It doesn't matter, though. I already saw everything I've been craving to see.
Sorry? Don't you knock?
Her voice holds a trace of humor that she's trying to cover up as irritation. I step back and lean against the hallway wall. We're still only a foot apart, though. Hardly any room between us. Throwing my arms up in the air, I try to defend myself while I pace back and forth a few steps. I wasn't thinking, okay? I was feeding Toby and wanted to see how much more he could have, and I stop and turn to point at her. You didn't say you were naked.
Oh, it's my fault? Besides, I wasn't naked. I had your boxers on. But the door was closed. I assumed that'd be enough to keep you out.
Well, you assumed wrong. For the first time since she woke up this morning, she has less clothing on than I do, and I'm beginning to understand her restlessness around me. Because for the life of me, I can't remember ever seeing a more beautiful woman, and I'm having a really hard time getting my body under control.
Chapter 10. Sierra. He's staring at me like he wants to do something. What, though, I'm not sure. Maybe he's getting cabin fever and is already losing his mind. The way he keeps clenching his fists and jaw, he's holding himself back. We're so close. I can smell the fresh air still clinging to his body from his time spent outdoors. Time where he scooped a path and threw snowballs for my dog. My original plan was to put on the clothes that I wore here yesterday and join them outside, but then I couldn't stop watching. I watched like a creeper through the window, and when I saw them heading back inside, I bolted for the bedroom. I figured I'd at least need to appear like I was getting changed to join him in getting that fresh air he was talking about. But then the door burst open, and I stood there in only his boxers. I noticed how his eyes traveled the length of my body in the short seconds he stood shell-shocked before he spun around and slammed the door behind him. Serves him right. I've had to stare at him half-naked all day long. Tit for tat. Though that might not be the best saying to use right now. His chest heaves up and down as he closes his eyes briefly before lifting them to look at me.
How are you feeling?
Better. The nap was exactly what I needed. My stomach feels settled again. Must have been a short-lived bug of some sort. Miraculously, I feel normal again.
You're not just saying that?
Nope, honestly, I think I just needed to get it out and rest a bit.
You brushed your teeth with the extra toothbrush I set out?
Only like 1,000,000 times, I say, curling my upper lip.
Used mouthwash?
Yes, and I floss, too. Would you also like a dentist report? More staring. More contemplating something on his part. And suddenly my back is pressed against the wall and his hands are cradling my face, and his mouth is crushing onto mine. Holy hell. My surprise causes my mouth to open, and he doesn't hesitate to get his fill, his tongue diving in and twisting around mine, tasting and swirling as he moves my face how he wants. Teeth clash. We both moan. His hands move from my face, down my arms and around my backside, where he grips me tightly and lifts. I wrap my legs around his waist as one of his strong hands holds tight to my butt and the other presses against the wall. It's not lost on me that those sweatpants are a friggin' delight. Men should be mandated by law to wear them every day of their lives, without anything underneath. I feel him harden against me, and I swear it's been so long since I felt wanted that the combination of his strength and kisses and erection almost send me over the edge. Kissing to orgasm in 20 seconds flat. That's something to be proud of. But this is more than kissing. So much more. It's giving into a desire that started burning a week ago when I saw him for the first time in my uncle's bar. That only built as we spent time together. And when I left to go back to Jeff's place, it was his face that I missed. His laughter and company. A week is all it took for me to feel something for this man. It's too soon for anything more than just a feeling, but it's something worthy of exploring. And right now, I'm all about exploring. I extract my mouth from his long enough to pull and tug on his hoodie and whine a bit until he obeys my unspoken command of removing it. I've been staring at his perfectly toned chest for hours and hours, and now I want more. As he's tearing his hoodie off, I drop the one that was covering my breasts that had fallen between us. Both fall to the floor, and we continue our assault on one another. He moves a hand to cover one breast, massaging and kneading, tweaking a nipple that makes me cry out in a delicious combination of pleasure and pain.
I need more,
he growls, keeping hold of me as he marches us down the hallway, kicking open the door to his bedroom where he places me gently on the bed. He stares down at me, his hair flopping out of place, and eyes so dark they're almost black. He runs his teeth over his bottom lip, holding the flesh tight for a few seconds before letting it loose. Holy crap, that was sex. Sexy. I cover my face in embarrassment. My gosh, even my brain is on autocorrect and I can barely speak. I have one thing on my mind. He chuckles and climbs over the top of me, arms braced on either side of my head, as he bends low, kissing me soundly on the lips.
Is this okay?
He asks, voice so low it sends a shiver up my spine. Absolutely. His smile is blinding, then he's kissing me again and pressing my hands into the mattress, and our skin glides against each other's. The friction is almost more than I can handle, and I spread my legs a little wider, dropping my knees to make more room for him. Jack grinds against me, and I can't help but raise my hips to meet his. With every man I've been with, I've felt blah. There's just no other word to describe it. It's been mechanical almost. No fireworks, no frills or thrills for that matter. If I wanted an orgasm, which of course I did, I'd have to make sure to help my partner get me there. No one has ever been able to figure it out on his own. And quite honestly, I'm not sure that it's even possible for me. Too often, I get in my own head about it because it's always turning into a thing with other men that I just either fake it or don't even worry about it. Sex has never been all that enjoyable for me, but maybe that's because the men I choose to be with weren't the right ones. Something tells me that Jack might be the exception, though, and dang it if I'm not eager to find out. I run my hands down his back, relishing in the feel of his muscles flexing under my touch. His kiss slowly speeds up. What started as sweet and tender turns faster and a little frantic as we paw at each other. I reach between us and push down his sweatpants, and he kicks them the rest of the way off. I'm not sure if I'm glad that he was wearing boxers underneath or disappointed. Part of me wants to say, screw going slow, let's get this show on the road. I'm curious to see if my theory about Jack being the exception is true. But a bigger part of me knows that it's way too soon for us to be going that far. I know I was the one who pushed his pants down, but I also need to let him know my limits. At least my limits right now. I can't. Not all the way, okay? I say quietly, letting my fingertips run through the back of his short hair. It's spiky but soft and sends all my senses firing.
How far? You run this, okay? I'm willing to stop now if you need to.
No! I shout and clear my throat. No stopping yet. Just no P in the V yet. Is that okay? He leans over so his elbow is resting on the mattress, and his other arm is draped over my stomach.
Of course it's okay, Sierra. I didn't plan this. I meant what I said earlier. If this is as far as we go, I'm okay with that. I kind of took us both by surprise, I think, when I practically attacked you in the hallway. And I know you just broke up with someone you were in a long-term and serious relationship with.
It wasn't that serious.
You were living with him,
he reminds me. Yeah, well, let's just say that I met someone who opened my eyes a little bit to the men I've spent time with in the past, and maybe, just maybe, I'd been purposely picking the wrong ones.
Oh, yeah? Who's this?
He kisses me softly.
Someone who finally opened your gorgeous eyes?
Another kiss, this one with a smile on his soft, gorgeous lips. Just some random guy I met?
Random, huh?
More kisses, this time moving down my jaw, over my collarbone, landing on my chest where he spends extra time. Kissing, sucking, licking, biting. The biting is new. Never felt that sensation before, and my body screams at me that it wants a repeat of it. Immediately. A lot. Would asking for it daily be too much? Holy shit, I pant and feel that smile again against my skin. It might be my favorite, feeling his lips curve up in a smile against my skin. Though seeing it is pretty incredible as well. Maybe he'll just have to grace me with both as often as possible. That sounds like a good plan.
How about... He kisses his way down my body. For tonight, he continues his dissension, we play.
Play? I ask, completely breathless. None left of me. In fact, I might need an oxygen source soon.
Play,
he adds on wickedly, and tugs his boxers off my body. It's been a few days since I've shaved anything, and I have a fleeting moment of panic because, duh, what woman wants to be caught unshaven with her pants down? But Jack doesn't seem to mind. His shoulders help me spread wider, and he looks up at me from between my legs. I'm completely naked now, with him in my most intimate area. It's a vulnerable position to be in, but I feel anything but. The heat in his eyes makes me feel powerful and in charge. I nod my head twice, and that's the permission he was apparently looking for. And then... I can't move. Well, I can, just not very smoothly. My body bucks up against his the second his tongue touches my sensitive skin. He places his hands on my thighs to hold me still. My fists clench the comforter. My head thrashes from side to side. I whimper and moan and cry out his name, as well as a few other words I'm pretty sure I just made up. Does amazing oral sex cause people to create new languages? Is that how they all started? Someone went down on someone else and that person started shouting crazy words and suddenly a new language is born? Why am I so concerned with languages right now anyway? Jack is working magic, and I don't use that word lightly. Never have I been given an orgasm orally before, and I'm absolutely positive he's about to get me there. This is wild and crazy and new and... Oh, definitely new. Definitely. His fingertip. His fingertip is not somewhere I expected it to be. His fingertip is by my butt. And when I say by, I mean in. Inside. My head jerks up and I look down at Jack with wide eyes and see him chuckle. What was that? He lifts his eyes to look at me and unfortunately stops, though hopefully just pauses, his tongue from completing the magic show.
That, Sierra, was the tip of my finger on your asshole. And by the reaction you gave me just now and the fact that you clenched around my tongue so tightly, I think you liked it. Did you like it, Sierra?
All I can do is nod and flop back down onto the bed, my arms spread wide just like my legs.
Good. Now, where was I?
He returns to his mission and I sigh, loudly, and then more shouting and new language using before he sucks lightly on my bud. He uses his other hand in me, curling his fingers up and roughly moving them in and out of me in a rapid pace, which he then turns into harder sucking and more finger stuff. I can't even think about the fact that he has his finger back there and I was sick earlier. Holy crap, I hope I'm clean. I would die 1,000 deaths right here and now if I'm not. Something comes over me, though, and my thoughts and concerns vanish. My worries over what he's thinking of me disappear as I ride the wave of the single, most intense orgasm of my life. Jack! Oh my God! I know I'm being loud and shouting, but I can't help it. I've never, not even when I'm giving them to myself, had an orgasm so strong. But apparently the embarrassment isn't over because during my orgasm, I start to pee. Right there. That just happened. Ah! I scream but can't stop myself. It's like I'm broken. Damn, I really need to work on my Kegels. Scrambling to sit up isn't an easy task, but neither is looking at Jack. When my eyes meet his, though, he doesn't look appalled like I'd expected. He looks proud.
Have you ever...
He begins asking, but I stop him before he can say anything. No! Oh my gosh! No, it must be because I was sick. I'm so embarrassed. Now we can officially say I've done it all in front of you.
Sierra.
No, let's just never talk about this again, okay? Add it to our list of topics that are on the no-no list, okay?
Sierra.
I mean it, Jack. I can't. I cover my face and shake my head. He pulls my hands down and makes me look at him.
Sierra, you know what just happened, don't you?
I glare at him. Of course I know. I've been doing it since I was born.
Yeah, that's not exactly what just happened. You didn't urinate, Sierra.
It takes me a few beats to figure out what he's talking about, but when it clicks, I have no idea how to react. Holy squirt!
Correct. Glad you're catching on. I take it that was a first for you, huh?
I nod, still wide-eyed. You could say that.
It was for me, too.
Really? That's hard to believe. It seems to me like he's a master when it comes to oral. He could give classes to struggling couples. He seems to know exactly what would set me off.
Was it that good that you question how often I've done it?
I blush and look away. No, it was hardly enjoyable at all, I tease. He responds by jumping over me and tickling me. Laughter fills his bedroom as I squeal and giggle, twisting and turning to get away even though I'm loving every minute of it. No more. This time I'll probably pee for real. He chuckles and lets up, leaning down to kiss my neck.
Be right back.
Jack stands from the bed and grabs a towel from the bathroom, returning to clean up the mess I created before sliding into bed beside me, tucking me in close. His chest rests against my back, arms stretched out under my neck while his other holds me to him. I took a 2-hour nap earlier, so I'm hardly tired. In fact, I'm pretty energized after what we just did together. And even though Jack isn't pushing for more, his body is definitely telling me otherwise. I feel his hardness pressed against my butt, and I wiggle a bit, smiling when he groans.
Sierra,
he warns. Yes?
Don't act all innocent, but give me a break.
A break? You don't want...
Oh, I want a lot, but I'm pretty happy right now.
I turn around so I'm facing him, sliding my arms around his waist. Me too, but I think we'd both be happier if we had a little more fun. I kiss his jaw, then his throat. He swallows hard and I smile against his skin. I wonder if he likes it as much as I did when he did the same to me. His hand goes to the back of my head and he pulls me to him for a hard kiss.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm, I hum, reaching between us and slipping my hand under the waistband of his boxers. He sucks in a breath when I wrap my fingers around him and squeeze just slightly before moving it up and down. I remove my hand for just a minute to wet it, and when I grip him again, he falls to his back and moans, crossing his arms behind his head. He thrusts into my hand as I keep working him, bending down and wrapping my lips around him, loving the way he seems to be losing control. His fingers tighten as I tug on my hair, pulling it up and away from my face so he can watch me. His hips move in time with my mouth while I twist my hand and move it up and down.
Holy shit,
he pants, and it spurs me on to continue.
Sierra.
It's not long before he's tapping me on my shoulder, and with the afternoon I just had, I'm not sure that I'm prepared to stick with it until the end. So I pull my mouth away and keep working him with my hand. He shouts my name through his release, breathing heavily and fingers gripping my shoulder.
That was... wow.
I bite my lip and preen, resisting the urge to pat my own back at a job well done. I hand him the same towel from earlier and he cleans up.
I think it's time for a shower.
He pulls me behind him into his bathroom and turns on the water, testing it before tugging me in with him. Another first for me. I've never showered with someone else, and it has me a little nervous, but at the same time, it's Jack. It's easy to relax with him. He stands in front of me, letting the warm water beat down on my back so I don't get cold. There's no word spoken, our hands and eyes speaking for us. Neither of us can stop touching each other. It's easy with him. I don't feel awkward or self-conscious. He seems to love what he sees and feels. He uses a body poof to wash my skin, and it's so intimate I feel the sting of tears prick the back of my eyes, and if he notices, he doesn't comment on it. He finishes up before washing himself. I have a better idea, though, and take the puff from him, taking over for him.
Want me to wash your hair?
Yes, oh my gosh, yes, but I would love that another time, though. I just washed my hair this morning, I remind him.
Was that just this morning?
He asks, eyes wide. I know what he means. It seems as though we've been through a week in just one day. Not that I'm complaining, and I don't think he is either. I giggle and wrap my arms around his waist. Our bodies are slick and wet, and I feel him grow against me. He growls, bending low to kiss my neck, and I want to climb him like a freaking tree.
We'd better get out of here before we get carried away again.
I wouldn't mind. He groans.
You're gonna kill me, but we have time, and we need to get you some food.
I am a little hungry, I admit.
Good. I'll make some chicken soup.
Sounds delicious. We dry off and get dressed, me in my leggings from earlier and one of his hoodies, and him with a different pair of sweats and a t-shirt. When he said he'd make some chicken soup, I stupidly assumed he meant from a can. But I forgot that Jack is a trained chef, and I get the pleasure of watching him do what he was so clearly born to do. I offer to help, but he insists I sit and enjoy myself, pouring me another glass of 7-Up and hands me a few crackers to munch on. This is something I could get used to, and I can't decide if that scares or excites me more.
Chapter 11. Jack. Aside from taking Toby outside and her wearing my clothes so we could play in the snow as well, which was adorable and a freaking blast, we've been holed up in the house since she arrived at my doorstep on Sunday evening. 3 days together and I'm not sick of her, not one bit. We've cuddled and kissed, but haven't taken things any farther physically than the first night, which, considering we dove head first, quite literally on Monday night, it's probably a good thing for us to back off a little until we know what we want. Not that we didn't spend our time tempting each other, which means I've been practically a walking hard-on. Our eyes would lock and our fingers would graze. She'd walk around with her long legs on display and I'd strut around shirtless, teasing looks and whispers. We've kissed a lot. Her lips are bee-stung and it makes her look even more appealing. So appealing that I've had a hard time keeping my lips and hands to myself. Who can blame me, though? I wasn't looking for a relationship, but maybe that's why it feels so right. Nothing between us is forced. Everything with Sierra, from making dinner to how we like to spend our free time, is natural and in sync with one another. I know she's not caving and agreeing with me on what I like, and I'm not giving in to her either. We've lived happily in our little bubble away from the rest of the world, and it has been awesome. I'm not ready for her to leave. And by the way she's dragging her feet to get into the Jeep tells me she's not ready either. She keeps checking under the bed to make sure she didn't leave anything. I don't remind Sierra that she didn't bring anything with her. I want to tell her that I'm not ready for her to leave either, but part of me thinks it's for the best. Take a bit of time apart to get our bearings. Rather than spending time talking about whatever this is between us, we've gotten to know each other. And what I've learned, I like a lot. Not so much about our childhoods, because something tells me that hers isn't pretty, just like mine wasn't, but about who we are as adults. I've learned that Sierra hates taking naps because she always feels groggy when she wakes up. Her most hated household chore is cleaning out the dishwasher. She burns eggs, once got high off cold medicine, and decided to go to a pet store. Came home with a 25-gallon tank for a pet turtle. She's addicted to watching cat videos, but is allergic, so can't have one for herself. One of her guilty pleasures is going to trampoline parks and jumping around like a maniac where no one can judge her for being silly. She loves fuzzy socks and throw blankets and watching college basketball and stuffing tater tots into her soft tacos. And that's just the tip of what I've learned and have yet to learn. For every question I ask of her, she asks one of me in return. I prefer watching college football, but that's partly because my cousin, Grady Ryan, is the head coach for Southeast Michigan State football, and my brother-in-law, Drew, is his assistant. She's a little starstruck at this information, but quickly covers it up. I admit to crunching on ice, and she let me know that she forgives me of my annoying habit. I tease her about making an expensive purchase after being high, on cold medicine no less, but she quickly returns the favor when I admit that I bought the gym mainly because of sentimental reasons. The roads are cleared up from the massive snowstorm that settled over Michigan, and if I was being honest, could have been traveled on already yesterday, and there's no excuse for her to stay any longer. I don't know what her expectations are, and I haven't told her mine, partly because I'm scared. She just broke up with her boyfriend, and even though I would be all for this to be something more, I don't think she's ready for that. Once we're not secluded and alone, I'm afraid she's going to realize it's too soon to dive into another relationship. And if that's the case, that's okay. I'll wait, because I may not have been looking for Sierra, but she stumbled into my life, and I won't give her up. Got everything? She looks around my Jeep and sees Toby in the back seat, excited to go for a ride.
Looks like it.
Buckled in? She pulls on the seatbelt secured over her chest.
Yep.
The drive to her uncle's house is slow going but easily managed, especially with four-wheel drive. But what bothers me is how quiet it is. Normally, Sierra's got plenty to say, never shying away from starting up conversation. The entire ride, though, she simply looked out the window. When we pull up to the landing, she climbs out and calls for Toby, holding her door open for him. But he sits stubbornly in the back seat, not ready yet for his adventure to be over.
Come on, boy.
He licks his lips, whines a bit, and then lies down. I smile widely and reach behind me to pet him. He likes me.
You gave him people food for 3 days. Of course he likes you.
And played with him, gave him shelter, kind of like you.
Apparently we're both easy.
I open my door, but her words stop me. One foot on the ground, one still in the Jeep. What? I ask.
Nothing.
Not nothing. What did you say?
Just forget it, Jack.
I won't just forget it. Why did you say you're easy? She shrugs and looks toward the house.
Oh, they're just words.
Not to me. You're far from easy, Sierra.
So I'm hard?
I want to say no, I am, but figure now's not the time. I didn't say that either, although right now I dare to say you're being a little difficult. She huffs and spins back around, calling for Toby once again in an angry voice. He follows, albeit a little reluctantly, and she starts up the sidewalk toward Kyle's front door. But she's underestimated me if she thinks I'll just let her walk away, especially in a pissed-off mood that I can't figure out. I rush after her and gently grab her arm, pulling her to a stop. What's going on? And do not say nothing.
I broke up with my lying, cheating ex-boyfriend last week and practically jumped into your bed immediately after. I need to clear my head and think more clearly. I can't be with anyone right now.
Okay. She stares at me for a long moment, cheeks peak from the cold temperature, and her arms wrapped around herself.
That's it? Okay. Well, good to know you don't care.
Whoa! Calm down. Her eyes widen, and I realize the words that just came out of my mouth. Not calm down. Like, listen to me, and hold up for a sec. Can you do that?
I don't know if I can stay calm long enough.
So were you holding back your crazy the last 3 days? That the problem? Just gonna unleash it all at once?
Oh my gosh, you're an asshole,
she snaps. No, just calling you out on flipping your switch. Now her eyes are practically slits. Not sure if she can even see me through the small little sliver that's open. I risk my manhood and turn her to face me, placing my arms on her shoulders. Listen to me, okay? You're not crazy. You're not easy. You're not hard. I have loved the hell out of having you around these past few days, and if I pushed you to do anything too quickly, I apologize for that. I'd never want you to feel like I was only with you for sex.
We never had sex,
she reminds me. You know what I mean, smartass? Can you tell me what happened? When we were at my house, you were relaxed and didn't seem to even want to leave. Now you can't get away from me fast enough and you're snapping at me. When I said okay, it was me trying to make you realize that I'm willing to wait for you to be ready for this to be more. Not that I don't want that, because I do, but like you said, you just broke up with your boyfriend. And while I still haven't gotten the full story there, I do recognize that it's not something you should just ignore and brush under the rug like it never happened.
Okay.
She smirks and takes a step closer to me.
I'm sorry for going a little insane for a few minutes. I'm kind of scared, all right?
About what?
This.
Her voice is barely above a whisper, and she's staring at my chest. I place a finger under her chin and lift her face so she's looking at me. What do you mean?
This feels different, and it scares me. I've never had this before, and I don't know what it means. But it's terrifying how...
Right it feels? I answer for her, interrupting her. She nods in agreement.
Yeah.
It's not lost on you that I'm over 30 years old and single. That means I haven't felt this way before either. Ever think it only takes one time? One person to feel this way? To realize that timing might finally be on our side? Her eyes sparkle as she watches me lower my mouth to hers, and she places her hands on my chest between us. I pull her close and show her just how right it is. She shivers, and I'm not sure if it's because it's 15 degrees out here or because of our kiss. You'd better go in and get warmed up. I'll call you tonight, okay? She looks nervous when she says,
You don't have my number.
Shit, that's right. Here. I hand her my phone open to my contacts so she can put her number in. She types away, then hands it back to me.
Now you do.
I hold up the phone like it's an award. Now I do. She looks at the phone, then up at me, swallowing hard.
Thank you for letting me crash at your place for the past few days.
Believe me, the pleasure was all mine. I wink and give her one more kiss before making sure she and Toby get inside Kyle's house okay. Yesterday I had my friend Neil, who helps manage the gym, open up because keeping it closed one day was enough. He offered to do the same today, and I took him up on it, but still want to stop in. It's not that I feel the need to be there constantly. However, the gym is mine, and I'm protective, maybe a bit controlling, and like to be present. I spend a few hours checking emails and messages and cleaning the locker rooms while running a load of towels in the washing machine before drying them. Those are things I could hire someone else to do, but I take pride in ownership and enjoy doing it. I check the fridge for our stock of energy drinks and bottled water that my members can purchase, as well as protein bars that we keep behind the counter. Then I spend a bit of time working with a few people who came in for some one-on-one help, which is the only thing we offer here. Our coaching is more about making sure our members are using the correct form and won't hurt themselves, pairing people up who are at the same level to spar with, monitoring the bags and ring. Before long, it's time to close up the gym, but it feels good to have spent the day working again. Not that the last few days were a hardship in any way. When I get home, it's quiet, far too quiet. I'd gotten used to the noise and chaos that Toby and Sierra brought with them. I turn on the TV just so it isn't silent in the house, but it's not the same. Not being able to help myself, I decide to text Sierra. She might need to take things slow, which I'm okay with, but that doesn't mean I can't let her know that I'm thinking of her. I pull up my messages and hit the little icon to create a new text and choose Sierra's name. Only me. No problem. Have a good day. Unknown.
Oh, I'm sure I will.
I'm a little confused and wonder if she somehow gave me the wrong number, because this text thread isn't brand new, like it should be. It's from one of Toolbag's most recent one-night stands. What the hell? I ask out loud. Unfortunately, my brain is having a hard time catching up with what I'm seeing because this doesn't make sense. Unless the past 3 days hit me like a truck. Cheating ex-boyfriend. Not just cheating, lying too. I don't even have to look through my text to recall a conversation that should have been a little more enlightening when Sierra showed up on my doorstep with Toby. All hell broke loose last week for me. My girlfriend found out I had a full glass of beer dumped on my head and kicked out of my favorite bar. And this is my fault. How? And girlfriend? You had a girlfriend this entire time? I did, but I'll get her back. She threw a fit and left, but I know her. She'll be back. She took my fucking dog with her too, probably so I'd chase her. So if she doesn't come back on her own, I'll be able to go after her to get my dog back. His girlfriend. His dog? What the actual fuck? I ask aloud. I pace in my living room staring at my phone. The most recent text from unknown pulled up. It doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't Sierra just tell me if she was the person who texted me that day? The same day that she showed up at my house, then stayed for 3 more. Why wouldn't she tell me her ex-boyfriend was the guy who's been giving girls my number? What irks me the most is that I thought she and I had the chance to build something. But how can we do that if our relationship, our friendship, is based on a lie? I'm not a person who ignores life, so rather than brush this new bit of information under the rug, like she so conveniently did, I decide to send her a text. And if she doesn't respond to that, I'll call. Me. When were you going to tell me? I wait for a few seconds and see her reply starting immediately. I take a seat on the couch, my knee bouncing as I wait to see what she's about to say. Sierra.
Whatever do you mean?
I actually smile because if she'd have said anything else, I'd have been a bit disappointed. Me, that you stole my t-shirt. What else could I be talking about? I actually have no idea if she did, but I did see a bulge in her coat that I thought was a bit mysterious. Sierra.
Oh, right. That just slipped into my hands and under my coat while you weren't looking. Completely innocent.
Me. Here I thought you wanted to keep sleeping in it. Sierra.
You caught me. I'm actually wearing it right now.
Given the fact that I texted her to get her to admit she's been lying to me, imagining her in my clothes is not good. Me. Aside from clothing theft, anything else? Sierra.
Taps chin. Nope. I think I'm all out of confessions.
Me. Are we really going to do this? Unknown 19, I think. Sierra.
Sighs. Okay, I confess.
Me. What is it you're confessing? I sit comfortably as I imagine her rolling her eyes and squirming. Then I'm startled when my phone starts ringing with a FaceTime call. I press connect and laugh when a close-up vision of Sierra's face, making a pufferfish face, fills my tiny screen. I pull my phone right next to my face and pull the funniest face I can muster, eyes crossed and cheeks sucked in. We both laugh. When we look normal again, phones at an appropriate distance from our faces, I take her in and am a little disappointed that she was lying earlier about wearing my shirt. Not that I expected her to be, but it would have been an awesome surprise.
I should have told you,
she blurts out and winces. Right?
I just was embarrassed.
About what? I ask, but have a feeling I know the answer, and it honestly pisses me off a little bit. She has nothing to be embarrassed about. Just because the guy she was with is a cheating asshole doesn't mean anything about her. That's all on him.
The guy I was living with was sleeping with pretty much the entire town, sending his girls your numbers so you would have to deal with them.
I think that conversation is for another day when I can show you how asinine that is.
Huh?
I sigh. Sierra, you have nothing to be embarrassed about. It's on him, not you. Well, the not telling me part is on you, but him cheating, he's an idiot, and that has nothing to do with you.
Hard to believe it can't be.
Put it out of your mind, okay?
I'm sorry I didn't tell you.
Why didn't you? She looks away and murmurs for me to hang on. The phone jostles around a little bit, the screen swaying this way and the next before her face appears once again. Where are you?
In bed.
I stifle a groan at the memory of her in my bed last night. We'd worn each other out doing everything but having sex, and neither of us had the desire to untangle ourselves. It was the first time I'd actually slept with a woman in years. Cuddling had never really been my thing, but it didn't feel forced or uncomfortable with Sierra. Like everything else between us, it felt natural and right. When I woke up this morning, her hair was spread all over the pillow as she laid on her back, her arms stretched out above her like she was waiting for me to devour her body once again. I couldn't deny either of us, so I woke her up with my mouth between her legs. Her moans and sated smile when I crawled back up her body and kissed her told me she thought it was the perfect way to wake up. Okay, I'm listening.
The night I went back, Jeff, that's my ex's name, and I went out to dinner at this place called Murphy's. We'd been there 1,000,000 times before. It was kind of our favorite. But someone came over and introduced herself. Long story short, it didn't take me long for the pieces to come together. She was one of the women who you,
she raises a hand and does finger quotes,
broke up with for him.
Oh.
Yeah, she wasn't pleased.
Whoops.
I have no idea what kind of things he's been promising these women. Why would they think he's offering more than just a one-night stand?
I shake my head and shrug. Asking the wrong guy, that one. Maybe he doesn't have the guts to let them down?
He's not even that good,
she mutters, wrinkling her nose. Laughing, I scrub a hand over my head. Nice, Sierra.
What? It's the truth.
She waves a hand in front of her face as if to wipe away the thought.
Anyway, she dumped beer on his head. The owner, Nick, kicked him out. Apparently he'd been going there often to pick up ladies. I honestly don't know how he wasn't caught before that night.
Then you texted me? She blushes and winces.
Yeah, that. I don't know, I guess I was a little irritated to discover it was you. I have no idea why, other than just being confused by everything I was feeling.
Why wouldn't you just tell me? And how did you get my number?
I may have gotten a little drunk that night and may have walked over to her and gotten your number.
I raise my eyebrows, but really have no idea how to respond. If I'd have put a stop to this in the first place, maybe none of this would have happened. Although I'm glad she broke up with him. He obviously didn't deserve her.
Nick drove me home, helped me load up all my stuff, and I took off the next morning.
And Toby?
What about him?
Funny thing, after you texted me, I reached out to him because I was pissed he was still using my number. Turns out it was you, but I obviously didn't know it at the time. Anyway, he mentioned that shit hit the fan and you broke up with him. He also mentioned that you stole his dog.
Oh, that. Yeah, I did that.
My eyes widen. Sierra!
Jack, Do you blame me? Look at him.
She pans the phone over so it zoomed in on a snoring Toby, then puts her face right next to him, baby talking to him and kissing all over his face.
I couldn't let him stay there with Jeff. I just couldn't. He doesn't love him like I do.
You realize he's going to want his dog back, right?
No, he won't. He'll think he does, but I know Jeff, and one less responsibility, the better.
Next question.
Uh-oh,
she says, sitting back up and resting against a wall of pillows. How are you not upset? Your ex was cheating, and not just once, and you seem perfectly happy, like it didn't even bother you.
Oh, boy. This is, well, a long story.
I lie down so my head is resting on the arm of the couch, placing an arm behind me. I've got time.
You probably need some backstory here. My parents' marriage was far from normal. To say they ran hot or cold would be putting it mildly. So I saw passion in a marriage as a bad thing. Having someone in your life that you can't take your eyes off or keep your hands off only leads to the hot and cold, you know what I mean?
Not really, I admit. She blows out a breath.
My parents, they were either fighting, loudly, or making up, also loudly.
I pull a face that makes her giggle and nod.
Exactly.
But what does this have to do with Jeff?
I wasn't passionate about him. I was upset, sure, mostly because I felt like an idiot for not seeing it. I also wondered if there was something wrong with me because I wasn't all that mad. I lived with him and liked him enough.
Liked him enough? Sierra, that's not the way to look at a partner.
Bingo, that's what I mean. And that's what I sought out. Until... You. You scared me from the beginning because even when we first met, I felt something stronger. This pull that tugged me to you. I've never had that before because I've made sure to avoid it. Every boyfriend I've had, I've always had more lukewarm feelings for. Hot leads to cold.
I finally get what she's saying. She thinks that you can't have passion without the fighting, because that's what she grew up seeing. I can't say that it doesn't make a little bit of sense, but it is pretty sad. From the little time I've spent with her, I can't imagine her not being passionate about anything in life, including what happens between the sheets. For her to think that you can't have one without the other, well, shit. So you thought you would protect yourself by being with men who didn't turn you on?
Yes,
she whispers. Why were you quiet this morning?
Because I knew I needed to tell you the truth. Because I didn't know how I was going to do that. And because I realized I was in over my head with you and I can't decide if I'm okay with that or if I need to protect myself.
Protect yourself from me?
Not you. From a relationship with you.
I sit quietly for a moment while I let her words settle in, not just with me, but with her as well. Finally breaking the silence, I grin slightly and ask, relationship?
See, I don't even know that much.
We just met, I remind her.
Yeah, we did,
she says, but I can tell by the sound of her voice that she's thinking exactly what I am, that how much time we've known each other doesn't matter. And that's what scares you most.
Yeah,
she whispers again, and I wish I was with her so I could hold her while we have this conversation. Tell you what, slow is good for me. I have no expectations. What we did while you were here was great, but maybe it's good to take a step back too.
Step back how?
Sierra, I don't yet know your last name. Would you go on a date with me Saturday night?
Jack, I think your last name is Cole, but I can't be positive. Yes, I'd love to.
Good. And last name?
Don't you know Kyle's last name?
Not all uncles and nieces share last names, I remind her, scratching my cheek.
Oh, right. Well, we do. Hawthorne, in case you didn't know.
Sierra Hawthorne. I look forward to Saturday. She smiles brightly, but then blushes and places a hand in front of her mouth to cover it up.
Me too.
Saying goodbye seems to be hard for both of us, so I just hit end. And again, hate the silence that fills my house.
Chapter 12. Sierra. I think I need friends, I tell Toby. He turns his head and watches me stand in front of the mirror, trying to decide if I should wear a dress or jeans for Saturday night. It's only Thursday. But when Jack asked me on a date last night, I couldn't stop the feeling of excitement from bubbling over in my chest. The realization that I truly don't have any girlfriends is a hard pill to swallow. Sure, I have a few acquaintances and I have my online community, but a friend I can call and meet for lunch or coffee or pedicures? I can't think of a single person. I throw my outfit choices onto my unmade bed and go to the kitchen for another cup of coffee. Kyle's sitting by the kitchen table in a worn flannel and jeans, reading the newspaper with glasses perched on the end of his nose and sipping out of a cup. Kyle's house is cozy and warm, just like Jack's. It's not fancy or too big, but not too small either. It's well lived in and comfortable. The rectangle table we're sitting at has a few scratches and marks on the top. The chair cushions are worn in and mold to my butt perfectly. The light gray-blue walls could use a fresh coat of paint, and the cupboards look like they've been in here since the home was built in the 70s. The white appliances still work perfectly, even if they could be updated. The rest of the house is similar, a little outdated, but still in great condition. The floors being the only exception to areas that are outdated. He recently tore up all his carpeting and linoleum, replacing it with a beautiful hardwood flooring. Kyle isn't all about updating for the sake of making things look new. If it ain't broke, don't fix it are words he lives by. He spends for needs rather than wants. After pouring myself a steaming mug, I plop down on a chair and sigh loudly. He takes the bait and puts down the paper, looking at me over his glasses. His salt and pepper hair is short and still thick, just like his beard.
Something on your mind?
I need a friend. He removes his glasses and places them on the table, leans back in his chair and crosses his arms over his chest.
Thought you just spent 3 days with a friend.
I blush and press my lips together, looking away quickly. Yes, I did, but a friend who's a girl. The corner of his mouth ticks up.
Ah, need a manicure, buddy? Someone to drink a glass bottle of wine with?
Precisely. He chuckles and scrubs the back of his neck.
I might know someone who knows someone.
Now it's his turn to look a little sheepish, and my jaw drops. Uncle Kyle, are you seeing someone?
We're just friends,
he says with a raise of an eyebrow. It's a challenge to admit that Jack and I aren't just friends. Since I'm not ready to go there yet, I let it go. Yes, I'm quite familiar with the term. We share a smile, and I place an elbow on the table, resting my chin in my hand. I left my hair down this morning and threw on my softest pair of jeggings and a dark blue cable-knit sweater. So, tell me about this friend of yours.
Name's Rebecca.
And?
And we're friends. She owns that little store on the corner of Main and First Street. A boutique, I think she calls it. She's got a granddaughter about your age. Real nice girl. I think she said her name's Mallory, and she's married with a kid. I also might have mentioned your pet clothes to Rebecca. She wants to talk with you about displaying some at the store.
Aren't you just full of good news for me? He reaches over and pats my hand.
Leave it to Uncle Kyle. I'll make it all better for you.
I'd told him the whole story last night when he got home from the bar, leaving out the sexy parts between Jack and me, of course. But he was reading between the lines and saw right through me. He knows that I want more, but am too afraid to admit it. He's also very aware of what it was like in my home when I was growing up. He witnessed it all firsthand and understands my hesitations when it comes to relationships. He's lectured me on it, as have my parents, but it's never sunk in. You mentioned my pet clothes?
I did, and she's really excited to offer them to her customers.
You two are just friends, huh? And she's willing to offer pet clothes in her boutique? I've been in the store, and I would never imagine my stuff alongside her high-end merchandise. He rolls his eyes, but doesn't respond.
We'll get together with them, talk things over, introduce you and Mallory. I've met her a few times, comes into the bar with her husband. I think you'd like her. She speaks fluent sarcasm, too.
My kind of lady. He smiles and nods his head.
Want me to see if they can come to the bar tonight? Maybe we can have dinner.
You don't mind?
Not at all.
I bet he doesn't. Just the mention of Rebecca makes him sit up a little taller, speak a little more confidently. His eyes sparkle. I like seeing him this way. Thank you, Kyle. Are you going in this afternoon? He shakes his head.
No, I'll go in tonight. See how the other half lives being a customer.
Oh, good. Do you have plans for today? Need my help with something?
Don't you have work to do?
The benefit of being self-employed is that I get to make my own hours. Give me a list. He lifts his cup and drains the last of his coffee.
All right, we need to get a better setup for Toby. When you made your escape, you didn't really bring much for him. Figure if he's here for a while, we need to get him some stuff. Then a grocery run, and I need to get the chains sharpened on the chainsaw so I can get more wood cut. I also have to get some more gas for the snowblower because they're predicting another storm this weekend.
Errands, yay. Kyle chuckles.
I'll never understand your love of running errands. Probably only person in the entire universe who does.
I shrug, used to hearing it. In fact, Jack said something similar when I begged to tag along with him on errands, too.
I'll take you to lunch. I need to go to the bank in Liberty to sign some papers.
Errands and a road trip? My, Rebecca's a lucky lady.
Friend.
Right, she's a lucky friend lady.
You're such a pain in the ass.
So I've been told. I don't need much time to get ready. Give me 15 minutes?
You got it.
I slip my feet into a pair of light brown ankle booties and apply a little bit of makeup. I throw on a mustard yellow knit stocking cap and grab my coat and purse, tossing my phone inside. When I get back to the kitchen, Toby is just coming in from outside.
He have accident?
Nope.
So we can just leave him inside, or do we need to lock him up in the laundry room?
We can just let him roam.
Good deal. Ready?
He asks, putting his coat on and sliding his wallet into his back pocket. He pulls out a pair of leather gloves and puts them on. For errands? Always.
Weirdo.
I laugh, but I don't deny it and follow him to the garage after promising Toby to bring him back a treat if he's good, which I have no doubt he will be.
There's a Walmart in Liberty we can stop at for Toby after we go to the bank. That's where the shop is that will sharpen the chains for my chainsaw, too. I'll drop them off first so they can work on them while we take care of the rest and have lunch. We'll grab groceries back here in town before we head home.
Sounds great. I'm just happy to be along for the ride.
Of course you are.
I sit back and enjoy the scenery as Uncle Kyle drives. Liberty, Michigan is the home of Southeast Michigan State, the university Jack's cousin and brother-in-law coach for. It brings a smile to my face that I know that little bit of information about him.
Anything you're in the mood for?
I assume he means lunch, and since I really am not picky, I shake my head. Not really. I'm up for whatever.
Balance is really good. A little fancier than I typically like, but they just changed up their lunch menu and made it more casual. There's also the Flying Goat, great sports bar.
Let's do Balance since we're eating at the bar tonight, I suggest. As much as I love bar food, I think I should probably find something a little healthier for lunch.
You saying my food isn't healthy?
Considering 80% of the menu is fried? No, I tease. He thinks for a moment, then glances briefly at me before returning his eyes to the road.
Shit. It is, isn't it?
Not a bad thing, Kyle. The food is delicious and people expect that there. Helps soak up the alcohol so they can buy more alcohol. It's a good thing. Plus, your wings are freaking amazing.
They're from a bag,
he replies dryly. He steers his pickup with his middle and pointer fingers, looking relaxed, but the tick in his jaw tells me otherwise.
You know, Jack went to culinary school.
I know, and I think it's sexy as hell.
Think he'd be willing to help me out? Maybe add a few more things to the menu and find someone to man the kitchen?
I have no doubt he'd help and probably work in the kitchen for Kyle until he found a chef. You don't have someone who does that for you now? He points to himself with the hand not on the steering wheel.
Me, or whoever's managing the bar that night. Like I said, wings are frozen from a bag. Same with pretty much everything else on the menu. Our burgers are the only thing we make in-house, and that's not exactly rocket science.
Wow, I didn't know that. He shrugs.
No one has seemed to mind, and honestly, it didn't bother me either, until you mentioned how much of the menu is done in the fryer.
Oops, sorry?
Don't be, sweetheart. I'm not sure if I'll make a change, since, like I said, no one has seemed to mind, but I'd still like to talk to Jack, see if he has ideas.
Jack. I had kind of hoped that tagging along today would help keep my mind off Jack and the time we spent together. Hard to do when Kyle seems to want to bring him up constantly. I'm sure he'd help. He seems to still like everything about cooking and the restaurant business.
Good. I'll get in touch with him. Unless, of course, you'd like to take the lead on that one, he says with a wink.
Kyle, I warn.
I didn't say anything.
Sometimes it's in what you don't say more than what you do. Want me to bring up how you quickly jumped at the chance to invite Rebecca to dinner tonight?
Point taken.
It doesn't take us long to get to Liberty. He maneuvers his way through town and pulls up to a little white building that looks like a shack attached to an old garage.
Jane's,
is all he says. He leaves the pickup running while we go inside, and I laugh at the ease of being in a small town.
Hey, Kyle, how's it going?
I take it you're a regular? I ask him.
Kyle's been coming around a while,
the man behind the counter confirms. He's wearing a blue work shirt with the name Ron embroidered on his left back. His hands are stained black, which I assume is from grease, and is wearing a curved bill ball cap that looks like it's a staple in his daily attire.
This is my niece, Sierra. She just dropped her good-for-nothing ex and is staying with me.
Kyle, I admonish, but can hardly deny the truth in his words.
Do I not speak the truth, girl? Jeff was lucky to have you.
Well, duh, I say, grinning. Kyle places the chains on the counter and writes down something on a sheet of paper.
You the one who makes clothes for pets?
I grin and look at Kyle, who shrugs.
He talks about you.
The man, who I assume is named Ron, explains.
I'm glad to finally meet you. I'm Ron.
Figured, I say, shaking his hand and then pointing to his shirt.
Right. So just sharpen these?
He asks, lifting up the chains.
Yeah, we got a few more places to go, then I'll pick them up in a bit. That work? Sure thing. Thanks, man. See you later.
Bye, Ron. Nice to meet you.
You too, darling. You know, if you just dumped your guy, I've got a son. She ain't interested in dating Ron Jr.
How do you know? I ask, feeling like he's absolutely correct, but he doesn't know that.
Trust me. He ain't wrong. Besides, Ron Jr.'s in the county lockup.
Okay, so maybe you were right. I joke to Kyle. He gives me a look that says he told me so. I wait in the pickup while he runs into the bank, not asking what he's signing because I don't figure it's any of my business. I check social media while I wait, and am a little bummed to discover that Jack isn't very active. He has accounts on the typical sites, but rarely does he post anything. Though we aren't friends, so maybe he does post and I just can't see it because of his settings. I request to follow him. Jeff, on the other hand, posts almost daily. I scroll through his page and roll my eyes. Why I ever went out with him is beyond my understanding. The most recent post is a gym selfie with the caption, "Feels good to drop the extra weight I've been carrying." You fucker, I grumble, knowing he's talking about me without coming out to say it. I'm the one who broke up with you, not the other way around. The previous posts are less douche-filled, but still annoying. A lot of selfies, because he loves himself more than anything. A few random memes or shares to news stories. A link to a movie trailer that I know he's been looking forward to seeing with the caption, "Who's coming with me?" In the comments, someone's tagged me. He liked the comment and replied, "She can't wait either." It's true that I'm excited to see the movie, but how annoying that I'm still being associated with him. Though I don't think either of us have made it social media official that we're now owning a single status once again. I suppose that's the problem of relationships in our modern time. Everything has to be announced publicly and with fanfare. I shoot him a quick text. Me. Just a heads up, I'm changing my status to single. Jeff.
Why? You're coming back.
Me. No, I'm not. Jeff.
I don't understand.
He doesn't understand? How is that possible? My gosh, he's such a jerk. Did he seriously think I'd be okay with his revolving door of women and not get mad about it? Me. That's like 100% of the problem. You thinking it was okay to cheat on me. Me. Anyway, I just wanted you to know. Since you're dropping all that extra weight that you've been carrying around, figured we'd make it official. He doesn't respond to that, and I'm not surprised. He doesn't do well with being called out on his shit, obviously. Rarely takes blame for anything. I open my social media back up and change my status to single, let out a sigh of relief, and feel the tension release from my shoulders, then close it down. I play a game of solitaire on my phone while I continue to wait for Kyle. I briefly considered opening my Kindle app and reading, But I tend to get wrapped up in whatever book I'm reading and know that I'll be annoyed if I have to turn it off. 3 games later, Kyle climbs back into his pickup and hands over a large folder. I take it and turn to put it in his back seat, but he stops me.
That's something I need to talk about with you. Hungry now or want to hit up Walmart first? We can look at it together over lunch.
What is it?
Let's do lunch first. I can tell you're going to go crazy if I make you wait.
I look at him and start to peek in the folder, but he closes it.
Not until we sit down.
You're kind of scaring me.
Nothing to be scared about.
He shuts off the pickup.
Balance is just around the corner. Might as well walk.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. For some reason, Balance sounds really familiar, and I wonder if I've seen an advertisement for it. That must be it, because I know I've never been there. Liberty, Michigan is a beautiful small town. There's pots of greenery and lights next to black metal benches on the sidewalks. Every storefront has beautiful displays, and it's obvious the town takes pride in itself. It's clean and well kept. We round the corner, and a delicious smell wafts in the air. I take a deep breath and moan, "Holy crap, I think I just drooled." Kyle chuckles.
I know. Between the cinnamon rolls and coffee at Dreamin' Beans and the food at Balance, it's mouth-watering, right?
It is. We walk into Balance, the atmosphere warm and inviting, and if I thought it smelled good down the street, the scent inside makes my stomach grumble. "Welcome to Balance. How many in your party?" "Just the 2 of us," I tell the hostess. "Follow me," she says, grabbing 2 menus. "Booth or table?"
"Booth, please,"
Kyle says after looking at me to confirm I'm okay with his choice. "It's not very busy," I comment, hoping it doesn't come out as rude. "It's only 11. Our lunch rush usually picks up around 11:30, so you got here at a good time." "Ah, makes sense. It smells way too good in here for it not to be popular." She sits us down at a booth and lets us know that our waitress will be right over. The lunch menu is extensive but not overwhelming, but I haven't even come close to making a decision when our waitress joins us. "Hi, I'm Harper. What sounds good to drink today?" "Iced tea, please?"
"Coke,"
Kyle requests. "You got it. Our lunch special today is chicken pot pie, which is served with hot apples and the Reuben sandwich. The Reuben is served with your choice of seasoned fries or potato salad." Both of us slam our menus closed, excited for the special options. Kyle asks for the pot pie, as I knew he would, and me the Reuben with the potato salad. "Great choices, and the chef wanted me to let you know that he's comping the meal today." Why?" I look to Kyle, but he doesn't seem shocked at all. "I didn't ask," she says, shrugging. "I'll be right back with your drinks." "Thanks," I ask, looking around. "What do you think that's about?"
Let's just enjoy our good fortune, shall we?
Harper returns with our drinks, and I take a long sip of my tea. "Okay, the folder?"
"Right."
He places it in front of me and taps it twice.
"Have an open mind, okay?"
"Okay."
"You're my girl, you know that, right?"
I feel my gaze soften when I nod. "I do?"
"Good, good. Well, I'm getting a bit older and wanted to make sure I had everything settled up. Didn't want to do it earlier because, well, I had my reasons. Now, though, it's time."
"Time for what?"
"Open it."
I look at him as I open the folder and gasp. "Uncle Kyle, what is this?"
"It's yours, as soon as you sign in front of a notary, I think. I don't know for sure. I was too excited to really listen to what the banker was telling me,"
he admits with a bright smile. I'm shaking my head and pushing the folder away. "No, I can't accept this."
"You can, and you will. Who else am I gonna give this to?"
Yourself? Kyle, I can't accept this gift. It's too much." He takes the folder and puts it aside.
"It isn't. The day you were born, I started putting money away for you, whenever I'd have a little extra, or for your birthday and Christmas."
"You always gave me gifts."
"That was on top of that."
My eyes met his, and I leaned forward on the table, speaking softly. "Kyle, there's way more here than you putting in a little extra. This is over $200,000.
Kyle nods. "It's not all from me. When your grandpa and grandma died, your dad and I each received an inheritance. I used what I needed to pay off my house and the building the bar's in. Put the rest of it in this account."
With shaky hands, I lift my straw to my lips and take a long, fortifying drink of tea, looking at the papers in front of me like they're going to jump out and bite me. My brain is having a really hard time comprehending. "I don't understand." Kyle smiles at that.
"The fact that you don't is exactly why I wanted to do this for you."
"What do you mean?"
"You have never once asked for anything. Even when you bought your first car, you didn't have your parents help pay for it. Not even the insurance or the gas. Your parents could afford it, and you know that, but you've never acted entitled to anything you didn't earn yourself."
This is true. When I lived with Jeff, I refused his offer of me not paying rent or utilities. I paid my way through community college and took all my classes at night so I could work during the day. I'd planned to go on to get my bachelor's degree, but I could never decide what I wanted to study and didn't want to pay for it if I wasn't sure. Then I started working and still didn't know. I've waited tables, was a receptionist at a dentist office, worked in retail, volunteered at the animal shelter, and at one of the grade schools during lunch recess. My interests have always been so wild and scattered that even though my parents offered to pay my way through college, I never wanted to take them up on the offer. It would have been a waste of their money. But, Kyle, I have no words.
Holy crap, I rendered you speechless.
You did. I am seriously in awe right now. He leans back, happy with his news. Honestly, I can't decide if I'm happy, though. This amount of money means a lot of responsibility.
Listen, the money is in this account for you when you need it. It's yours. I would love to see you open a little store, maybe buy a place, go on vacation if that's what you want. The point is, this money was never mine to begin with. It's always been yours. See? The savings account has always been in your name, with me as the secondary. I just had to remove my name. I'm pretty sure you need to go back in to sign some stuff."
He laughs and messes up his hair. I don't think I've ever seen him so happy and carefree before. This is, wow, Uncle Kyle. Seriously, a big wow. Here you go, chicken pot pie and Reuben. Can I get you anything else? Harper places our plates in front of us.
"I think we're good,"
Kyle answers for me since I'm still struck silent. More tea and Coke?
"That'd be great, thanks."
As soon as Harper leaves, Kyle dives into his pot pie. I pick up one half of my sandwich and take a bite. It's beyond delicious. Probably the best Reuben I've ever had. It tastes like homemade corned beef and sauerkraut. Neither of us talk for a few minutes as we devour our meals. Aside from the murmurs of how amazing everything tastes, neither of us talk. I take a bite of his, and he does the same with mine. Halfway through my meal, I look up when I see someone approach, then startle when I see Jack's dad, James. With a mouthful of food, I cover my mouth with my hand and try not to choke on the giant bite of meat and bread I just shoved in my mouth. "James, what are you doing here?" He looks at me, then splays his hands out wide.
"The chef wanted to make sure your lunch was to your liking."
"Oh my gosh, it's delicious. Do you work here?" Kyle snorts and I look at him.
"Get there a little quicker, sweetheart."
"Huh?"
"Didn't you have lunch with James just last week?"
"Yeah. Oh, duh. This is your restaurant, isn't it? That's why it sounded familiar. Gah, I feel like an idiot. Kyle, why didn't you say something?"
"Figured it would be a hell of a lot more fun this way," he says with a wink and takes another bite.
"You're a turd."
"That I am. Where do you think you learned it from?"
I roll my eyes, then scoot over a little bit so James can join us. "So, you're the chef who comped our meals," I say, finally cluing in.
"Guilty. I can't let Jack's friend pay in my restaurant. Jack's friend's uncle appreciates it, too. Great meal, man. You have a crazy amount of talent, you know?" "Thanks. Appreciate hearing that. Always. How are you, Kyle? Been a long time." "It has. I'm great. Probably the best day of my life today, I mean. So far, anyway. Especially right now,"
Kyle says with a wink. Sitting next to James, I try very hard not to stare at him, but damn, he is so good-looking it's ridiculous. If he wasn't such a nice guy, I think I'd almost feel a little uncomfortable around him. But then again, That's how I initially felt around Jack, too. Something about both of them, though, puts me at ease.
Good to hear. I need to get back into the kitchen before the rush begins, but I wanted to come out and say hi. Don't be a stranger. Stop in any time. Maybe bring my boy with you,
he says with a grin, and then squeezes my hand once before sliding out of the booth and walking away. Phew, is it hot in here? My armpits are sweaty and my mouth has gone dry. I take a long drink of my tea and chance a look up at Kyle.
You like him?
James? No.
Not James, Jack. You like him, and having his dad around makes you feel all out of sorts.
I choose to finish my sandwich rather than answer.
Uh-huh. Avoid it all you want, but I can see it. And approve, in case you were wondering. So will your parents. And if James coming over to say hello is any indication, he does as well. And if he does, no doubt will his wife and Jack's sister.
Wow, that's a lot of approval for something that isn't even a thing. Can we go back to talking about the large sum of money you just handed over?
That's more comfortable?
I swallow hard and lean back, groaning at my too full stomach. Yes.
What are you thinking?
I'd like to donate some. Can't decide where yet. Maybe some to a women's shelter and some to an animal shelter. He nods his approval.
Figured you'd do that. Glad to hear it, too.
Maybe it would be better if I left it in the bank for a little bit. You know, I'm not the most decisive person in the world, so I'd rather wait until I know for sure.
Figured you'd do that as well. Not glad to hear that, though. You know what you want, you're just afraid of making the wrong decision.
Harper returns with a slice of warm chocolate cake with a scoop of ice cream and removes our empty plates. I'm way too full to eat this, I say while picking up the fork and diving in. You'd think that having a stomach bug kick my ass just a few days ago, I'd be a little more careful with overeating, but nope, I don't learn.
Right?
Kyle agrees, doing the same. We dive in, fighting over the extra fudge sauce, and demolish the decadent dessert. I am going to have to run 5 miles to work this off, I say.
You don't run.
I could start. Kyle laughs loudly.
Let's stop in at the bank before we go to Walmart for Toby's things. We'll make sure that you're settled up there.
I still feel weird accepting it.
I know you do, but indulge an old guy, will ya? I've been waiting your entire life for this moment.
I think while we put our coats on and walk back out into the frigid winter air. I'll only accept it if you promise me one thing.
I'm almost afraid to ask.
That you'll be honest with me if you ever need it back. He looks at me and I slip my arm through his as we walk toward the bank.
Why would I need it back?
What if something happens?
I have insurance for anything I'd need. For any sort of emergency that would arise, I'm covered. And plenty of money in my own savings, too. In case you hadn't noticed, I'm not exactly a spender. I've run a successful business for over 2 decades, and before that, I had a job that paid me exceptionally well. I have no one to spend my money on aside from you, so why wouldn't I do this?
I'll only ask one more time and then I'm done. You're sure, right? Like, sure?
Completely positive.
I stop in the middle of the sidewalk and wrap my arms around his neck, hugging him tightly. Thank you.
You're welcome, sweetheart, he murmurs.
Why now? You mentioned that you've had this for a while?
Let's just say that I wanted to make sure you were settled first.
What's that mean? I ask as he opens the door to the bank. Kyle blows out a breath and turns to face me, speaking quietly.
I didn't trust Jeff. This money is yours. No one else's to decide what to do with. Jeff would have tried to dictate where you spent it.
He's right, though I wouldn't have let him. But it would have caused problems between us for that very reason. I may have been compliant on things that I didn't care about, like the way the house was decorated and what we had for dinner, but not on the important things. He wasn't controlling, though when it came to money, he always thought he knew more than me. Wow, I wish you'd have told me.
Wasn't my place to interfere. If things progressed, I would have stepped in.
You're really the best uncle a girl could ask for. I love you, Kyle.
I love you too.
He clasps his hands together and rubs them against each other. He looks so excited. It makes me excited too.
Now, let's go see what the bank needs since I was too scatterbrained earlier to pay attention. I giggle and we march into the bank side by side. And later that night, I realize that Kyle knows me better than I know myself. Rebecca and Mallory are absolutely lovely. Rebecca must have been incredibly young when she had Mallory's mom, because they look like they could be mother-daughter. Mallory and I get along great right from the start. She's hilarious and, like Kyle said, sarcastic and fun to be around. We have a lot in common, too. While my online store sells pet clothes, hers sells baby and toddler clothes that she makes by hand. Before we leave the bar, we exchange numbers and make a plan to get together Saturday morning for brunch. Brunch with a new friend. Something I haven't done in ages. A date with Jack, who accepted my friend request, and, oh my gosh, hearted my relationship status, making me feel like a teenager again. Yay! The part about him liking my status, not feeling like a teen again. A store that wants to sell my clothes for pets. It's always been a dream of mine that I never had the courage to speak out loud. Life is definitely looking up.
Chapter 13. Jack. Me. How was your day? Sierra.
I ran errands with Uncle Kyle.
Me. So to anyone else they'd say they had a sucky day, but that's basically your perfect day. Sierra.
You know me well.
Me. I'm a quick learner. Sierra.
That you are. How was your day?
Me. Good. Went to work for a while, made myself some fettuccine alfredo. Sierra.
Gasp! You made pasta and a heavy cream sauce?
Me. Ha ha ha. Very funny. Sierra.
Flip's hair. I thought so. For real, though, I'm proud of you, stepping outside the box on your meals and everything.
Me. Yeah, well, I've had some little brat around me causing all sorts of bad influences. Sierra.
Sounds like an awesome person. You should keep him or her around.
Me. I agree. Sierra.
Saturday?
Me. Saturday. I try to think of the last date I've been on and can't remember. That's a little sad to admit, even if it's just to myself. It's not that I've been actively avoiding dating, but I'm not a one-and-done kind of guy, and I haven't met any women that interested me enough to pursue. Of course, that all changed the minute I met Sierra. I know she's scared, and I understand why. I also know we have a long road ahead of us, but something tells me it'll be worth it. She'll be worth it. The wait, the patience, the end result. I look at my dad and see how willing he was to wait until my mom was ready for them to become more than friends, and see how much better their relationship is because of his patience. Jeff must be a complete moron if he let Sierra go. How could he not see what a cat she is? Or maybe she wasn't her true self with him. I call my cousin Grady, hoping that maybe he can meet up for supper. It's Friday night, and I haven't seen him in a while. His wife, Bree, is pregnant with their third baby, though, so it's likely he'll want to stay home with her and the other kids. He answers on the third ring. Jack, what's up, man? Not much. How's it going over there? I press my phone between my cheek and shoulder as I throw the clothes into the dryer from the washer. Good, good. Bree's feeling better now that we're in the second trimester. And how are the boys? Handling Mama being pregnant okay? Yeah, they're doing good. Hoping for another brother, of course. And you two? I ask, pouring a glass of water and resting against the kitchen counter. Bree wants a girl but won't admit it. We're just happy all signs are pointing toward the baby being healthy, at least from what the ultrasound tells us. You didn't find out the sex of the baby? Nope, we like the surprise. She's due this summer? Yeah, before the team comes back for practices. We'll have a bit of time to get used to being outnumbered before I'm pulled in a million different directions. Did you hear my mom is passing on the interior decorating business to Maggie and Harper? She wants to be around to help with all the grandbabies. Hopes Harper will be needing her help to plan a wedding soon. Harper is Grady's youngest sister and works for my dad at Balance while she finishes getting her degree in interior design. Maggie is his other sister and started working there right out of college. Maggie was just 1 year younger than me in high school, and before my mom got together with her uncle, the man I now call Dad, we dated. Turns out, when you're somewhat related, that crush disappears pretty damn quickly. My dad's sister is Tess, Grady's mom. Tess runs an interior design firm, while Grady's dad, Barrett, runs a construction company with his best friend Josh. Grady's older brother Cole is actually married to Josh's daughter Mia. Well, that's cool. Dad mentioned that Harper's hoping Grayson proposes soon. Yeah, we're all hoping for that. Grayson's a good guy. We like him. I think back to the conversation I was having with Dad last week about how it's going to happen soon and smile to myself. Oh, that's good. Yeah, I was wondering if you wanted to get together tonight for dinner. I know that's asking a lot with Bree home with the kids and being pregnant and all. Actually, that works pretty good. Your sister's coming over tonight to work on a few things with Bree anyway. Okay with you if Drew comes? A night with my brother-in-law sounds brutal, I joke. I know. Hey, the Flying Goat here in Liberty okay with you? I'm in the mood for a few dozen wings and maybe a couple beers to wash it down. I'll stop and pick you up. That way I can say hi to my sister and Bree and the boys. Great. See you tonight, 6 o'clock? Perfect. And Jack? Yeah? I expect to get the scoop on this Sierra girl. Freaking small towns, man. I grumble and he laughs. That, and you know this family doesn't keep secrets. He's definitely right about that. His dad is the literal worst. The man should have been a news reporter for how much he enjoys spreading the news. Gossip? No. He waits until there's truth first. But he loves being the man in the know. I chuckle. So true. Be ready. I want to hear all about her. Nothing really to tell, I say, though I'm not sure I believe it. Now, what I hear, your dad likes her. Said she's sassy and holds her own. He was a little bummed that she was taken, though. I drained the last of my water and put my glass in the sink. That situation has changed. Oh, really? Wow. Yeah, now I'm really looking forward to dinner tonight. You're as bad as your father. I go to my bedroom to change clothes. I have a client coming into the gym this afternoon who is bringing her 2 teenage daughters with her to learn some basic self-defense. We'll see you tonight. Yeah, see you soon. I hang up and quickly get into a pair of shorts. The rest of my gear is already at the gym, so I head out to my Jeep and make my way to the gym. Working with fighters is great, but my real passion is working with battered women, teaching them self-defense and how to gain their confidence back. It takes a lot of courage for them to step through the doors to the gym the first time, but they're always rewarded with a strength they didn't know they possessed when they learn to fight back in a safe environment. It was one of the things that helped my mom overcome her fears after she left her abusive husband, and seeing other women get help from it makes me happy. Mom even comes to the gym to work with some of them, gives them a safe space and someone to talk to. My family also volunteers at a local women's shelter. For a long time after we moved to Liberty, my mom didn't tell anyone about her past. She was not just afraid that Vince would find us, but she was also embarrassed. A lot of women have a hard time accepting that the abuser is the only one at fault for their actions. It takes time to recognize that they didn't do anything wrong. Oftentimes, they've been fed lie after lie about their worth by someone they thought they loved and could trust. It's a yo-yo of emotions, and unfortunately, I have first-hand experience. Hell, even I thought it was my fault that Vince was that way toward my mother. The bell above the door chimes, and I greet my new clients. Hi, I'm Jack. You must be Melody?
I am, and these are my daughters, Ashley and Lexi.
I shake their hands, noticing how nervous Ashley appears. Nice to meet y'all. I'll get you signed in, then you can head to the locker room to store any of your belongings and get changed.
Thank you,
Melody says with a warm smile. Melody looks to be in her lower 40s and has short, cropped blonde hair. I think I've heard it called a pixie cut before, and the only reason I know that is because Maggie wore her hair that way for a while. Her daughters look around 16 or 17, and where Ashley seems to lack confidence, Lexi has it in spades. She's walking around the room, commenting on all the equipment and asking questions. Lexi's wearing skin-tight clothes, the skirt low cut and showing an inappropriate amount of skin, leaning over the counter to talk to me and working hard to gain my attention. Ashley, on the other hand, is practically swimming in her oversized sweatshirt and sweatpants, wrapping her arms around herself and looking anywhere but at me. All set, I say after Melody's signed for the girls and she's paid their fee, deciding on a month-long family membership rather than just for the day. It's a little cheaper this way. I quickly show them to the locker rooms and call Neil from the back room for his help. What's up, boss? We have some one-on-ones here for self-defense, mother and her 2 teenage daughters. I lower my voice when I explain further. Things look a little off. Opposite sisters. One wants to hide and the other doesn't. He finishes for me. Exactly. Melody is the mom. When she called, she was pretty vague. Just said that with her daughters being in high school, she wanted them to learn to protect themselves. No dad in the picture, she offered that bit of information. I didn't ask. Got it. He nods once and throws on a long-sleeve workout shirt with the gym logo on it, and I do the same. When the ladies return, I introduce them to Neil and pay special attention to Ashley's reaction. It's possible she's simply a shy girl, which is completely okay, but if there's something deeper, we are here to help her through it. Neil understands the importance of our jobs just as much as I do. He doesn't have experience with it like I do, but he's an empath and one of the most understanding people I've ever met. Ready?
I think so,
Melody says, looking to her daughters.
We're a little nervous.
It's normal, I say with a sigh. We'll start by just doing some mild stretches and warm-ups. Obviously, if you're in a situation where you're going to use self-defense, you won't have time to stretch first. But this helps.
Sounds good.
All right, just follow Neil and me. We lead them in a round of basic stretches, then a few things to get our heart rates up. Jumping jacks, skipping rope, lunges, then a couple more stretches. Before moving on, the three grab a drink. Melody, you okay with starting with Neil? Ashley and Lexi, you can watch and I'll explain what they're doing, then we'll bring you in when you're comfortable. They nod, and Neil brings Melody in front of him, instructing her to lift her arms and follow his motions. Neil looks at each girl directly in the eye, not for intimidation, but rather to make them feel more at ease, and instructs, "One of the most important things to remember is to aim for the most sensitive parts of the body. The eyes, nose, throat, and groin areas. Avoid areas like the chest because it's not often effective."
Really?
Melody asks.
You can't just shove at them?
Neil shakes his head. You'd hope that's all it would take, but when they're in a defensive position, especially if the attacker is bigger than you, that's only going to make them take a step back. And that's if you have enough strength to do it. There's also the risk of him grabbing both of your hands.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's true,
Melody says and looks a little deflated, maybe embarrassed. Neil picks up on it immediately and reassures her. It's a great question and often our first instinct. It's not impossible for it to work. We just know there are other ways. That's why we teach the more effective tactics.
Gotcha. Thanks.
No problem. Ask all the questions you want. So, this first one is the hammer strike. Now, it used to be that we could use our car keys, but now that most of us have key fobs, keeping something similar in shape and size with you is smart and will do the trick. He lifts up a key ring that has a strike pen attached. This is something we'll send home with you. Our gift to you. He smiles, and the girls exchange glances with smiles of their own. He goes on to show them all that the strike pen can do and then hands one to each of them. Like I said, this can be used in the hammer strike. You'll want to hold it in your fist, he says, showing them what he means, and strike downward. Neil demonstrates the hammer strike with Melody, Ashley, and Lexi, watching closely. After the two go over it several times, I nod. Good, girls, let's have you try also. Ashley takes the lead, fisting her hand around her new strike pen and twisting just slightly as she strikes downward in my direction. She doesn't shy away from my touch when I demonstrate different ways that the action could go wrong, rather just shakes it off and tries again. After the three of them have it down, we continue on to other moves. As I mentioned, the groin is going to be sensitive, assuming you're defending yourself from a male. Kneeing him should only be used if you're already in close proximity. Be mindful of where his hands are so that he doesn't grab hold of your foot in the process. Repetition and practice will help you feel confident if you're ever in a situation where you need to lean on what we're teaching you. Let's go through both of those before we move on. I notice Ashley seems more confident when it comes to practicing than Lexi is, and I wonder if I read the situation wrong. After we've gone through the heel, palm, and elbow strikes, we finish up for the day. I'm happy to see how seriously both Lexi and Ashley took the class. That isn't always the case with teenagers who think they're invincible or know everything. Next time, we'll review these first before we teach you a few others. How to get out of a situation where your attacker has you in a bear hug or has your hands or head trapped in some way.
Holy crap,
Lexi whispers.
I want to know that.
I look at her and see Neil paying close attention out of the corner of my eye. I want to pry and ask questions, but I've learned it's best to let them open up on their own, if they even have anything to open up about. If someone would have outright asked my mother if she'd been abused by Vince, she would have denied it until she was ready to admit it to herself. Next week, I promise her.
Awesome. This was so much fun. It was.
Ashley agrees.
Honestly, when Mom told us we were coming, I was kind of pissed, but that was awesome.
Awesome. Glad to hear it. Neil chuckles at my use of the same word both girls just used.
totally awesome.
Melody agrees with a grin. Her daughters roll their eyes in tandem like they're well practiced at it.
Girls, go on out to the car. I need to make sure we're settled up with payment. Okay, Mom. Bye, guys. Thank you again,
Ashley says, taking the keys from her mom.
Yeah, it was great. Thanks.
See you soon, I say to their backs as they walk out the door. As soon as the door closes behind them, I turn to Melody. What's up? I know you're settled for payment because we discussed it when you got here.
I wanted to thank you again. Ashley and Lexi, they've been through a lot in the last few months. Lexi was dating someone who, well, he only tried to use his size against her once, but that's all it took. Thank God Ashley was home and stopped anything from happening. Well, at least anything that couldn't be undone,
she said with a quiver in her voice. Her eyes flood with tears, and she looks away for a few moments, wiping a tear from her cheek.
They were terrified to go anywhere alone for weeks, afraid that he would be around, or his friends. He got a slap on the wrist because nothing actually happened,
she explained sardonically. I resist the urge to clench my fists and put one through the wall. I hate that people can get away with being an asshole because of a technicality.
And of course, it was Lexi's fault because she showed him too much skin and teased him. She was asking for it. Ashley attacked him but pulled him off her. Then he said that if Lexi dressed like her frumpy sister, this wouldn't have happened. And that's when Lexi attacked. My girls, they haven't let each other out of their sight, aside from when they're in the bathroom. Today was the first time I saw them back to themselves, so thank you, Neil and Jack. In 1 hour, you gave me back my girls.
I swallowed down the emotion clogging my throat. It was our pleasure. If I shut down the gym today and never returned, I'd be satisfied. Bringing people back to themselves after someone knocked them down, that's my purpose in life. It's why I gave up my dream of becoming an executive chef at a 5-star restaurant. Because this, right here, is all I need in life. Well, out of my career, anyway. Chapter 14. Jack. What's up? You mean since we talked this afternoon? I joke. Drew wasn't on the phone with us. Give us the update. On what? I ask, taking a large swig of my beer. We're settled around a table at the Flying Goat, a cool little bar and grill in Liberty. We sat down about 10 minutes ago and ordered 2 different kinds of boneless wings, a big platter of cheese fries, and a pitcher of beer. Sierra, Drew says with a raise of his eyebrows. Your dad told Lily and me that he likes her, likes the way you are with her. She came into balance yesterday. Harper got a look at her. What? Drew nods and leans forward a little bit. Yeah, so now Harper's seen her because she waited on them, which means Aunt Tess and Uncle Barrett are ticked that they haven't gotten a look at the first girl who finally got you to take a second look and so long no one can even remember. That's not entirely true, Grady adds with a wince. What do you mean? I ask, fearing the worst. Harper may or may not have taken a quick picture of her when she didn't realize it. I groan and drop my head to the table. I hate you all. I raise my head and glare at Drew and Grady, who are more friends than family. Why? Why can't you just let anyone in our family have their piece? 2 pair of eyes stare back at me, blinking but not giving me any answers. I'm serious. What would she have thought if she'd seen some random waitress taking her picture? It's a huge invasion of privacy and totally unacceptable. I have no idea when this family took it upon themselves to make every single minute of our days everyone's business. I don't even know if Sierra and I are going to turn into something or if we'll remain only friends for the rest of our lives. And you know what? Having you all in our faces constantly isn't going to help. So do me a favor, since everyone likes to share news so much, send a quick text and tell everyone to back off. Let me be. Let Sierra be. And if I hear of anyone contacting her or trying to find out any information before she and I are ready to share it, well, I have secrets of yours to share too. Drew and Grady sit quietly for a few seconds before Grady clears his throat. Jack, Harper didn't mean anything by it. Neither did your dad. We're just happy for me, I know. That's the only reason I'm not sending out the text myself to let them know just how shitty their actions are. I know it doesn't seem like a big deal to you guys because you're all used to how nosy this family is, but think of it from a newcomer's point of view. People constantly talking about her? Not cool. Their chins drop along with their shoulders. I'm beginning to see what you mean. I'm sorry, too. You didn't do anything, Drew. Well, it didn't stop it, though. You're right. I'm used to it, but that's not an excuse. Same, Jack. I'm sorry. We'll take care of it and make sure the family backs off a little. I can't promise they'll ignore the fact that you're dating someone, but we'll make sure you and Sierra have space to figure out what you want together. Thanks. Sorry for snapping. Grady takes a drink of beer, then lifts his glass in my direction. You really like her, I get it. You're afraid of something like this messing it up before you even begin. Yeah, I agree. For what it's worth, from the picture we saw, she's beautiful. Now that's something I can agree with you on. The guys smile and the mood lightens. Our waitress delivers our appetizers and we order another pitcher of beer. I don't hesitate to dive in, loading up my plate. You're eating fried food now? Grady teases. I've always eaten fried food. Drew shakes his head. Not for a while you haven't. You're all about clean eating constantly. So it's not a big deal, and I know we're supposed to shy away from the topic, but you're different since you met Sierra. Yeah? Grady agrees. For sure. Not that you sucked before. Nice. I chuckle. You know what we mean. You're a little more laid back, relaxed. He's definitely right about that. I realized last night that I have always thought I couldn't have one thing without the other. Owning a gym, I thought I had to be this perfect specimen of health in order for people to take me seriously, that I couldn't indulge or even have cheat days. It was stifling. But in the short time I've known Sierra, she's helped me to realize that life doesn't need to be taken so seriously. It's not as if members walk into the gym and analyze me or my food intake. They don't ask me how often I work out. For the rest of the night, we eat and drink, play darts, and a couple games of pool. It's exactly what I needed tonight. Even with the way it started, I feel more relaxed and ready to take Sierra on our first official date.
Chapter 15. Sierra. I'm so glad we could get together. Man, this is so relaxing. It's been forever since I just sat with a friend and ate and chatted. Me too, I tell Mallory as we clink our coffee cups together. Tell me about yourself. Really? Why don't you tell me about your husband and kid? A girl, right? She winks and clicks her tongue at me. I know what you're doing, but I'll let it slide because I don't mind talking about them one bit. Pictures? Only like 10,000, she giggles. When I arrived at the diner this morning, I sat down and resisted the urge to fidget and look around the room nervously. I haven't had a friend only for myself, someone I wasn't introduced to through a boyfriend in so long. Too long. Last night, Jack texted me around 11, apologizing for the late-night text, but he wanted to say hello. He'd just gotten home from hanging out with his cousin and brother-in-law and told me he was happy that I was getting together with Mallory. He'd never met her, but he'd seen her grandmother's store and thought that his mom may have gone in a few times when she was visiting.
I'm glad, Sierra. I know how important it is for women to have other women around. Enjoy it.
I stared at his text and blinked away tears. I wasn't even sure why that simple statement had made me emotional. Just having someone support something as common as having a friend feels sadly foreign but incredibly welcome. Mallory hands her phone to me with a picture pulled up. This is Paisley. She's 3. Paisley could be in an ad for kids' clothing. She's adorable and her smile is captivating, with her light brown hair and ringlets that barely graze her shoulders and light green eyes. And Austin, she says, reaching over to swipe a few times on her phone to a picture of her family of 3. We met in high school, fell in love. Happily ever after, I grin, sipping my coffee. Kind of. It wasn't all sunshine and rainbows, obviously. But I always figured a good relationship wouldn't be good if it didn't have to weather a few storms. We broke up once after we graduated high school and left for different colleges. I didn't last and moved back home. College life wasn't for me, no matter how hard I tried to make it work. I took night classes and worked during the day, but even that just fell flat. I couldn't decide what I wanted to do or get a degree in. She shrugs and I stare at her, my mouth open. Are you serious? Yeah, I know. Kind of goes against everything our generation was taught, huh? I feel like such an outsider, but could never justify spending that kind of money on college if I had no reason to be there. I'm not asking if you're serious because I'm judging you. I actually did the same thing. All my life, I thought I had to have a college degree to be successful, but nothing ever clicked with me. No way. Yup, I guess we have more in common than we thought. Wow. So anyway, Austin came home for the summer the year after his freshman year in college, and from then on, we stayed together. During the year apart, we discovered more about ourselves, and the time helped. She lifts her left hand and wiggles her fingers. Her ring setting isn't flashy or large, but it is beautiful. Got married 2 summers after he graduated. We had to go through 2 rounds of IVF to get Paisley, which sucked financially and emotionally, but obviously was worth it. We're trying for another, hoping it happens easier this time. Oh man, that's rough. It was, but we had a great support system, and it made us stronger. Austin works for a really great company roofing houses and businesses. He's also really involved in the worship team at our church. I work at the church and the children's ministry, too. A lot of people were praying us through. I love that. I really haven't had a lot of experience in church, but my Uncle Kyle goes every Sunday, and he asked if I'd go. She smiles and nods. He goes to our church. He and Grandma sit together every week, she adds and giggles. Oh, my. Oh, yeah, right next to each other. Then they go out for lunch after. They act like they're just friends. Everyone knows it's a bunch of hooey, though. We share a smile as our waitress drops off our spinach and mushroom quiche, fresh fruit, and croissants. That's kind of adorable, you know? Yeah, it is. I like that they don't feel like it has to be this big production or define what they are. I like that, too. He's never been married or really had any long-term relationships. I always wondered why. Grandma said he had a girlfriend for like 5 years when he was in his 20s. I wasn't alive then and have never heard anyone mention her. That's a long time ago. I know. I think he's happy being alone. She shrugs as she takes a bite of her croissant. Holy crap, she mumbles, covering her mouth with her hand as her eyes roll. Good? Not at all. You should let me eat yours so you don't have to experience how disgusting this is. She starts to reach over and I slap her hand away. No way. I'm not sharing carbs. Good to know. We eat and chat about nothing much in particular until our plates are cleared and our coffee is refilled. Neither of us in a hurry to leave. I was talking to Austin last night and want to run something by you. What's that? What if we collaborate and bring our companies together? We could offer baby, kid, pet matching outfits. Or coordinating, like a cow and a cowboy or cowgirl. That type of thing. Superdog and Superman. Wouldn't that be adorable? I don't even have to think on it before I reply. Yes, let's do it. Really? I was so nervous to ask you. I didn't want you thinking I'm taking away from you or anything, but I think we'd make a killing and it'd be so much fun. I don't mention the windfall of money that I received from Kyle a few days ago that we could use for a store or production space because I want to discuss it with him first. And maybe Jack, too. I love living here already, but I don't want Jack to think I'm chasing him. Not that he has the market on the town, and not that he's given me any indication he wouldn't want me living here. We are going on a date tonight, after all. But I haven't exactly had a great track record when it comes to relationships. I don't want to do anything to mess it up before it has the chance to begin. I'm also not sure if I should save it to put a down payment on my own place to live. There's too many questions up in the air right now, but one thing's for certain. Life is definitely looking up. It will be a blast, and it's not as if we're only offering joint costumes. It will be just one of our options, right? She nods excitedly. Right, and maybe we can find someone down the line who does grown-up stuff too. I know either of us could. It's just a matter of if we want to. Mallory's so animated and excited about the prospect of the business. Her hands are flying all around her, and her face is lit up like a Christmas tree. It's infectious to be around, and soon we're both hunched over our phones, making notes and looking at each other's online catalogs. By the time we leave the diner, each of us has had enough coffee we're practically buzzing. We hug tightly, make a plan to get together next week for dinner at her house so I can meet her husband and daughter, to which she tells me to bring my uncle and Jack if I feel comfortable. Gah, I'm so happy we met, Sierra. I know the reason you're here is kind of sucky. My body seizes up. You know? Grandma told me and Kyle told her. I think he needed to vent because, man, he was ticked off at that ex of yours. He needed an outlet and didn't want to burden you with it. I'm not upset he told her, just wish he wouldn't have felt that way, I guess. I wish it wasn't even a topic of conversation, you know? She nods in understanding. They're close. They share a lot with each other, and from what Grandma says, you're like a daughter to him. Yeah, he's been there for me my entire life. even when my parents were a little flighty. He's good people for sure. But, Sierra, I can't help but think that a larger power than either of us brought you to our town. It wasn't just you visiting your uncle or finding out that awful stuff about your ex. You belong here. I suck in a breath because I've never felt like I belonged anywhere. Not really. I was always on edge, no matter where I lived. But she's right. Ever since I came here, even before I unofficially moved in with Uncle Kyle, it's felt like home to me. It wasn't as if I was just visiting, even when I was, but I didn't realize it until just now. I feel a sense of belonging here, simply walking down the streets and sitting in a diner having brunch with a friend. I don't feel out of place. Thank you, I say, bringing her in for another hug. Next week? I confirm, my voice wavering a little bit. Yes, absolutely. Have a great Saturday, Mallory. Have a wonderful date tonight. How did you... Grandma and Kyle, we say in unison and burst out laughing. I expect a full report soon. I bite my lip to hold back smiling too, but it's pointless. You got it.
Chapter 16. Jack. Sierra.
What's the dress code for tonight's festivities?
Me. Festivities, huh? You think I have something pretty big planned? Sierra.
Don't you?
Me. I figured we'd share a tuna fish sandwich by the county dump. Sierra.
Takes in a deep breath. Can't wait. That's like the perfect combination. Tuna breath and rotten garbage. It's a recipe for a fun, delicious-smelling evening.
Me. I knew you'd get it. I can't stop smiling. Haven't been able to since I woke up this morning. Not even the threat of another snowstorm could bring me down today. I love that she gets it when I text her something like that and replies cheekily. Sierra.
So now I know to dress casually and wear a mask.
Me. Perfect. See you at 5. Sierra.
5? I thought you were picking me up at 6.
Me. Changed my mind. It's been a while since I've seen your cute face. Sierra.
Blushes. You saying I'm cute?
Me. You know that song, Beautiful Crazy? Sierra.
Yes, I love it.
Me. That's what I think about when I think of you. Sierra.
Maybe be here a little early.
Me. You got it. And by the way, yes, dress casual. Sierra.
Sweatpants it is.
Me. Then we'll match. I'll be disappointed if I don't show up to Kyle's house to see her wearing sweats and a mask over her mouth and nose. I'm not disappointed. When Kyle opens the door, he's sharpening a knife and is wearing his most stern expression that doesn't even falter when Sierra comes around the corner wearing a hoodie that looks like Kyle wore it in the 70s, a pair of raggedy sweats, and a paper mask that is absolutely homemade, considering it's made out of printer paper and elastic hair ties. Her eyes are pulling in at a weird angle, and even though I can't see her mouth, I know she's smiling by the twinkle in her beautiful dark brown eyes. I place a hand on my chest. I've never seen you look more beautiful.
I paid attention to your clues about what to wear,
she says behind her mask. And here I was afraid I'd be underdressed, I say, gesturing to my own attire of paint-splattered sweatpants and a ratty old t-shirt that has actual holes in it. I froze my ass off walking up to the house, but I knew it'd be worth it, especially now that I see she continued on with our joke from earlier.
You look perfect. The exact image I hoped for on our first date.
I lean in close and kiss her cheek, squeezing her hips slightly. First of many, I whisper. You two deserve each other, weirdos, Kyle says. Here I thought I'd be able to do the cliché thing of asking what your intentions are with Sierra and putting the fear of God in you, but then you guys pull a stunt like this. He tisks like he's annoyed he didn't get to scare me, but it's all in good fun. He places the knife down and walks away, but then stops, turns around, and points at us. Have fun! Stay out late! Make dumb choices! Drive fast and take chances! All the regular stuff I'm supposed to say, right?
Exactly.
Sierra agrees with a wink. She looks me up and down and grins.
This date is already starting off great. I would have been seriously disappointed if you hadn't showed up dressed like this.
Pulling off her mask, I drop it to the floor. I was thinking the exact same thing. I still have my hand on her hip and bring her closer by wrapping my other around her as well. Hi.
Hi.
You really do look beautiful.
Wow, if I look beautiful like this.
You do. And not that I care, but did you want to change? I have my bag just outside the door.
You were really prepared. What would you have done if I was all dressed up?
Ran with it, I tell her with a shrug, but I'm glad to see that we're on the same page.
It's a good sign, huh?
I'd like to think so. I'll grab my bag and change while you do the same. Where's the bathroom? She points down the hall, and I let her go while I step through the door to get my things. When I come out of the bathroom, Kyle's waiting in the living room.
More appropriate for sure,
he says, approving of my new clothing. Jeans and a Henley. Nothing fancy, but I'm comfortable, and this is me. I figure if you need to dress up and pretend to be someone else on the first date, then it's never going to work. I take a seat and cross one leg over my knee. Thanks. So, how are things?
Good. Glad to have Sierra here. I don't even mind the dog living with us.
Toby lifts his head off the couch and huffs. Ha! Yeah, he's got quite the personality, huh?
That he does. But he's kind of awesome.
True.
I told Sierra I was going to talk to you about this.
Uh-oh.
Nothing bad. I've been thinking of changing up the menu at the bar. Everything we have is pretty much pre-made stuff. I'd like to expand a bit. Maybe bring on a cook and have a menu that's a little more unique.
I lean forward on the couch. Really?
Yeah. It's been on my mind for a while now, but I think I'm ready. Could I hire you to help?
What kind of help?
Menu planning, for one thing. Maybe dig into your network of friends from culinary school for another.
I have a few ideas. Let me think on them. Let's get together and talk it all out, though. And you're not paying me.
We'll fight about that when the time comes.
I laugh. Ha! Sounds like a plan.
Have fun tonight. Don't screw it up.
Good advice, and I won't.
I got your word on that?
You do.
Fair enough. I like having her around and don't want that to change.
Noted.
I'm ready,
Sierra announces. We turn to look at her, and my breath catches. What I said earlier was true. She's beautiful in anything, but standing before me in dark, skin-tight jeans, a light purple tank top, and a thin black cardigan, she's simply breathtaking. Simple. Breathtaking. Both at the same time, and it's her. She's not overdone or fancy. Casual minus the face mask. You look incredible, I tell her, standing from the couch and moving toward her. She blushes, a pretty pink tinge on her cheeks appearing as she watches me take her in. Her hips flaring out just slightly, her thin tank doing nothing to hide the swell of her breasts. I couldn't stop myself from kissing her if I wanted to, despite the audience.
Hi,
she says like she did earlier. Hey, yourself.
Is this okay?
She gestures to herself and I nod. More than.
All right, you two, get out of here. Remember, have fun. Stay out late. Make dumb choices. Drive fast and take chances.
You got it.
Sierra walks over to her uncle and kisses his cheek.
Love you.
Love you too, girl. Now go on. Have a good time.
We will. I place a hand on her lower back as I lead her to my Jeep, open the passenger door, and help her in before climbing behind the wheel. The second I shift into drive, she asks,
Okay, where are we going?
I glance at her, already feeling like I know the answer to the question I'm about to ask. Ever ridden a bull before?
Can't say that I have.
First time for everything. Her voice is full of nerves, and her eyes tell me she's not sure what she just got herself into.
We're riding a bull?
Patience, Sierra, patience. She harumphs and sits back in her seat, crossing her arms over her chest.
Fine, but please tell me you're going to feed me.
Of course. I have a reservation at a steakhouse. That good?
I suppose,
she teases, then nudges me with her elbow.
Of course that's okay. A big old steak sounds great. But I'll warn you, if you order your steak to be done anything over medium, we're breaking up.
I'm offended that you'd think I'd order anything more than medium rare. And breaking up? Did I miss something? It's my turn to tease her. As far as I'm concerned, we're together.
Oh, I didn't mean...
Relax, I was just kidding. I reach over, resting our linked hands on the console. I know it's soon. I know we still have a lot to learn about each other, but I like you, and hope you like me the same. It feels like this could be something. I'm okay with taking it as slow or fast as you're ready for. So let's just take it one day at a time. You good with that? She sighs and bends down, kissing the back of my hand. When she rights herself, she looks over.
Absolutely.
Good. Now, steak first and riding bull later.
Can't say that I'm not nervous, but it'll be an experience.
That's for sure.
Chapter 17. Sierra. I love this place, I say, looking around the steakhouse. It's a chain restaurant, but the food is always delicious. Their rolls and cinnamon butter alone are worth the wait. I didn't know they took reservations.
I called in a favor. Otherwise, it takes a few hours to get a table on a Saturday night.
That's because of these, I say, taking a bite out of the yummy warm yeast roll.
I'm glad you approve. I was a little worried taking you here instead of some lesser-known place.
No, I love it here. It's one of my favorite restaurants, and I haven't been in a long time.
Good.
After ordering Cokes and our meals, ribeye for him and sirloin and shrimp for me, both with loaded mashed potatoes and salads, we can't resist ordering their onion bloom, a signature appetizer that I would bet is ordered by at least 50% of their customers each night. I want to know more about you, I tell him, dunking a piece of fried onion in spicy sauce and plopping it in my mouth.
What do you want to know?
The story, I tell him with a challenge. By the way, his one eyebrow ticks up. He knows what story I'm talking about. Without any hesitation, he launches into a story that has my stomach churning by the third sentence.
My parents met when I was 16. Mom and I moved to Liberty from Arizona when I was 13. My biological dad wasn't a good man. He used words, not fists. Well, he did until he didn't, anyway. One night he got home from school, and for whatever reason, he decided that words weren't enough. I interrupted, thankfully, and Mom and I left.
Oh my gosh, I whisper.
Yeah, it was bad. Mom wasn't going to put up with it, though. She was lucky. A lot of times it takes more than once for someone to leave. But since I witnessed it, I think she saw it for what the potentially dangerous pattern that it was.
What do you mean?
A pattern that wouldn't have ended with just one night. Vince, that's his name. He went off the rails that day. It wouldn't have ended. Anyway, we moved to Liberty, but the fear was still there, you know?
I'm sure, I added softly, because I don't know. For as weird as my parents' marriage was, they were never violent with each other.
A few years later, my dad, James, walked into Mom's classroom because he was there for his niece. He took one look at Mom, her name is Carly, by the way, and he was determined to stick around. Then he met me and he became even more determined.
Because you're awesome?
Exactly,
he grins.
Oh, another part to my story, because you're so invested and I know you're dying to hear more.
He jokes since I haven't moved and am leaning close. That shakes me out of my stupor and I sit back a little, continuing to munch away on our appetizer. Go on, I encourage him.
I brought Mom to a boxing gym so she could learn self-defense. It was the only thing that would help her to feel like she wasn't helpless. She gained her confidence back, and when Vince showed up in Liberty, she had the courage to stand up to him.
I gasp. He came there?
He did. By then she was with Dad, and he knew everything that had happened. In front of a cop, Vince admitted to stalking her, then tried to beat the crap out of my dad.
In front of a cop? I shout incredulously, then shrink down when I see people turn their heads in our direction. Sorry. In front of a cop? I ask quieter.
Never said he was a smart man.
Where is he now?
Prison. Would have been out by now, but he didn't spend his time wisely. Wasn't a model prisoner, I guess.
Holy shit.
There's my story.
It's a story, that's for sure. He chuckles, and it's deep and husky and incredibly sexy. Everything about him is. His black shirt fits him perfectly. Not too tight, but form-fitting enough that it showcases his strong build. Our salads are delivered and we dive in. I'm already starting to feel full, but the food is too good to resist. I know I'll be miserable when we leave, but at least we're getting exercise after this. At least, I assume riding a bull is exercise, though I'm still a little confused by that part of the evening. I've never been one to shy away from an adventure. Over steaks and creamy mashed potatoes loaded with cheese and bacon, we talk about everything and nothing. Places we've visited or want to visit, sports we played and music programs we participated in during high school, friendships and family. Both of us are technically only children, even though he considers Lily his sister now. The difference is that he now has a very large extended family, and aside from Kyle, I don't have any other family. It's never felt like I was missing anything in my life, but that could be because I'm a private person.
I gotta tell you something, and I don't know how you're going to react, but I like where this could go between us, and I don't want secrets.
I set down my knife and fork to give Jack my full attention. What is it?
You met my cousin at Balance the other day.
I did?
You did. And the reason I know this is because I had dinner with her older brother and my brother-in-law last night.
I turned my head to the side. That's your secret? That you went to dinner with your family? You told me that already.
Yeah, I think I need to explain my family a little bit more.
Okay. I fidget with my napkin in my lap, trying not to squirm.
So, Harper, she was your waitress at Balance, right?
I nod.
That's my cousin. She took your picture.
I scrunch up my nose. No, she didn't, I say with a chuckle.
Yeah, she did. My family, they're very involved in each other's lives. And that's a very mild way to put it. And don't worry, I yelled about it last night because I think it's bullshit that she'd do that. But I want to apologize to you because it's not okay.
Why did she take my picture?
Because the entire family knows that I'm interested in you and is taking it upon themselves to butt their big fat noses in the middle. Grady, my cousin, and Drew, my brother-in-law, they think you're beautiful, which I obviously agree, but I'd have liked to have the chance to introduce you to them myself.
Wow. He wants to introduce me to his family. It's not really that much of a surprise or even unexpected, but hearing it makes it so much more real. But also hearing that his family thinks I'm beautiful is a nice little ego boost.
I know you don't have a lot of family, and trust me when I say I get that. Before my mom got together with James, it was just the two of us. They have never had a lot of boundaries, especially when it comes to each other. It's overwhelming when you're not used to it, and they oftentimes forget their manners, like taking a picture of someone without their permission.
I sit quietly for a few seconds, but can't find it in me to be upset. Not really. It sounds like she didn't take my picture maliciously, or to make fun, but because she was excited for Jack. It's okay.
What?
I shrug and place my hands back on the table, picking up my fork for a large bite of potatoes. Once I swallow, I explain. It's not a big deal. I'm glad you told me, of course. Here's the deal, though. I can see that was hard for you for a couple reasons. On one hand, you don't want me to think poorly of your family because you love them and understand where Harper was coming from. On the other hand, you respect me enough to tell me. I'm not upset, especially since they said I was beautiful. I add with a smile, and he chuckles, shaking his head and resumes eating again. Plus, this could be fun.
Fun how?
He asks, finishing off his steak. I can totally mess with them now. He throws his head back and laughs, deep and husky. His,
oh yeah, you'll fit right in.
This isn't exactly what I expected when you asked if I'd ridden a bull before.
I know. The look on your face when I asked was priceless. Though the look right now is too. What's wrong, Sierra? You've never been on a mechanical bull before?
No, I haven't.
Chicken?
I narrow my eyes and throw my shoulders back. I didn't say that.
Uh-huh. Come on, let's put our names in.
Can't I watch a few people go first? Or, get really, really drunk? It seems like an activity that should only be participated in while rip-roaring drunk.
So you can pee your pants while you fall off laughing?
At least I'd have an excuse. What does it say about me if I pee my pants and fall off while I'm completely sober? He laughs as he takes my hand in his and guides me through the crowded room. I notice women do a double take when they see him, and the look of disappointment when they take in our linked hands. I can't help but want to smile in their direction and stamp mine across his forehead. But, well, that doesn't make sense because that would be on his own. Where do I want to stamp it? Either way, I wrap my other arm around his bicep and lean in closer, preening when he aims a happy grin my way. Oh yeah, he likes it that I'm claiming him. Just like I like that he's making sure every guy in here knows I'm with him. I've never been a jealous person before, so this is a little new to me, wanting to make sure that all these women staring at him know he's taken. By me. He settles us at a high-top table, and I look around. It looks like a cowboy threw up in here. He takes his eyes off me for a moment to look around.
Well, it's a country bar, so...
Ah, that makes sense. I like it, though. It's not hokey, I add on because the expression on his face makes me a little nervous, like I just offended him. That seems to make him relax again.
Yep.
Plus, you already know I love country music.
So you're saying you like it here?
Absolutely, it's wonderful. I practically squeal. Maybe I'm overcompensating just a tad.
Okay, I get it. You're worried you hurt my feelings when you said a cowboy threw up in here.
Kind of? I stretch my lips out and show my teeth. I'm sorry, it was kind of a dick thing to say.
Not at all, it's true. I took you to a cowboy steakhouse, and now this. Apparently I was trying to show you I'm all man,
he says, joking, puffing out his chest and dropping the tone of his voice. I giggle. I didn't even think that. But yeah, you took me to Texas and Michigan, didn't you?
I guess I did. And here I thought I had such a great date night planned.
I lift my butt off the seat and stretch across the table. I brace myself with my hands on the table and kiss him. It's been perfect, and I have no doubt the rest of the night will be also. A waiter comes over, placing a coaster in front of me, then Jack. It's cardboard with the logo of the bar on it, and I have the crazy desire to steal one so I can remember our first date. First of many, hopefully.
Can I get you two something from the bar?
Jack orders a beer, and I do the same.
With an orange wedge,
he adds and winks at me. For some reason, that makes my stomach warm. He remembered that from the first night we met.
You got it. Thanks, and where do we put our names in for the bull?
He points to the corner.
Right over there. Do it now, though. It fills up pretty quickly. Great, will do.
After he leaves, I turn to Jack. You're not going to let me out of here without trying it, are you?
If you really don't want to, I won't make you. But I think you'd have fun.
I'll make a fool of myself.
So, when will you see these people again? We drove an hour to get here, remember?
True, I say, chewing on my lip.
Besides, making a fool of yourself isn't a bad thing. That means that you didn't take life too seriously.
Fine, I'll do it. He throws a fist in the air.
Yes! You'll have fun, I promise. Or at least you'll have fun looking back at it.
Oh, great, I say and roll my eyes.
Be right back. I'm going to put our names down.
Okay. I watch him walk away, and people watch. Couples and groups of friends. A bachelorette party that looks like they're 3 sheets to the wind but having a great time. I hope they get on the bull. Even never seeing someone ride it, I know watching a person drunk off her ass on there would be hilarious. Our waiter delivers our beers, and I thank him, digging a 10 out of my wallet and handing it to him. Keep the change.
Thanks. I'll be back to check on you in a bit.
Jack returns just as he leaves and glares at me.
I was going to pay.
I can buy a round of drinks, Jack.
I know that, Sierra, but that doesn't mean you should have to. I invited you out tonight.
And I accepted because I wanted to go on a date with you. It's $10. I think you can let this one slide. I tease, gripping his shirt to pull him close and kissing him on the lips. Apparently that's the trick that works to ease him out of a grumpy mood, because he deepens the kiss, swiping his tongue against mine and leaning in close, one hand on the back of my seat and the other around my waist. His moan vibrates through my chest, and I wrap my arm around his neck, tilting my head to get a better angle. His teeth nip and bite, and his tongue twists and swipes, and I wonder where this man has been all my life. Why I was so insistent on never having passion in a relationship because, my gosh, even kissing him turns me inside out. The noise of the bar fades away, and I sway toward him, almost falling out of my seat. When he pulls away much too soon, but probably smart considering I was seconds away from jumping out of my chair and wrapping my legs around his waist and clinging on tight, I notice a few people make catcalls. Normally that would embarrass me, but right now it doesn't. I lift my fingertips to my lips, certain I'll be able to feel them tingling. Holy moly, I whisper. He's so close I can feel his breath when he says,
Yeah.
If nothing else works, we know that sure does.
Damn straight.
We untangle from each other and take large swigs of beer in an effort to cool off. But we don't separate too much. Holding hands across the table, playing footsie under the table, leaning over the table so our faces are next to each other. The damn table is like our chaperone, keeping us from getting too close. I forgot to tell you something.
What's that?
He leans back in his chair while his eyes stay locked on mine. You know how I had breakfast with that lady this morning?
Your new friend?
I laugh because it sounds like something a mother would say to her elementary school-aged kid. Yeah, Mallory. She talked about kind of joining our businesses.
Really? Like you'd not have your own anymore? Shaking my head, I clarify and scoot over to the chair closer to him so I'm not yelling across the table. I'd still have it and she'd still have hers, but we'd bring one together, too. We'd offer matching outfits, since she makes stuff for babies and kids and I make stuff for pets. His eyes light up. Like matching Halloween costumes or shit for holiday pictures? Exactly. Sierra, that's awesome. I know, and, well, possibly we'd open up a little shop together. Until then, that friend of my uncle's said I could sell some stuff in her store, you know? He looks around nervously. Wow, so you're really planning to stick around, huh? Appears so, I ask rather than say, a little worried now that I've been misreading the situation entirely. He winces. I probably should have told you earlier. I'm actually married with 14 kids. I left my family in our one-room love nest in the mountains so I could come live the single life for a few weeks. I open my mouth in shock and splay my hands out wide. No way! When my husband got out of prison for murdering his own mother and brother because he caught them having sex and cheating on him, he offered to watch our kids so I could have some alone time. That's actually what I've been doing here. How many? 12, he scoffs. Amateur. I know, I nod sadly. I'm actually pregnant right now. My shoulders lift on a shrug as I place my hands on my stomach, pushing it out a little. Hoping for triplets, I say, crossing my fingers, then chug down the rest of my beer. Want a cigarette, too? I wrinkle my nose. I like to stick to smoking weed when I'm pregnant. Nicotine does funny things to me. Good woman. We laugh hysterically, and our waiter returns to see if we need refills. Jack declines, saying that he needs to drive us home, and I figure switching to something non-alcoholic might be best if I'm going to ride a mechanical bull. I wasn't really lying earlier about peeing my pants if I get drunk. We each order a Sprite, and Jack tosses me a glare when he hands the waiter some cash, even before he brings our drinks back. Can't let that shit happen again. Seriously, Jack, it is not a big deal. I know that, and I'm also not some dick who thinks a woman can't hold her own. But treating you tonight is important to me, even if it's just buying your drinks and opening the doors. I want you to feel it. It? Cherished, special, wooed. If that's the same as swooning, then I just about did it now. I can't remember the last time someone cherished me, aside from Uncle Kyle, that is. My body turns to mush and I relax against his side when he shifts our chairs so we can watch the mechanical bull together. I used to always scoff and make fun of those couples who'd slide into the same side of a booth and no one would join them. I'm eating all those words. There's something to it, even though we're on individual chairs rather than a booth seat. It's cozy and a little romantic. Maybe it's the knowledge that he wants me close, or maybe it's simply being close to him. Whatever the reason, I like it. In all seriousness, Jack says, his arm on the table in front of us, playing with my fingers. I'm glad you met Mallory, and I'm really glad you two got along well. Sierra Hawthorne, someone by the bull calls out. Oh shit, that's me. It is. Good thing you told me your last name, huh? Yeah, I mumble. Good thing. Oh, come on, it'll be fun. How about we make a wager? Who can stay on longer? No way, you'll win. This is my first time, and you're probably an old pro. Pro? Not hardly. I place my hands on my hips and stare up at him. So handsome as he smiles down, staring into my eyes. What's the wager? He waggles his eyebrows. I can think of plenty that I want from you. Oh, really? I sass, popping my hip out a little. Like what? His lips brush my ear, his hot breath ghosting across my sensitive skin. Nothing appropriate to say out loud in public. I like that more than I should. As evidence, my stomach clenches, my entire body quivers, and mouth goes dry. I want to shift and rub my legs together to alleviate the ache that's already building. It always seems to be simmering at the surface when I'm around him. We walk over to the bull and the enthusiastic employee standing next to it, ready to put me through hell. I want to push her down and run away, but I'm not going to, because I'm strong and capable of mounting up on this bull and making a complete ass out of myself.
just like the 14 people before me have done, and just like Jack will do after me. Let's do this.
Go get him, Tiger,
Jack says with a gentle slap to my ass. I look over my shoulder at him and wink. I take a deep breath and listen carefully to the very, too short if you ask me, list of instructions and climb on. Mount up, straddle, whatever. I get on the damn mechanical bull, stick my arm in the air, hold on for dear life with the other. The bull starts to move, and I'm pretty sure I'm about to make this mechanical bull my bitch because this is way easier than I expected it to be. It's a slow roll back and forth until the slow is no longer part of the equation, and the back and forth is no longer the only direction. It's twisting and turning and bucking, and I'm sliding. I right myself up and try to rearrange myself, but doing that and holding on at the same time is really, really freaking hard. Like, way harder than it should be. I briefly wonder what Jack is thinking. He's probably like, well, looks like I'm gonna have to be on top forever and ever because this chick ain't got what it takes. And that shakes me up because I can be on top. I'm great on top. Just ask anyone. Or don't, because that'd be really weird. I keep bouncing around and my crotch jams into the front handle kind of hard and I wince because, well, ouch. How do guys do this? And then it picks up speed again. Of course it does, right? Like, why wouldn't it? It's apparently unacceptable for someone to just have a relaxing ride. It's gotta be maniacal. But I manage just fine. Not really, but I try my hardest, until I'm flat on my back on the cushioned mat below. I blink up at the ceiling and wonder how in the world that happened. Jack's incredibly handsome and smiling face peers down at me, his arms extended to help me up. I hold on, laughing and happy, as he jerks me to standing, and I pop up on a little hop.
How was it?
I raise up on my toes, wrap my arms around his neck, hugging him tightly. Awesome, painful, embarrassing, hilarious.
Sounds about right,
he says, squeezing me but stepping back.
My turn.
Yes! Oh, I can't wait. You're going down. He chuckles.
We never did decide what we're betting for.
Oh, I think whatever you're wanting from me is pretty well in line with what I want from you. His eyes look impossibly darker when he leans down to kiss me. It's absolutely more than what we should be doing inside a crowded bar, but I really don't care.
We both win?
As much fun as that would be, will be, I think we still need to come up with something. If I win, you cook for me, in nothing but an apron.
Ditto.
I tisk him. No imagination.
Oh, I have imagination. Lots and lots of imagination,
he says lowly, then starts kissing me again. Hey, lovebirds! You've got a line and no one wants to see this, someone shouts behind us.
Speak for yourself. They're like a live porno.
Oh, geesh. I bury my head in Jack's chest while he chuckles.
I'm gonna get this over with so we can get the fuck out of here.
Yes, please.
Chapter 18. Jack. I'd barely climbed off the bull before taking Sierra's hand in mine and pulling her behind me through the crowded bar. After watching men ogle her all night, I'd had enough of sharing her with everyone else. Unfortunately, my hope to get home quickly is crushed by the amount of snow that's currently falling from the sky.
Ugh, again?
She groans, but doesn't slow down. Luckily, she wore a pair of little boots that stop at her ankle and don't have a high heel, so she has no trouble keeping up with me. I heard there was another storm coming. Guess this time the meteorologists were right. I open the passenger door so Sierra can climb in and shuffle my way around the front. I heave myself into the driver's seat and slam the door shut, shaking off the snowflakes from my hair. Holy shit, it's getting slick, too.
Could be a fun drive.
Yeah. After we get onto the highway, the road seems to be a little bit worse. There's no path in the snow from cars or snowplows, but there's a calmness from the quiet road. The music is turned low and Sierra is curled up in the passenger seat, our hands linked together and resting on the console. I like you, I tell her, feeling every bit of those simple words and more. Her fingers spasm a little, and her head lolls to the side so she can look at me. I glance over but keep my eyes on the road.
I like you,
she replies. I smile, and out of the corner of my eye see her smile as well.
Would it be too forward if I told you that Uncle Kyle is taking care of Toby because I was hoping you asked me to stay the night?
It would be absolutely in line with my thoughts.
I didn't bring a change of clothes.
Good thing you won't need them then.
Good thing.
She agrees with another squeeze of my fingers. I'm starting to wonder if your uncle was onto something when he was telling us to drive fast and take chances, I muse.
Mm-hmm.
She shifts in her seat. I step on the gas as hard as I feel comfortable. My main concern is getting us back to my place safely. Once we get there, all bets are off. But we have to get there first. The drive back takes an extra 15 minutes, and by the time I pull into the garage, shut the door behind us, and drag Sierra into my house, we're both ready. During the ride, Sierra, apparently over having patience for us to get to my place, reached over, massaging my leg and allowing her hand to drift up my leg, never touching where I wanted her most, but coming pretty damn close, teasing and doing a good job at it. My knuckles turned white from my tight grip around the steering wheel, and the muscles in my thighs bunched and flexed as I tried to remain cool and calm. Inside, a war was raging. Pull the Jeep over and take her. Don't do that, dumbass. You'll scare her off. She wants it just as badly as we do. She deserves more than a roadside romp. I growled her name in warning, but she didn't get the hint, or rather, she didn't care. She kept on doing what she was doing, and I wasn't hating it, even though it was distracting, and I really needed to concentrate on driving, especially with the snowstorm. But all the minutes she spent touching me were like foreplay, setting a spark to a dry field. The flame built and built until we were panting. When the windows fogged up, I scolded her, though I don't think she really fell for my bullshit. I don't take the time to turn on light switches, and neither does Sierra. Instead, we fly down the hallway, dropping our coats along the way. I pushed through my bedroom door, the knob hitting the wall with a loud thwack, but it could punch a hole in my sheetrock for all I care. I can fix it later. Right now, I have better things to worry about. She flips on the light as she follows and murmurs,
I want to see.
Good, because I plan on staring at you for a while.
A while?
Hours.
Oh my.
She breathes and starts stripping off her clothes. I stop her, wanting to do it myself, but she bats my hands away, ripping her cardigan off and tossing it behind her. She shakes her head, her long dark hair swishing around her.
You do you, I'll do me. This time, I don't have the patience to wait longer.
I grin and whip my shirt off as she undoes the button on her jeans, watching in amusement as she tries to simultaneously remove her shoes and skin-tight pants at the same time. She falls on the floor with a thud, but it doesn't stop her mission. She quickly unzips the side of her boots, kicks them off, then wiggles out of her jeans while I finish undressing as well. She works off her tank top and is standing before me, chest heaving in only a bra and underwear. There's nothing particularly sexy about them. A black cotton bra and pink panties with black polka dots. For some reason, the simple combo does things to me, way more than if she were in some skimpy lingerie that didn't match who she is. I like the fact that top to toe, Sierra is who she is, and she doesn't feel the need to change that in front of me. You're gorgeous.
You've seen me in less,
she reminds me. Yeah, but that was different.
How so?
She asks, walking to me. She lays soft hands on the bare skin of my waist, and I swear I feel a zip of electricity shoot up my spine. She presses her lips to my chest, and I let my forefingers slide under her bra straps, because then we were friends.
We aren't friends now?
I can tell she's both teasing and nervous when she asks. She wants me to admit to liking her more than friends, just like I want to admit it. I'm not a one-and-done guy, Sierra. It's real for me. I tug her close, our chests brushing against each other. I'm not going to go out tomorrow and date someone else. If we spend the night together, it means something.
It means something to me, too.
Are you ready, though? I know it's only been a few weeks since we met. A week since you left your ex. I don't want to freak you out here and expect too much, but I do want you to understand that I'm more than good with moving forward. But if you're not, I can be patient. One date doesn't mean... I'm talking in circles, aren't I? Basically, I just want you to tell me if we need to step back.
No.
That simple?
That's simple.
She agrees.
It's not as if I'm ready to move in together or declare love, but I like what we have. You make me happy, Jack. And you seem to get me and accept me for who I am. I like who I am when I'm hanging out with you. I don't see a reason to step back or slow down, but I like that you're willing to wait. I like that you're not expecting the world. It might sound strange, but I enjoy living with Kyle too.
I can't tell you what it does to me to hear you say that I make you happy. She smiles brightly and my stomach clenches. When she snuggles in closer, she kisses my chest again and brushes her cheek against my skin.
I didn't feel for him the way I feel for you, Jack. I'm not saying that to make you feel better or to downplay what he and I had, but we weren't like this. I didn't want to tear his clothes off or claim him in the middle of the bar so everyone would know he was taken. I didn't really even care when I found out he was cheating on me. Until I met you, I never wanted to feel this way.
I know what she means, but I still want to hear her say it. I trail a finger down her cheek and under her chin, lifting it so she's looking me in the eye. What way is that?
This all-consuming, don't want to put the person out of my head, can't stop thinking about, God, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. It's just in me. I like you differently than I've liked anyone before. It's scary and exhilarating all at once.
Remember when I said that maybe we've never felt it before because it only takes that one person? She nods.
Yeah?
I believe that. It wouldn't feel special, I guess, if it wasn't unique, and it is. The way I think of you is unique to anyone else. And that doesn't mean we have to run blindly toward the finish line immediately. I like taking it slow.
As long as taking it slow doesn't mean we can't have sex tonight. I'm good with it, too.
I bark out a laugh and lift her up, my forearms cradling under her butt. Definitely not, I mumble before taking her mouth in one of those all-consuming moments of passion she was just talking about. All night I stared at her, touched her, laughed with her, and smiled more than I've smiled in my entire life, and all I could think was how badly I just wanted to get her alone. Now I have her, and I can't decide what I want to do with her first. I want to toss her on the bed, taste and feel every inch of her body, hear her pleasure, watch as she comes apart, let her scent wash over me. I want to spread her out underneath me. I want to feel her wrapped around me in every single way. I want to get lost in her. I want to be the man who she gets lost in, who reminds her how very much she's worth. Not just a friendship, but so much more than that. Over and over again. Once won't be enough. I know it as well as I know the back of my own hand. I don't know what I want to do first. I finally admit after I realize I've been staring down at her for long enough that she stares up at me in confusion. She taps her chin.
So many options, and only all night long to go through them.
All night sounds good. Think I'll start with getting rid of this pesky underwear that is in the way.
What about my bra?
That too.
And your boxers?
Bossy little thing, aren't you? I joke as I strip us out of our last tiny scraps of clothing. Lying next to her, both of us completely naked and vulnerable, I drag my fingertip up her sternum and over the swell of her breast. Slowly, I trace a tiny circle around the center before I take it in my mouth, sucking and licking, biting gently then easing the ache and sucking hard, smiling when she squirms beneath me. So impatient.
Jack, oh my gosh, I shouldn't like this so much.
I don't know why not. I'm having a great fucking time. Rather than respond, I continue working her up, switching to the other breast to give it some attention as well. I lift up on my knees and straddle her. I know my hardness brushes against her and that she loves it. She moans loudly, continues squirming and gripping the comforter and saying my name in this low and sultry voice I've never heard before, but can't wait to hear 1,000,000 more times. Then I press her breasts together, teasing and sucking on them at the same time. She fists the hair that's longer on the top of my head and tugs. It sends a shockwave of pleasure through me, and I know if she keeps making these sounds and clawing at me the way she is, when I am finally inside her, I'm not going to last. I need to press the brakes, but I don't have it in me to do anything but keep moving forward.
Jack, holy shit, I'm gonna...
She doesn't finish her sentence as she presses her hot center against my leg and basically humps me. I reach between us and find her wet and ready for me, but she's not in the mood to wait. The roar that comes from her has to have started in her toes for how loud and deep it is. Echoing off the walls of my bedroom, I have a hard time not allowing my eyes to widen at the sound coming out of her tiny body. When she comes back down, she's breathing heavy and has a light sheen of sweat glistening off her forehead. I'm about to open my mouth to say,
What, I have no idea, because I've never seen a woman have such a powerful orgasm before, and I really just want to sit up and beat on my chest, but I kind of think that'd be a dick move. But I don't have to worry about our next actions because Sierra, she's on the move, and she knows what she wants. And lucky for me, what she wants is me. And she has her sights set on what she was feeling, straining to get close to her just minutes ago. With my back to the mattress and her body hovering over me, she plays, her face centimeters from my hardness as she allows her thumb to roll over the tip, her hand closing around me as she pumps up and down. Seconds, minutes, not nearly enough time passes before her patience grows thin, and she's rising up on her knees after crawling up my body, allowing her breasts to drag against me.
Condom?
Drawer, nightstand. She reaches over and pulls out a string, raising an eyebrow as she lets it dangle above me. I grin shamelessly and rip one off the end. She takes it from me and opens it up, slowly removes it from the foil, tosses the wrapping on the floor, and slides it over me. She's about to climb on, but I can't stop myself from taking over. I position myself between her legs after rolling us over and rub my tip against her center. She moans. I drop my forehead to the crook of her neck. She whispers my name and scratches her nails up and down my back. I use every ounce of willpower I have not to plunge hard and fast and deep.
I can't wait any longer,
she says. You're sure?
Stop asking me that.
She snaps. Got it, I tell her, and without warning, I do what I was struggling not to do earlier. I press forward and drive in fast. Root to tip, I'm all the way inside her and connected in the most intimate way two people can connect. Our eyes lock, and her legs quiver before she wraps them tightly around my waist. I hold the back of one knee and start to move. A steady pace, not too fast, but not too slowly either. I bend low, my back arching as I kiss her cheek and jaw, panting next to her ear, then snaking my tongue out to taste her neck. Sierra's fingers flex against my back muscles, and I let out a growl when I feel her walls squeeze against me. I push up on my hands so I can look down at her as our bodies move together. Her hips thrust up as I press in harder, grunting and moaning, my name on her lips. Her name on mine. Can you come again? I ask her, and she nods frantically.
If we just...
She slides one hand over my shoulder, down my bicep, down my forearm, over her breasts, and up into her mouth where she slips her finger inside, swirling her tongue around it. I almost come right then, my eyes laser-focused on the actions of the seductress that's currently laid out before me. Finger wet, she travels down her belly until she presses against herself, rubbing in circles. The entire time, her eyes are glued to mine, and when I look back at her, it's all either of us can handle.
Oh, shit!
She cries out and clamps down around me as I thrust in and out quickly. I allow the tip to slip almost all the way out before slamming back inside her, and she cries out my name, arching her back.
I'm there, Jack. I'm there again.
Yeah, I grunt and don't stop moving. Not for a single second. Couldn't stop or slow down even if I wanted to.
You with me?
She asks, her words coming out choppy and breathless. I'm with you, I tell her, and then no more words need to be spoken because we're coming together, and it's intense and glorious and everything I knew it would be and more. I reluctantly pull out and roll over next to her as we both suck in our breath, our hands over each other's sides to keep contact with one another, but not having the energy to do anything more than that.
So, that was something,
Sierra says in awe. Sure was.
I think we're going to need regular repeats of this.
Agree. I lean over her, my elbow in the mattress next to her head, and kiss her on the lips. Be back. Gonna deal with this.
Okay,
she says quietly, and damn, it's hard to get out of bed with her lying there. Hair a mess all over the pillow and a sweet look on her face. Her big eyes staring up at me as a blush tinges her cheeks. Beautiful, I tell her, kissing her quickly, then getting out of bed. Don't move.
Okay,
she says again. I dispose of the condom and clean myself up as I run a washcloth under the faucet. When I return, she grabs it from me and takes care of it on her own, then excuses herself to use the bathroom. After turning off the light, she comes back to bed and climbs in next to me. I pull her close, kiss her forehead, give her a light squeeze. Night, Sierra.
Night, Jack.
We drift off to sleep quickly, and it's not lost on me that the last time I was this comfortable in my own bed was when Sierra was here.
Chapter 19. Sierra. Wandering hands wake me up. It's definitely not a bad way to start my day, though. The room is still shrouded in darkness, and I slowly let my eyes adjust so I can see Jack clearly. I think he's fondling me in his sleep. He's making noises and touching me, and oh my gosh, he's basically humping my leg. His erection is pressed up against my thigh, and his hips are moving. What am I supposed to do in this situation? Wake him up? Let him finish? Join the party? Is he dreaming and has no idea he's doing it? I feel like I need to at least try to wake him up. Let him know that if he's wanting to get something started, which he seems to be, that I'm more than ready to participate as well. Jack, I whisper, and he responds by gripping my right breast hard and moaning my name. Jack, I say a little louder this time, and his head jerks up from where it was resting against my arm. He looks around the room in confusion, down at his hand, then down at where his legs have my one leg trapped. His eyes widen, and he scrambles up to sitting.
Holy shit.
Have a nice dream, did you? I wish it wasn't dark in here so I could see if his cheeks took on color or not. He rubs the back of his neck.
Yeah, about that.
No worries.
Was I, on you?
He gestures to himself, then to my leg. I shrug and place a hand on his chest. It's okay. Not a terrible way to wake up. He drops his face into his hands and groans.
I cannot believe I did that.
Were you dreaming? He lifts his head and glares at me.
What do you think? Of course I was dreaming. A rather good dream, too.
The way I see it, then, is that we have two choices. We can either continue to dwell on this, and you can be embarrassed even though you have absolutely nothing to be embarrassed about. Or we can finish what you started. I let my hand slide over his firm stomach and down that sexy V that I've never cared about before, but now it's right there for me to ogle. Now I can't stop.
There really are no secrets between us now, are there?
Nope, I grin, but refuse to think about only a week ago when I was sick in front of him. I also can hardly believe that was only a week ago. Though we've spent a lot of time together in that short week, I'm sure to some we've moved fast. Good thing I don't care what people think. Last night you wouldn't let me be on top. It's my turn. He smiles and rolls to his back, placing his hands behind his head. The lean muscles this man has is almost intimidating. He's probably one of those annoying people who will stay thin their entire lives, even if they eat fast food for every meal.
Have your way with me, sweetheart.
I wiggle with excitement and climb over him, gripping him between us. I don't give him open-mouth kisses because, well, neither of us brushed our teeth before we passed out last night, and morning breath isn't sexy. I don't care how much I want him or he wants me. There are some things that shouldn't be experienced between a new couple. I do, however, pepper his face with kisses before moving down his body, doing the same along the way. Gripping him in my hand, I start to center myself above him, but he stops me.
Condom,
he mutters. I feel like an idiot, not because he doesn't trust me enough, but that I didn't even think of it. Right. He's definitely right. My ex was messing around on me for God knows how long. Birth control doesn't keep both of us safe, so I need to be tested, even though Jeff and I only use condoms. I don't want to risk it.
I'm due to get tested too,
he tells me, and I wrinkle my nose. This isn't sexy talk.
Sexy or not, it's necessary. If we're going to be together, we need to be open with each other. I've never gone without a condom, but that doesn't mean I'm willing to risk it for you.
Yeah, I've never trusted anyone enough to go without, but still, it's good for us to make sure.
You've never trusted anyone enough?
He asks. I shake my head, my ratty bedhead moving against my shoulders. I'm sure I have mascara under my eyes too, but the way he's looking up at me, I feel beautiful, despite the fact that we fell asleep without doing anything as far as bedtime rituals go.
But you just about mounted up without one,
he gently reminds me. I trail my fingers along the smattering of hair that runs down the center of his waist, dipping into the waistband of his boxers, if he were wearing them. Thankfully, he isn't. I guess I trust you.
If I wasn't already hard, that would have made me get there fast.
I laugh and reach over, nabbing a condom and making quick work of putting it on him. I raise up and position him where I need him, lowering slowly onto him. Holy hell, I moan, throwing my head back. The ends of my hair brushes against my butt cheeks and his thighs. His hand slides up my back and fists it, tugging slightly. It makes me cry out in both pleasure and pain, and I want him to do it again, but I can't get the words to form on my lips. Yeah. I dip forward, placing my hands on his chest and getting to work, swiveling my hips as I slam up and down on him. He grips my hips and keeps me working, staring at our connection between us. Jack pushes the back of his head into the pillow and looks like he's straining to maintain his composure. He needs to let loose, but isn't ready yet.
Fucking mornings. I've been hard and ready for you for what feels like hours, he growls. You feel so good. Too good, sweetheart. Perfect. Fits me perfect.
Oh, shit, I moan and try to hold back myself, but I just spent the last several hours wrapped up in Jack, and both of us were completely naked. I woke up hot for him, too. He slipped in easily, my body more than ready. I raise up on my haunches and place my hands on his thighs, bringing us to a different angle.
Oh, fuck,
he grunts.
Yes, don't stop.
I can't. I pant and curse myself for not being in better shape, but it's a lot of work first thing in the morning. My thighs are burning and sweat is beading on my forehead. My arms feel like jelly. He seems to understand what I need and slides his hands under my butt cheeks and helps me. The noises that we're making are blending together as one, loud and animalistic, soft and whimpering. Our bodies strain to be closer, even though we're as close as two people can be. My fingers grip his thighs, his on my butt. I hope we have finger marks left on our skin tomorrow, and next week and the week after. I shift so my knees are once again pressed into the mattress, eager to lay my eyes on him again. The whiskers on his face, the small mole under his left eye, the slight part of his full lips. I'm panting and staring and can hardly move because he's reaching a spot inside me that hasn't been discovered by anyone else. I'm trembling above him, my heart about to beat straight out of my chest. So good, I whisper.
Sierra,
he growls.
Fuck it,
he says suddenly, and thrusts up, his hips moving at such a speed that I can only hang on. It doesn't take either of us but 30 more seconds to come. He holds me down onto him, wrapping his strong arms around my back and pinning me to his chest. It just gets better.
It does,
he agrees gruffly. We lie here long enough to calm our breathing and for him to begin to soften.
I think we need to clean up,
he says, tugging me with him to the bathroom to do our thing. The toilet in his room is behind a hideaway door, so I'm able to do my business in private while he waits his turn. He turns on the shower and we brush our teeth while we wait for the water to warm up, then climb in. Nothing about showering with Jack feels unnatural or cumbersome. Like everything else, it feels normal. Like it's something we've been doing together for years. 3 days ago, that scared me. But somehow, in the time between my freak-out when he was bringing me to Uncle Kyle's and last night when he showed up for our date, the butterflies that have remained in my stomach aren't from nerves, but rather from excitement at the possibilities of what my future, our future together, brings. After we get out of the shower, we check the weather, grateful it doesn't appear to be snowing anymore. March snowstorms seem like a slap to the face. When other parts of the country are celebrating spring break weather, it feels like Michigan is stuck in an endless winter.
I saw we're supposed to get a warm-up this week.
Really? I ask, standing in his kitchen, pouring myself a cup of coffee wearing only his t-shirt.
Yeah, it'll be a huge mess for a few weeks with all the snow that dumped on us lately, but it sounds like the weather is finally turning.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome. I love the change of the seasons, and even getting snow, but I'm so ready for warmth and green grass. He nods.
Yeah, me too. Want some French toast?
Absolutely. We work together and whisk the eggs, adding in milk and cinnamon, then melt some butter in a skillet. After dipping the bread in the eggs, Jack gets to work making the toast while I fry up some sausage links. I got a text from Kyle this morning. He said everything was good with Toby. He's going to church, then lunch with Rebecca if we want to join them.
Rebecca?
Oh, yeah, I haven't really told you yet. I go on to explain his relationship with Rebecca, and the entire time he's listening, he's smiling.
Kyle, the old dog,
he teases. I know, I love it for him, though. He deserves to be happy.
He does, I agree. Hand me that plate, will you? I'll put these on and work on the others.
I hand him the plate, then get another for me to put the sausage on, line it with a paper towel, and set it aside so it's ready when I'll need it. I also didn't tell you something else. He flips a piece of toast and turns his head in my direction.
What's that?
The day that I was at Balance, I was running errands with Uncle Kyle. He grins.
Your favorite thing?
Right. Anyway, he needed me to sign some papers. When I was born, he started a savings account in my name, and he wanted to transfer the money to me. Well, actually, he wanted to tell me about the account first.
He hadn't told you yet?
He asks, removing the last of the toast from the skillet and placing it on the plate with the rest. I finish up the sausage and put it on the plate also, and he brings both to the table. I follow behind with our coffee cups and settle in at the table we'd already set with our plates and forks. No, he hadn't, and it's substantial.
Wow, that's awesome.
He places 2 pieces of toast on my plate and passes me the syrup before reaching over for the sausage. Yeah. We eat and compliment each other on how great the food tastes, but I can't help but think about why he's not asking more about the account. Maybe I'm too nosy of a person, but I'd think he'd be a little more curious than he appears to be. Don't you want to know more?
About what?
He wipes some syrup from the corner of his mouth and takes a drink of his coffee, draining the last of it. He points to my cup as he stands.
Want more?
I nod and scrunch my eyebrows, turning in my chair to watch him as he gets us more coffee. About the account.
What do you mean?
He sets down our fresh coffee on the table and spears another piece of sausage with his fork, dragging it through the leftover syrup on his plate. How much clearer do I need to be? Aren't you curious about the savings account my uncle set up for me? He shrugs.
Should I be? Was it done illegally?
I gasp. No.
Then what am I supposed to be curious about?
Are you serious right now?
I am, but I'm also confused.
I laugh and shake my head. Wow, okay. I figured you'd be curious about how much money he piled away and why he kept it a secret and what I plan to do with it.
Why would I need to know that? Your uncle set aside money for you. He doesn't have any children of his own, so this isn't really a surprise. It doesn't matter to me how much it is, in my opinion. It's a blessing that you've received it, and you're an adult, so I figure you're not a complete moron and know what to do with money, whether it's $10 or $10,000.
He shrugs and leans back in his chair. No shirt, of course, and only a pair of flannel sleep pants. His hair is still a mess, and it's tempting to reach over and run my fingers through it. I'm kind of blown away right now.
About what? About me not being curious?
He chuckles and I nod. With a shrug, he explains further.
Don't mistake that for me not caring, Sierra. I do, but I don't see where it's my business. I'm happy for you, sure, and I think that Kyle is awesome for doing something like that for you, but that doesn't mean you have to tell me all the details. If you want to, I'll listen. If you don't want to share, that's fine too.
Rather than saying anything else, I stand from my chair and lean over to kiss him. I hope he reads everything I'm putting into the kiss. Thank you for being amazing. I can't believe I found you after all these years. I like you more than I thought was ever possible to like another person. Our tongues tangle, tasting of syrup and spice and coffee, much better than morning breath, and we kiss for a long time. Me hovering over our breakfast plates and him holding the back of my head to keep me close. We take our time, not rushing through the kiss. It's one of the best kisses I've had in my life. We aren't kissing only to lead to sex. We're communicating our feelings through this less than simple act. We slowly pull away from each other, giving soft and gentle kisses before parting completely. I sit back down in my chair, and he reaches over to hold my hand.
Just to say, I approve of your way of telling me you approve of my way of thinking.
That makes me beam.
I'm serious. Anytime you want to give me your response by sticking your tongue in my mouth, you have my permission.
Good to know.
What do you feel like doing today?
I waggle my eyebrows and he laughs, throwing his head back and exposing his neck. I want to lick the column.
I'm good with that. Want to get Toby? See what your uncle is up to? Maybe we can meet him for lunch with Rebecca.
They're going to church first, I explain. He shrugs and answers without even thinking.
So we can go too. It's been a while since I've been to church, and maybe it's time I stepped in. Just got lazy and like to spend my Sundays doing nothing. But I have a lot to be thankful for. Wouldn't hurt to show my thanks in his house.
He gives my hand another squeeze. Really?
Really?
I don't really have church clothes, I remind him.
Wear what you wore last night and we'll stop at the landing for you to change, say hi to Toby and play for a few minutes. Kyle can ride with us if it wants. If I remember right, they have a service that starts at 11, so we've got plenty of time. And I've been there enough to know that people dress pretty casual. Not like sweatpants, but...
I'm not sure why it makes me feel like crying. I've never been with anyone who wanted to spend time with my minuscule family. My eyes well with tears, and he places a hand on my cheek, rubbing his thumb against my skin, and wipes away a tear that slips out.
Hey, what's this? I think I liked you kissing me in response better.
I sniff and hold back the rest of my tears. I'm sorry.
Nothing to apologize for. You're allowed to feel, you know?
I haven't given myself that kind of permission for a while. Keep my emotions buried. Don't let them surface. That's the way I've lived my life. It's obvious from the people I chose to spend time with. Thank you.
I'm not sure what you're thanking me for, but you're welcome.
The fact that you don't even know why I'm thanking you is just more proof of how truly wonderful you are.
I'll take it, he says, grinning shamelessly. Let Kyle know the plan, see if he's good with that. If he is, I'll change and we'll head out.
You're wonderful, I repeat.
Keep thinking that because I'm sure sometime down the line I'll do something to piss you off.
That makes me giggle, and the mood is lightened. We clean up our breakfast, hand-washing the skillets and putting the rest into the dishwasher. Then we go to Jack's bedroom so I can put on the clothes I wore last night and he can change. Wearing a pair of dark jeans and a pale green plaid button-down shirt that makes his dark eyes stand out even more, I stare and wonder at how beautiful this man is. But it's what's inside that makes him that way. The sharp lines of his jaw, soft, almost black hair that I love to run my fingers through, small laugh lines that angle out from his expressive eyes as inky as the night sky. The incredibly lovely combination that makes up Jack Cole on the outside is only a fraction of how impressive of what drives him to be who he is. A compassionate, funny, intelligent, patient, kind man. It scares me a little how easily I could see myself one day falling completely for him, especially with how much I've fallen already. But what scares me even more is the thought of not allowing myself to fall, of letting the fear rule whatever is building between us. It might become everything, and if that's the case, which a big part of me hopes it does, I'll consider myself lucky. And not for 1 minute will I take Jack Cole for granted.
Chapter 20. Jack. It's been a month since Sierra and I had our first date. Not a day has passed since that we haven't seen each other. Even if it's only 5 minutes, we've made time to connect every single day. I crave her, and I've never craved anyone like this before. She spends the night at my place several nights a week, and the night she doesn't, I miss the hell out of her. She's brought me to my knees, and I love it. Wouldn't have it any other way, in fact. In the month we've been together, we've learned a lot about each other. Just like I told her we would, we're taking our time. She's outspoken but not rude, has a sarcastic streak that cracks me up on the daily. She hates running but loves going on walks outside, which she's been doing with Toby almost every day, weather permitting. She loves art, loves it, doesn't own any and, according to her, doesn't have an artistic bone in her body, but can get lost looking at it online for hours. Her dream trip is to go to Italy and France and immerse herself in museums, by herself. She's told me the trip is one she'll eventually take on her own because she doesn't want to feel guilty dragging someone around who doesn't want to be doing the same thing she wants to. I told her I'd gladly go along to every museum she wanted to if she indulged me wanting to eat my way through Italy and maybe learn a few new tricks along the way. She turned it dirty, which turned the conversation into one where we explored each other's bodies again, which turned into her giving in and saying I could come along to Italy with her. We shared pictures of our ugly years where we both had braces and acne and our bodies were awkward and gangly. Even then, I would have lost my mind for the chance to date her. She loves mangoes, the pound cake that you buy in the grocer's freezer, Pepsi over Coke, playing tic-tac-toe while we wait for our meals if we're out to eat. Loves to take baths, which moved up my bathroom remodel, which now includes a huge bathtub with jets. When she was younger, she hated reading, but now she's been getting into it as an adult. I bought her an e-reader, and now she doesn't leave home without it. When she was 18, she learned to drive a stick shift, but has since completely forgotten how. She swears if she climbed behind the wheel of a 5-speed, she'd immediately remember how to do it, though. I told her I wasn't going to be the guinea pig who got in the passenger seat with her. She absolutely hates scary movies, but loves action or rom-com movies. Could curl up in front of the TV and watch 2 or 3 movies in a row, cuddled up with Toby and me. I don't hate it. Not one bit. I introduced her officially as my girlfriend to my parents. I'm sure the rest of the family is dying for the chance, but after the entire picture-taking incident, they know not to push. When she's ready, and not a moment sooner, is what I've told them about meeting the whole clan. My mom immediately fell in love with her, invited her to lunch or manicures, just the 2 of them. My dad gave me a knowing grin. We've made a weekly lunch date with her Uncle Kyle and his friend, Rebecca. We join them at church, go out for lunch, and then go our separate ways. All of us being business owners, we have a lot in common, but we also enjoy their company. I'm used to being around family, but it's new for Sierra and Kyle, and I think they're realizing how much they missed not having it. Last weekend, Sierra's parents, Keith and Samantha, joined us. They're an eccentric couple, but welcoming and nice. Not once did they make me feel like an outsider. Even when telling stories of Sierra's childhood, making her blush and beg them to be quiet, they somehow included me and made me feel like I was there, rather than hearing it for the first time. Samantha gave Sierra a container of special brownies before we parted from each other, and even though Sierra tried to refuse them, Samantha thrust them into her hands.
Mom, I can't take these. Why not? They'll help you relax if you're insecure about trying certain things,
she says suggestively. Mom, Sierra admonishes and looks around the parking lot.
Do you have no filter? No, but you already know that. I'm serious, Sierra. Your dad and I each ate one to relax the first time we tried.
Sierra throws a hand in the air and interrupts.
Okay, Mom. Okay, I'll take the damn brownies.
Sierra shoves the container into the back seat of my Jeep before Mom could finish whatever she was about to say. I'm not upset about that, though.
Good. Enjoy.
She wiggles her fingers in a wave and winks at me.
Before we continue, we offer you this moment of calm a chance to reconnect with your breath and your heart. This free audiobook was made with love.
and I chuckle when Sierra mutters,
"Kill me now."
I wrap an arm around her and pull her close, kissing her temple. "It's okay, sweetheart. You'll relax after you have one of the brownies." She elbows me in the side. We watch as they pull out of the parking lot, and Sierra turns to me.
"So, those are my parents,"
Kyle says to Rebecca.
"And that's my brother and sister-in-law. Can't say we didn't warn you."
Rebecca and I share a look and laugh. They did warn us, over and over again, that we'd have to watch as they fed each other during lunch, that her mom's hand would slide up her dad's leg and he would grab her breast. And all that happened, and a little more, right in the middle of Applebee's. It was slightly uncomfortable at first, but soon it was obvious that was just their way. It also helped me to understand Sierra's hesitance when it came to being with someone she felt passionate about. Her parents' lack of inhibitions turned her off from that. Lucky for me, she's over it and fully embraces how we feel toward one another. We cook, exercise. Okay, so that's an exaggeration. I work out while she pretends to skip rope or just distracts me by being cute, and run errands together. She even let me tag along with her once when she went to the trampoline park. Then she joined me at the indoor rock climbing gym. She laughed as she bounced off the rock the first time she tried to glide back down, but then got the hang of it and soon tried racing me up the wall. 6 weeks. That's how long I've known Sierra, and still, I can hardly remember a past without her in it. 6 weeks. That's how long it's taken for me to realize that I don't want a future without her. She's under my skin. I love the way she smells of coconut and sugar. I love the way she looks at me like I can hang the freaking moon. I love her laugh any time of the day, but especially in the morning when her voice is still a little tired. And the way she always takes a tiny sip of her coffee first to check the temperature of it. There's a million little things that I like about her, but not a single one that's better than the rest. It's all of them combined that makes me eager to see her and talk to her and touch her. And the way she responds to my touch, it's addicting. It doesn't take either of us but a graze of our fingers to get turned on. Hell, just being in her presence is enough for me to be ready for more. We run hot constantly. I used to think of doing the same thing day in and day out, and not making a deep connection with anyone else was enough for me. I thought since I made a good living, owned my business and home, had a pretty nice vehicle and a great family that doubled as friends, that I didn't need anything else. Physically and financially, I was satisfied, and I didn't realize how much I was missing out on, emotionally, because of it, until Sierra. She blew all my ideas out of the water, reminded me there's definitely more to life than simply functioning. "Earth to Jack," Kyle says, calling my attention by snapping in front of my face. I lift my head from where I was staring at the paper on the table in front of me and grin. "Sorry," I say sheepishly, embarrassed that I got caught zoning out to thoughts of his knees. But of course he knew exactly what was going through my head.
"Thinking of Sierra again?"
"Yeah."
"Not that I'm opposed to that, because I like you for her, and so do Keith and Samantha, but let's get back to work so you can get to your girl, yeah?"
"Good plan," I grin. We've been going over his current menu and marking it up, changing just about everything that can be made from, or mostly from, scratch, and adding items that will make the landing more unique and might draw people in for more than just the drinks. Have you ever thought about putting in a commercial brick oven or smoker?
"I haven't. That's pretty expensive, isn't it?"
I pull out my phone and open the search browser to show him what we're looking at for pricing. There's quite a range for ovens. Anywhere from $3,000 to quite a bit more. You'd be in the quite a bit more range because of using it indoors and commercially, and you're not currently set up for it. But the brick oven isn't only for pizza. You can bake pretty much anything in there, and it'd be unique. Or you could build a back patio with a brick oven back there and do it only in the summer. I believe outdoor ones are a little cheaper.
"What about smokers?"
Again, your price range is all over the place. Though, unless you're a pro at smoking meat, there's not as much about what you'd be offering that brings something people can't do at home. A lot of people have their own smokers, me included.
"You do? What the hell, man? Why haven't we been using it?"
I roll my eyes. "Relax, we will. I just haven't had the chance to use it lately."
"We won't discuss what you're filling your time with instead," he jokes.
For several minutes, we write down different options, and he decides in the end that he wants to think on it for a few days. If you decide not to purchase anything right now, which is completely fine, we'll work on the menu. If you go with the new oven or a smoker, then the menu will be a little different.
"Makes sense. Maybe we can come up with a few ideas for menu items for all 3 options. That way I have a little more information to help me decide.
Absolutely. If you decide to purchase a smoker, your options seem endless. Pulled pork, smoked chicken wings, brisket, turkey, or chicken. It's pretty wide open. You can smoke vegetables, too. Give them a different flavor. If you go with the brick oven, I'd recommend starting with just pizza. You could build up your name through that and add menu items later, but people will come for the pizza alone. But you can do individual baked pastas and appetizers in there, too. If we just update your kitchen without purchasing anything major, man, I have so many ideas.
Yeah?
Oh, yeah. Remember, I went to culinary school, so this is kind of my thing. If I didn't own the gym, I'd definitely have opened my own restaurant by now. The corner of his mouth twitches, but otherwise he doesn't give me any indication that he heard me. I take another look at his menu and stand up to walk around the quiet bar. It's only 4 p.m, but it's a Friday, and I figure it'll start to fill up soon. For what it's worth, I don't think you have to change anything up here. It's bar food, and there's nothing wrong with that. But if you want, I can have my dad come and take a look at things with you. This is what he used to do for a living.
What's that?
Well, your case is a little more unique because the bar's not in financial trouble, but he'd go into rundown restaurants and rework them so they were functioning again.
No shit.
No shit. He helped rebuild a lot of places in Michigan.
I think you have some of that same talent.
I don't tell him that it was before I even met my dad, but he has taught me a thing or two over the years, and I know what works and what doesn't. What Kyle's had going on seems to work, but that doesn't mean that a change can't help give the business a little push. He clamps a hand on my shoulder.
You're a good man, Jack. Thank you for your help. It's not that my customers seem unhappy, but I'd like to offer something a little more than what I am now. Shake it up a little.
Don't take this the wrong way, but are you sure you want to do that now?
You mean because I'm an old man?
I raise my hands in the air and surrender. Don't put words in my mouth. Chuckling, he explains.
I'm in good health. I don't have plans to retire soon, but now Sierra's here, and I'm sure you figured out that she's the sole beneficiary in my will. Anything I have goes to her when I pass on. I'd like her to have something she would be proud to run, if she chooses to keep it. If she decides she wants to sell it, I want that to be easy for her to do. Updating makes sense.
Wow, I didn't realize that.
Not sure she even knows. I need to probably tell her.
Are you sure she wants the landing?
No clue. That's why I said if she wants to sell, she can. I just want her happy, that's all.
She's got great parents, Kyle. But you're pretty incredible. I'm glad she's had you all these years. He seems to get a little choked up at that and excuses himself to go do some inventory. I decide to eat some of that boring bar food he's been talking about and order myself a beer to wash down the loaded nachos and buffalo chicken tenders. I watch part of a game on the TV hanging in the corner and shoot off a text to Sierra. Me. I'm still at Kyle's. Just ordered some food and a beer. You want to come join me? Sierra.
How can a girl resist that offer?
Me. That was my hope. Sierra.
Be there in 10. I'm anxious to hear how today went.
Me. Drive safe. Sierra.
I'll take all the chances I can. Here you go, Jack. I'll be out with the food shortly.
The waitress, I think her name is April, places the ice-cold beer on the coaster in front of me. Thanks. Sierra's on her way. Can I add some of the fried mushrooms, too?
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. She loves them. April, right? She smiles big.
That's right. Good memory.
I try. You've come into my gym before, haven't you? I take a long drink of my beer. It's a little citrusy, and the hops flavor is perfect.
I have. I loved it. I took one of your self-defense classes. Figured it would be good to know a little since I close up here sometimes.
You don't walk to your car at night by yourself, do you? Her eyes widen and her dark blonde hair swooshes around her face when she shakes her head.
Oh, heck no. Kyle would fire me if I tried that. But it doesn't mean it's not good to be prepared.
It's definitely good.
And my boyfriend, he comes and picks me up most nights.
Protective? Someone calls her name from the back corner and she gives a little irritated huff.
Ugh, aren't most boyfriends?
I smile at that. The same person calls out, "Hey, I'm waiting here." She rolls her eyes and whispers,
This guy. He's been in here before and is super obnoxious.
I go on alert. Do I need to step in?
Nothing I can't handle. He just thinks he's God's gift.
I look over to the direction she nodded her chin to and look to see if I recognize him. I didn't even see him come in today, and I've been here for a few hours working with Kyle. When did he get here?
Just like 30 minutes ago,
she says with a shrug.
He's annoying, but nothing more. I'll go put in your order for mushrooms and see what he needs. Be back with your food in a bit.
You holler if you need me.
You got it, Jack, thanks.
No worries. I watched the door for Sierra to arrive, at the same time paying attention to the back corner to make sure the guy who clearly makes April a little uncomfortable isn't being a dick. Maybe I'm overreacting, but it's the nature of my job. A few minutes later, she returns with the chicken strips, plates for our appetizers, and 2 glasses of water, one with an orange wedge for Sierra and one with a lemon for me. Thanks, April.
You bet.
I decide to wait to start eating until Sierra gets here and sit back, keeping my eye on the person who continues to call April over to his table. Sierra's coconut scent washes over me, and I turn to see her slipping into the chair next to me. She leans over and plants a kiss on my lips.
Hey, babe.
Hey, you. I'm sorry, I didn't even see you come in.
It's okay, I just got here.
She looks pretty as usual, dressed in a pair of jeans with holes and a red hoodie with white strings and a pair of white canvas shoes. Her dark hair is up in a high ponytail. Cute, sweet, fun. All Sierra. I give her another kiss, because I can, and have a really hard time keeping my lips to myself, and April brings over our nachos.
Hi, Sierra. What can I get you to drink? I'm really in the mood for a Bloody Caesar. Coming right up. And Jack ordered some mushrooms, too. Anything else? Onion rings? You got it. I'll go put that order in and be back with your drink as soon as I deal with...
She throws a thumb over her shoulder and rolls her eyes.
That one.
He messing with you?
Just needy,
she says with a shake of her head.
He ordered an old-fashioned. Fine, no big deal, right? Well, of course, we made it wrong twice. Which it wasn't. He just had a very specific order and didn't think to tell us.
I chuckle. Which was?
The dumbass is ordering a Manhattan but calling it an old-fashioned. Like he yelled at us saying we were supposed to use vermouth, which is in a Manhattan, not an old-fashioned. Demanded a cherry instead of the orange peel. Again, wrong drink, dumbass.
She sighs.
This is one of those times where I really wish the customer wasn't always right. I'll be right back with your Bloody Mary, which I'm sure you know is made with Clamato juice.
She jokes to Sierra, but she's gone ghostly white and stock still. April doesn't notice, but I've learned Sierra's cues, and this one right here tells me something's very, very wrong. What?
That's Jeff.
Who's Jeff?
The guy she's been talking about, that's him. I know it even without seeing who she's talking about. He does that. He confuses drinks, then yells at the bartender or waitstaff for getting it wrong because he's too much of an idiot to know what he's trying to order.
Jeff is in...
My ex-boyfriend, Jeff.
The guy who used my number with his string of girls?
Yes.
I stand up, ready to introduce myself. I figure it's only right, but Sierra grips my hand and pulls me back down in my chair.
You can't go over there.
Why not?
Because I have Toby. He'll demand him back. In fact, that's probably why he's here in the first place.
To take back the dog you stole from him? Come on, Sierra, there's no way.
Oh, yeah, and he's probably thinking he'll somehow sweet-talk me into going back to him as well. I posted that one picture of the two of us, and I didn't even think about blocking him from my social media, and he liked it. I wondered if he'd show up here, mad that I'm with someone new.
I lean back in my chair and try not to look pissed the fuck off, but I am. I feel the heat rising through my body, the veins in my neck beginning to swell. You're making a lot of assumptions for someone who hasn't seen or spoken to the guy in over a month. And that's not me accusing you of having contact with him. That's me wondering why you didn't mention that you were afraid he'd be back.
I wasn't really afraid of it, just am not surprised. I did take his dog, after all. I lived with him for a year and a half, so I got to know a little about him. He's a proud guy. I injured his ego when I broke up with him. It made him mad that I took the dog, even though he knows Toby always liked me more than him. He knows Kyle owns this bar, so I'm not surprised he showed up here eventually.
She says it all so matter-of-fact. When she first realized he was here, she was scared out of her mind. Now she's kicking back in her seat, eating nachos. I don't understand the quick change in attitude, so I call her out. Ask her why.
I don't know. When April was talking, it was like I was back there living with him again. I was suddenly this person who was afraid of standing up for myself, or, at the very least, being confident in my own decisions. He was pretty good with letting him run the show.
I feel the anger swell, and I ask in a low voice, "What do you mean?" She's quick to explain.
Not in an abusive or controlling way, I promise. It was never that. It's hard to explain fully.
She looks around, then her eyes brighten before she shouts,
"Oh, remember that first morning when we made eggs at your place?"
"The day you expelled stuff from your body that we decided never to speak of again?" I ask and take a drink of my beer to hide my grin. Nodding and rolling her eyes at the same time, she says,
"Yes, that day. We won't speak of the specifics, right?"
April brings Sierra's drink and sets it in front of her along with the mushrooms. The table is getting so full of food she can hardly fit it in, but we manage. After taking a large drink and commenting how great it tastes, Sierra pops a breaded mushroom in her mouth, chews, swallows, takes another drink. "Right," I murmur. She wipes her hands on a napkin and uses her fork to load up her plate with all the food in front of us. After she's satisfied with her plate, she takes another bite.
"Sorry, I guess I was really hungry."
"Like I care, eat up."
"Okay, so remember when you were like, make a decision already, and I was fighting you?"
I nod and she points to me.
That's the reason. It was never that I wasn't allowed to decide, but it was like, okay, if he wants to do something different, is it going to turn into a massive fight? Because that's how it was with my parents, so I just became compliant.
My eyebrows furl and the fried food settles in my stomach like lead. Ugh, I hate that.
I know, I do too. Aren't you glad you got Sierra 2.0?
The happiness that radiates from her somehow makes the sick feeling I was just having go away. I chuckle and eat some nachos because cold and soggy nachos are nasty and I don't want them to go to waste. She does the same as she continues to explain.
Anyway, so those feelings bubbled back to the surface when I thought about him, but I looked at you and I knew I could handle seeing him again. If he wants to try to take Toby, he won't succeed.
By the time she finishes speaking, I'm about a second away from jumping out of my chair and kissing the shit out of her. "If we weren't in the middle of your uncle's bar, I'd throw you down on the table and fuck you so hard right now." She laughs so hard she bends over, slapping the table.
Not that I'd be opposed to that, but why?
"Because you basically just told me that I make you stronger. For me, that's literally everything." The smile from her face drops, but not in a frown.
"Oh."
"Yeah, oh."
"Wow. Are we MFEO or what?"
I am sure my face is taking care of expressing my confusion, but I still ask, what the fuck is MFEO? Her eyes widen, and she almost falls out of her chair trying to stand up so quickly. Just then, April returns with the onion rings.
"What's wrong?"
Sierra points to me.
"This guy doesn't know Sleepless in Seattle."
"The movie?" I ask, and April and Sierra look like twin guppies with their mouths dropping open at the same time.
"Yes, the movie, you nimwit. What else would I be talking about?"
"I don't know. What's MFEO?" April gasps.
"Made for each other. How do you not remember that? It was only one of the most adorable parts of the entire movie."
"Y'all are out of your minds."
"At least we know movie pop culture."
Sierra sasses with her hands on her hips. Does a movie made in the 80s really qualify as pop culture?
90s, thank you very much. And yes it does. Shame on you.
April teases and I groan. How did this conversation turn this way? Minutes ago I was about to confront Toolbag, pissed that he's here in my town and my girls, his ex-girl, Uncle's bar. Then I realized that I give my girl courage and strength and wanted to take her to the bathroom and have bar sex with her. Now I'm watching Sierra and April recap scenes from a movie I haven't seen in so long I can barely remember who was in it. Can we get back to the point here?
Oh, what's that?
Sierra asks, sitting back down. You think we're made for each other? She rolls her eyes adorably.
Duh, of course I do.
Well, if that doesn't just make me want to stand on the table and shout over to Toolbag that I won.
Gag. Y'all are so sickeningly cute.
April teases.
I know,
Sierra brags. April laughs before moving back to the bar, and Sierra and I are left alone. You need to let him know you know he's here.
I know,
she sighs.
I just don't wanna.
She pouts, but it isn't annoying. It's cuter than anything. Want me to go get Kyle? We can both go with you, standing on each side of you like bodyguards. She laughs.
As appealing as that sounds, no. I need to go over myself.
I'll be right here, I promise. And I will be, keeping an eye on her the entire time.
Chapter 21. Sierra. I take a deep breath and pick up my water glass, just in case he's a royal dick and I need to toss something on him. I'm not about to waste a perfectly good cocktail on him. 1 step, 2, 3. I look over my shoulder to see Jack has turned his chair so he can watch. I roll my eyes at how protective he is, but can't deny that it feels good to have him in my corner. I wasn't lying earlier when I said he makes me feel stronger. "Jeff," I say as soon as I'm standing next to his table. His head whips up from where it was bent over, staring at his phone. He doesn't belong here, looking pretentious in his black dress pants and shiny shoes, a button down under his sport coat.
You?
"Me? What the hell do you mean? You're the one sitting here in my uncle's bar, and don't try to say you didn't know it was his. You've been here before. You knew good and damn well what you were doing when you walked in here today. So now inform me of what you already know." He doesn't hesitate in answering me, which I'm grateful for. The sooner I can get him out of here, the better we'll all be.
"I want Toby back."
"No." He leans back in his seat, an air of cockiness surrounding him like a cloud. After assessing me, looking me up and down, he lifts his Manhattan and takes a drink, wincing at it.
"Fucking place doesn't even know how to make a decent old-fashioned," he grumbles.
"Maybe they would if you knew what kind of cocktail you were ordering." He does more grumbling into his drink before he slides it away. It's not even the type of drink he doesn't like about it. It's whiskey and bourbon in general. He's not a hard liquor guy, and for some reason that makes him feel weak. So he won't admit that he can't stand the taste of it. "Get on with it, Jeff. What are you really doing here?"
"I said it already. I want Toby back. He's my dog. I adopted him."
"And I've had him with me for over 5 weeks, and you haven't tried until now to get him back."
"I was busy. We had finals at school, and I needed to be there a lot."
"Wrong answer. Finals aren't for weeks because it's only the middle of April. And I seem to remember what you needing to be there a lot was actually about." I raise an eyebrow at him and take a seat. He narrows his eyes.
"Please have a seat and join me."
"Thanks."
"That was sarcasm, Sierra. Just give me my damn dog."
I cross my arms over my chest and give him a look. "Damn dog, huh? Sounds like you really care about him." He looks so annoyed with me, which makes me happy.
"I do."
"So much that you didn't care about getting him back until now? Why?" I'm poking the bear, and quite honestly, it's kind of fun. He's a sheep in wolf's clothing, only he doesn't even appear like a wolf. The man is harmless, has weak hands, hasn't done a hard day's work in his life, thinks going to the gym a few times a week makes him all that. It doesn't. I just didn't realize it until I met a real man.
"I just do."
He looks around and swallows down the last of his Manhattan, chasing it with water. I chuckle at how ridiculous he is. I can't believe I wasted over a year of my life with him. I must have been out of my mind. "Admit it, Jeff. You saw the picture I posted, and now you're butthurt that I'm with someone else."
"I have no idea what you're talking about."
"You liked the picture, you idiot. I know you saw it." His eyes narrow to slits, and he growls.
"I don't give a fuck who you're fucking. Just give me my dog before I call the cops."
"And tell them what? That I lived with you for over a year and took care of our dog, and I left you for being a serial cheater and took the dog with me because he looked like he'd sooner cut off his own tail than stay in the house with you?"
"You don't know that."
"I do. He would choose me 1,000 times over you. Besides, your name might have been on the adoption lease, but I've had him for over a month, and in the state of Michigan, that means I have legal possession." I have no idea if that's true. I'm just talking out of my ass at this point, but I figure it sounds legitimate enough that he won't question it. Or at least I hope he won't. I'm actually positive there's no truth to it. But I should pat myself on my back for how confident I sounded. Because right now, I can see the words written across Jeff's face. And the words read, "How the hell does she know that? I didn't realize she was so smart. I really messed up when I didn't see how good I had it with Sierra. I'll never find someone as amazing as her as long as I live." Okay, that might be pushing it, but it'd be great if he did think that. It would be a little ego boost for me.
"Always knew you'd turn into a bitch. Didn't think you'd turn into a thief, too."
"Turn into one? Honey, this is who I've always been," I say, proudly owning my bitchy thief status he just laid on me. Whatever. He can think what he wants. I no longer care. We sit quietly for a few minutes before he clears his throat and changes the tone of his voice.
"So you're with someone now?"
"I am."
"Isn't that soon?" Not really. We just broke up, Sierra. He's what, like your rebound or something?
No. See, I learned a lot about myself since we broke up. And something I learned I didn't like so much. I was always giving. I didn't care at the time because what I got from it was a peaceful relationship that didn't have any problems. But now I realize that was just boring. He looks around uncomfortably. Which I assume is why you went looking for more excitement, right?
I wasn't looking.
Cut the bullshit, Jeff. You screwed half the town behind my back. Be honest for once in your life.
Fine. I strayed a couple times.
A couple? I'll wait to call him out on that lie because I need more information first. I got tested, Jeff.
For what?
What do you think? I lower my voice. STDs. All of them. Which, thankfully, I'm clean. If I wasn't, this little reunion wouldn't have been so calm.
Why would you do that? Do I need to be tested?
How is this man a teacher? Is he really that dense? Is he blaming me? What a jerk. Why do you think I was tested? Because you've been around town with every woman you met, I hiss.
I just told you it was only a couple.
A couple? Please. What an ass.
Would it matter? It only takes one time, one person. Besides, I know it was way more than a couple. I'm not an idiot, Sierra, I know that. But I used condoms. Every time, and every time with you also.
You think that's completely foolproof? You fool? I laugh at my little quip and drink out of my own water glass.
Did you just call me a fool?
If the foolish shoe fits, yes, I did. He stands up abruptly, knocking his chair over.
I didn't come here to be insulted. I came to find you, get Toby, and get back home.
Well, you wasted your time.
I found you, didn't I?
Suddenly he's growing agitated once again. He's balling his fists at his sides, and he takes a step toward me.
I was able to find you once. Don't you think I'll be able to do it again? Like when you're out walking Toby without your little boyfriend or your old-ass uncle?
You been watching me?
Like I care enough to watch you. I just know you. Lived together for a while, remember? And I know you like to take him on walks, play fetch at the park for a bit before going back home. Figure you're living with your uncle because you're too childish to be able to live on your own, always having to mooch off others.
I stand too, and now we're nose to nose. If you'll remember, I paid my own way with my own money. Have proof of it too because I paid you with checks and have those records. So don't even act all high and mighty about that. He pokes a finger at my chest and growls.
Think what you want, darling, but you know as well as I do that you'll be crawling back to me soon enough. So do us both a favor. Stop throwing a fit and get over this pilgrimage to find yourself so we can get the hell out of this shithole.
Did you just poke me? I ask angrily, grabbing his finger and pushing him away, but he yanks me back to him, squeezing my biceps tightly and glaring at me as he shakes me a bit.
What are you going to do about it?
She might not do anything, but I will. I watch in awe as a woman with short blonde hair jerks Jeff around and promptly kicks him in the balls. Holy shit! Jeff says something as he curls onto the floor, but I can't make it out. As he's writhing on the floor, Jack steps between us, pushing me gently behind him.
And I will too.
With a finger pointed in Jeff's direction, Jack leans close and says menacingly,
Touch her again, and you'll not only answer to Melody, you'll have to answer to me. And I promise you'll regret it if you don't get the fuck out of here. Now.
Who the fuck are you? Jeff asks, groaning.
I'm the man who understands what he has and won't let her go. I'm the man you couldn't or wouldn't be. Most importantly...
Jack bends down on one knee and grips Jeff by the shirt before he angrily spits out,
I'm the man who will rip your fucking throat out if you touch the woman I love again. Don't even think about coming near her or contacting her again, you piece of shit.
Holy shit, I breathe out as Jack stands back up and pulls me into his arms.
You okay?
I nod. I'm okay. Did you see that lady? She just took him out. I was about to do the same, but she beat me to it. He smiles.
That's my student for self-defense classes, Melody. She walked into the bar just as I stood up to step in. I was letting you do your thing because it looked like you had it handled, and it was good for you to do that. But when I saw him poke you, I was done. I took a step forward, and she flew past me, pushed me out of the way, and said, 'Allow me,' and, well, you see how that turned out."
That was awesome. I turned to where Melody is still standing over Jeff, reading him the riot act. When she seems finished and walks away, I introduce myself. "Hi, Melody. I'm Sierra. What you did? Thank you." "Hi, Sierra. Sorry if I took your fun from you, but I couldn't stand there and watch Jeff do that to you. He's a jerk with a capital J." "You know him?" "Unfortunately." She goes on to tell us how they met in a bar a few months ago, and he gave her the wrong number. She texted some guy who apologized and told her that it had been happening to a lot of people lately. I stand with my jaw dropped, Jack looking similar to me. He chuckles, shaking his head in disbelief.
Holy shit. Karma, man. What a bitch it is.
"Sorry?" Melody asks. We step over Jeff, and I resist the urge to kick him in the gut for good measure. Kyle comes out of the back room. He looks at us and smiles, down to the floor and back to us.
"What the heck happened?"
"Oh, Uncle Kyle, you'd never guess." "I'm still a little confused myself," Melody admits.
"We need to order more drinks for this story,"
Jack says, leading us to the tables as Kyle drags Jeff off the floor.
"You tell me the story after I take the trash out."
Kyle takes Jeff by the arm and pushes him through the door.
Chapter 22. Jack. "You ready for this?" She nods, a soft smile on her lips that fills me up. I can be having the worst day, and her smile is all I need to see to turn it around. We've decided to ditch the condoms, and for the first time, we're going to feel each other completely bare. It's a first for her. It's a first for me. And for the both of us, it means a lot more than just having sex with someone with no barriers between our skin. There are no barriers. Neither of us have trusted anyone to go without before, so it's a big deal that neither of us are taking lightly. 3 words are on the tip of my tongue, but I don't want her thinking I'm saying them because I'm about to enter her and think she needs to hear them. I don't want there to be any question to the truth of my love for her. "I'm ready," she whispers, arching up to meet me. Where we've gone slow before, this time is different. It's not just about taking our time. We're feeling things together we've never felt before, and not just physically. I push myself slowly inside her, watching in amazement as her eyes glaze over before her eyelids flutter shut and her neck arches. I bend low, kissing her in a little divot, and let my lips trail across her collarbone. "Jack," she whispers. "Yeah," I grunt and push in deeper. The pace is the best kind of torture. Making love, not simply having sex or screwing or fucking. We're expressing love through the way our bodies are joining as one, and it's almost overwhelming. The feel of her with nothing between us is like nothing I've ever experienced before. I close my eyes and let it wash over me as I pump my hips, loving the way she molds against me. "Jack, oh, holy..." I know. "It's too good," she stutters, and I pump harder, no longer able to keep things moving slowly. I want too much, need too much. "Give it to me," I demand gruffly, but I don't even know what I'm asking for. I'm not ready for this to end, but I can't wait to feel her explode around me with nothing between us. It's an ache that's building from deep in my gut, needing everything from her all at once. "Has it ever been this good?" she asks, pleads that I respond the way she hopes. I don't have to lie when I tell her, never been like this. "Not even when we first had sex?" "Not even then," I confirm, and she nods in agreement. "Same." Her fingers are a feathery touch when they slide up my back, over my shoulders, cupping my neck and holding on tight. We stick together, breathing hard and moaning our pleasure. I lift one leg and place it on my shoulder, giving us a new angle that makes her moan and thrash her head back and forth. Gone is the thought of going slow when she slips a hand between us, pinching the tip of her breast. "Sierra," I whisper. "Fuck, holy fuck." "Yeah." She squeezes me and cries out when I press in deep, lick my thumb and reach between us. "Yes, yes," she shouts, and I feel her coming undone. "You there?" "I'm coming, Jack, I'm coming." And I follow along with her, coming together with a roar and harder than I've ever came before. I pulse inside her and let her leg down. Her arms flop to the sides and knees fall open so I can rest fully against her.
Okay, that was amazing.
She giggles. Completely. Give me a few minutes and I'll be ready to go again. That makes her giggle harder. I'll be right back. I reluctantly pull out of her and go to the bathroom, returning quickly with the wet washcloth. She takes it from me and we do the unsexy business of cleaning up after unfucking believable sex. Sierra walks naked to the kitchen and gets 2 glasses of water while I let Toby out, though I did put on a pair of sleep pants so as not to give any neighbors a show. While he's doing his business, I pop a bag of popcorn and pour it into a bowl. Once I've finished, I return to my bedroom to see her cuddled into her side of the bed. The thought that she has a side has me grinning as I remove my pants and climb in next to her. We drink our water. We munch on popcorn. We cuddle. We watch a little bit of TV. The day fades to black, all the drama with Jeff forgotten. He limped away, texting Sierra one last time, and said he was over it, and she could have the stupid fucking dog if it meant that much to her. She told him not to contact her ever again unless he wanted her to press charges against him for the bullshit he pulled at Kyle's. He said to do her a favor and forget him. She said no problem and blocked his number. I questioned whether or not she should actually report him, but she said he didn't do anything besides poke her in the chest, and that if he felt like being a dick, he could pin Melody with assault, since it wasn't self-defense for her to step in, or kick in, rather. She sighs with contentment, and I smile, holding her closer. I know, me too.
I love you,
she says quietly, moving her head off my shoulder to look up at me. I love you, I say back, kissing her forehead. And then she settles in and falls asleep. I fall asleep quickly, but wake only an hour later, hungry for more of her. Much like before, we try to go slow, but we're too eager to manage it. In the end, fast is good.
Chapter 23. Sierra. 2 months later. I'm freaking out, Mallory. They're going to love you. You have nothing to worry about. Yes, I do. Do you realize how many of them there are? She nods as she hangs up an outfit in our brand new brick and mortar. I invested the money Kyle had for me. The building next to Rebecca's was up for sale, and she came to Mallory and me about going in with her to purchase it, expanding on hers and offering ours. We have some costumes we offer regularly, as well as taking in custom orders. A week from Monday is our grand opening, and tonight, Jack's aunt and uncle, Barrett and Tess Cole, are having a big family gathering. Their daughter, Harper, the same one who took my picture when I was at Balance, was just recently engaged to a man named Grayson, and it's time to celebrate. Trust me, you're a somewhat likable person. I think they'll tolerate you, she teases. I place a hand on my chest and wipe a fake tear. Those are the sweetest words anyone's ever said to me. Stick around, there's more where that came from. What should I wear? Well, back in high school, when I helped friends plan their outfits. My gosh, you take a special smartass pill this morning? No, I'm just this awesome. Great. She walks over to stand next to me and takes the construction worker costumes out of my hand and hangs them up on the rack. Sierra, relax. You know as well as I do that you're worrying over nothing. There's absolutely no way that Jack would allow you to meet his family if he didn't think they would be cool with you. You love Jack. He loves you. You've met his parents and had double dates with his sister and brother-in-law. You're smart, beautiful, and funny. And remember, Kyle's coming along, so you have him if you start to freak out and need to take a break. I blow out a breath. Jack told me that the first time he met all of James's family, it was at a wedding. He and his mom were kind of freaking out, too, because there are a lot of them, and it was only the 2 of them. Just like you and Kyle. See? Jack understands and gets it. He wouldn't put you in a position that would make you uncomfortable. She winks and then says in a teasing voice while shaking her shoulder, Unless you want him to, that is. I playfully slap her with the back of my hand. Oh my gosh, Mallory. What? I see the way you look at each other in public, and I can only imagine how hot you 2 get when you're alone. I don't deny it, but don't offer up details either. Gah, I'm so jealous. Not of you with him, but of constant wild and crazy sex. It's gotten to be kind of boring with Austin. Mallory. We go back to hanging costumes. She pulls them out of the tote, fluffs, and hands them to me, and I put them on the hanger. No, boring is an awful description. That's not it. It's more just regular. With trying for a baby and having a baby at home, sometimes it feels like we're only doing it to do it. We've lost creativity. Want me to watch Paisley some weekend? That way you two can have a little time together to focus on more than only trying to have a baby. Bring some fun back into it. Her eyes bug out of her head. Are you serious? I shrug. Why not? Paisley loves you, and I think she has a little crush on Jack, if a toddler knows what a crush is. I giggle. She absolutely does, but it's adorable, and we both love her. Toby's great with her. I can stay at your house if you want to get a hotel room so she can sleep in her own bed. Or whatever. Just think about it. Talk to Austin. The offer stands for whenever. You're incredible, you know that? Right? You're so lucky to have me. That I am, she says, giving me a hug. And honestly, quit worrying about tonight. They're having a barbecue at their house. It's casual. It will be fun. Just enjoy. Okay, I will. I might throw up.
You're not going to throw up.
I might. Kyle leans his head between us from where he's sitting in the back seat.
She might.
Thanks, Kyle. Appreciate the support.
Anytime,
he says, chuckling and sitting back. Why aren't you more nervous?
I'm not the one they're going to be judging. This is all you.
Remind me why Rebecca isn't coming along.
Had that meeting for the summer splash thing the church is putting on next month.
I face forward in my seat. Sure wish I had a meeting to go to. Jack chuckles and grabs my hand, kissing the back of it.
Careful, sweetheart. You're going to give me a complex about meeting my family.
I've just never met this many people at once before.
They'll fawn over you for a few minutes and leave you alone.
I give him an incredulous look.
Okay, so that was a lie. They'll bug you all night, but at least they'll be bugging Harper, too.
That does make me feel a little better, actually. The rest of the ride is a little more relaxing. As we drive through Liberty, I'm reminded how much I love this little town. It's quaint and lovely. That's the best way to describe it. By the time we pull into the driveway of a beautiful older home, I've forgotten to be nervous because I was so caught up in looking around. But then I see all the cars parked around the house, and the reminder is right there in front of me, causing an explosion of nerves to riot in my stomach. Holy crap, I whimper.
Ready?
No.
I've been there. I know what you mean. But I need you to understand that it's not nearly as frightening as what you're thinking it's going to be. Yeah, every single one of them will be in your face, but not in an aggressive or pushy way. I promise.
I blow out a breath and look back at Kyle. You're with me?
I'm with you. Unless you want me to call your folks and see if they want to come. Maybe bring some of those special brownies Samantha's so famous for.
Oh, hell no. I laugh and Kyle smiles, reaching up to grip my shoulder.
Let's do this.
You mean, let's get this over with? I mumble and climb out of the Jeep. I don't know why I'm so nervous, but it's been my parents and Kyle my whole life. I don't know what a big family is like. I can't even fathom it. But in about 6 seconds, I'm going to get myself a lesson in family, and I need to embrace it. Jack grips my hand in his, and I hold on like he's a lifeline. We walk into the house without knocking, and the second we come through the door, everyone stops talking. I look around, feeling awkward as ever. This just won't do. I know I was nervous, but if this continues, we're in for an entire evening of torture. I grab my phone from my back pocket and lift it up, take a picture of a few people, then turn to Kyle. For Mom and Dad, since they couldn't be here, you know? The tension is broken and everyone laughs. A woman with shoulder-length blonde hair points to me and says, "Oh yeah, you'll do just fine." Jack pulls me to him and kisses the top of my head.
Everyone, this is my girlfriend, Sierra Hawthorne. Be gentle. You telling her or us to be gentle, son? 'Cause it looks to me like she's able to hold her own.
James jokes. The woman from earlier walks over and shoves Jack aside, rolling her eyes. "Oh, stop, Jack. We're not that bad, Sierra, I promise. I'm Aunt Tess, James's way cooler sister. She doesn't hug me but does offer me a hand to shake. She goes on to introduce me to the entire family. Her husband, Barrett, a good-looking man with salt and pepper hair, her daughter, Maggie, son, Cole, and his wife, Mia, son, Grady, and his wife, Bree, who all appear to be about my age. All the grandkids are outside playing. They're excited to meet you, but I'll give you a warning. Hazel, the tail ender of the group who's 13, is in a bit of a snit today because she's been under the assumption that she was going to marry Jack since she was old enough to talk. Jack shrugs.
What can I say? I'm irresistible.
Oh, geesh. I roll my eyes.
Hey, I got your attention, didn't I?
I don't argue. I could sass him, but he knows the truth. He did get me, but I got him, too. And I don't take his love for granted. Hey, I don't know if you remember me, but I'm Harper. I'm so sorry for taking your picture that day. I wasn't thinking. I was just so stinking excited, and you're so pretty. But that's not an excuse. I'm real sorry for doing that. It's fine. I think he was more upset than I was about it. Really? I felt awful after I heard he yelled at Grady and Drew. I turned to Jack. You yelled at them?
I didn't yell, he explains. I just raised my voice a bit and told them to back off.
Drew laughs.
Oh, you yelled, but it's okay. We all needed a little come-to-Jesus meeting about how pushy we can be. Well, thanks for being cool about it. You're welcome.
This is Grayson, my fiancé, Harper says and beams, lifting her hand to show her ring. Grayson is incredibly attractive with perfectly messy, wavy, dirty blonde hair, several inches taller than Harper, and very much in love with his girl if the way he's looking at her is anything to go by. He steps forward.
Hi there. Nice to meet you.
You too, and congratulations. Thank you, Harper and Grayson say at the same time. These are my parents, Willow and Mick, my Uncle Walker and his wife Ellie. Their kids are out there running around somewhere. I blanch and take a step back. Oh my gosh, Dr. McKinstry? I turn to Jack. This is Toby's vet. Then twist back to Ellie and Walker. What are you doing here?
Think Grayson just introduced him as his uncle, sweetheart.
Right. I can't help it, though. I'm flustered, not realizing that I'd know anyone else here. Wow, I'm just surprised.
Nice to see you again, Sierra. How's Toby?
Good, of course.
Of course,
Walker murmurs, and I blush because he's crazy good-looking, too. There must be something in the water around here because, looking around, everyone is way too pretty to be in one room. After more introductions are made, Christine, the woman who does all the desserts and owns a coffee shop next to Balance, and her husband Andy, the parents of Hazel, who's now shooting daggers at me, to which everyone admonishes her for. We move outside to the backyard. Chairs and games are set up on the lawn. About 10 kids are playing with water balloons and in a sprinkler. There's a table filled with food and coolers with drinks. To my surprise, not a single kid is on an electronic device of any kind. It's more than refreshing to see. Then I see it, a large bowl in the center of the table set off to the side. A sign that reads, "All devices here." Wow.
Yeah, they kind of love to entertain.
No, the devices thing.
Oh, right. Crap. Give me your phone.
What? Why?
Family rule. When we're all here, we are expected to be present. All phones and distractions go into the bowl. No exceptions.
What if there's an emergency?
What kind? All of us are here, and most of us check our phones just in case. We just don't stay on them.
Okay, that's it. I totally love your family.
I told you.
Jack continues to introduce me to more people, friends of the family that he explains are more family than friends, and extended family that loves and supports each other. Kyle and I are welcomed into the fold without hesitation. Not once does it feel awkward, even though I had to ask everyone to wear name tags because there were simply too many names to remember. Faces, I'm great with. Names attached to those faces, not so much. Kids run around us and have us both playing along with every game, including water balloons, where Kyle showed no mercy to the older kids. My stomach hurts from laughing so much. My plate and cup has been full every minute I've been here. I see Jack pull Kyle off to the side a few hours into the party, after the sun has started to set, and Barrett and James have set up a screen to watch a movie outside. Complete with a large popcorn maker that Tess wheeled out from the basement. They've thought of everything. When Jack returns to me, he hands me a hoodie that smells like him. I slip it on and he wraps me up in his arm. What was that all about? I ask about his private conversation with Kyle.
I asked him if he was looking for a partner at the landing. I know you're inheriting it, and I don't want to take that away from you, and I would only be buying in for the kitchen side. Before I talked to you about it, I wanted to see if it was even something he'd be interested in. If you're not for it, I told him it would be a no-go. But if you're good with it, I have someone interested in buying into the gym with me, and I trust him, and I think it'd be good. I miss being in a kitchen more than I used to, and I'd still help with self-defense classes and be part of the gym. Jack, but if you feel like that's stepping on your toes or taking away from something that should be completely yours, I won't do it. I'm happy with the gym, too. And if I want to start a restaurant down the line, I can. It's your call.
Jack, stop talking for a second. I kiss him on the lips, cupping his cheek with my hand. I love this idea. Yes, you should absolutely do this.
Yeah?
Oh, for sure. You have way too much talent in the kitchen to only give it to me, and I know you love it. I also know that the part of the gym you love most is the classes. Keep doing them. We can handle all 3 businesses.
We, huh?
We. Because that's what we are. A we. Hopefully one day we'll make it official, but right now, I'm happy with being in love, spending time together, and continuing to learn more about this incredible man. We haven't moved in together yet, but we're talking about it and have decided that when we're both ready, which is pretty much now, I'll move into his place. Besides, he remodeled his bathroom with my suggestions. It's perfect, and I can't imagine living anywhere else. It's close to Kyle and the store. His gym isn't far away either, and Toby loves it there. Our road to get here wasn't normal. After all, he was the other guy.
I love you,
he whispers, kissing my cheek. I love you too.
I'm so lucky to be the other guy.
I gasp. Holy crap, I was just thinking that.
Yeah, maybe we definitely are MFEO.
Oh, we are for sure.
You gonna marry me someday? Become Sierra Cole?
I sit back in my chair and look up at him. Is that a proposal?
No, I'll do better than that. Just feeling you out.
You don't need to do better than that, Mr. Cole. I'm not about fireworks and big shows.
What if I want to give you fireworks? I want to give you everything.
I snuggle deeper into his side and kiss his chest. You do. Every day.
Epilogue, Jack, 4 years later. Colin, leave your baby sister be. I do my best to pull my 3-year-old mini-me out of the baby's room, but fail. Ever since we brought her home a week ago, he's stood by her side. Yesterday, we found him sleeping on the floor next to her crib when he was supposed to be napping. I lifted him up and laid him down in his bed, sound asleep, only to discover him back in her room, fast asleep an hour later.
I think it's safe to say we have a good protector on our hands,
Sierra says, placing a hand on my lower back, one wrapped around and placed on my stomach. I cover her hand with mine. Think it's probably a good idea just to bring his bed in here so we're not having to deal with this constantly.
You mean have them share a room? What if she's up a lot in the night? I don't want him waking constantly.
He does anyway.
What if he tries to get her out of the bed in the middle of the night?
I wince, realizing that's a very real possibility. He has no fear and no boundaries when it comes to his little sister. Grace was definitely a surprise for us, as was Colin. We got married exactly 1 year after we met. Luckily, the weather was polar opposite of the year we met. The sun was shining and spring was knocking winter out of its way. We spent a month in Italy, touring museums and restaurants for our honeymoon, and when we got home, the celebration of our wedding night didn't end. 10 months later, Colin made his appearance. He was the best kind of surprise, but because we weren't planning it, we decided to wait a little longer between babies. Grace had other plans, though. Again, we're not the least bit upset about the change in plans. They're beautiful, I murmur, looking down at Grace sleeping soundly in her crib as Colin stares at her through the railing.
We make good-looking babies, Mr. Cole.
That we do, Mrs. Cole.
Kyle called, he and Rebecca got there safely and are already having a drink on the beach.
Kyle and Rebecca married shortly after Colin James, or CJ as we call him, was born and have been working their way to retirement, deciding to take vacations when they feel like it. They were here for Grace's birth, but with my parents close and hers trying to be more active, Kyle and Rebecca decided to spend a few days in the Bahamas. Good, glad they could get away. She nods against my shoulder. Go take a nap while she's sleeping.
She's gonna be hungry soon.
You pump?
Yeah, I got a few ounces.
My wife is fortunate in that she wanted to breastfeed and she produces milk like it's her job. She loves being able to nurse, but it also takes a lot out of her. Then go. I've got the kids. I'll make some pasta real quick so you have something to eat when you get up. And Aunt Christine brought over that bread. She sighs.
Oh, that sounds like heaven.
What, the food or sleep?
Both,
she mutters, already half asleep. Go. CJ and I have this, don't we, little man?
We got this, Mama.
She giggles and kisses us both before shuffling toward the door. She turns and looks back at us.
Never in my life did I imagine I'd have it all, but you gave it to me.
I almost fall to my knees in gratitude. Instead, I pick up my son and do my best not to lose it in front of him. Your mom is trying to make Daddy cry.
Daddy cry?
He says, putting a hand on my cheek and turning my face so he can look at me. About to, she keeps that up.
Not nice, Mama.
Good tears, CJ, good tears. He looks at me in confusion before scrambling to get down. I make my way over to my wife and kiss her on the lips. You gave me everything, too. Love you.
Love you.
This concludes The Other Guy by Jennifer Van Wyck, narrated by Alexander Sendies and Lynn Barrington. Copyright 2020 by Jennifer Van Wyck. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Jennifer Van Wyck and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.